What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a big, beautiful day. Not a very wonderful day, but it's we're still going to make it a wonderful one regardless. Folks, we are live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the universe. It is July 3rd, one day out from 4th of July, 2025. And the House of Representatives is currently voting in a bill that will be absolutely devastating. Absolutely devastating for the working poor. Totally ridiculous. Totally fraudulent, massive expenditures for ICE, increasing the military budget, gigantic tax cuts for the wealthy and the super wealthy, and also massive cuts in social safety nets for the working poor, SNAP benefits and Medicaid expansion. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button before I do the blast off as I normally do. And we're as we await the Freedom Party caucus, the Tea Party caucus, the Freedom Caucus has once again, unsurprisingly, refused to show that they are an honest deficit hawking party. That's right. It's bullshit. In any case, personal news-wise, last night I ended the broadcast, as you guys know, early. And the reason why I ended the broadcast early is because I wanted to hang out with my family. My brother was here, and I did. We also watched 71, which was incredible. 71 is a story of a British Army soldier that is in occupied North Ireland that gets separated from his brigade during a riot. And it was really good. It was a really good movie. Who's Diogo Jota? Diogo Jota, Liverpool player, dies in Spain car crash. Oh, no way. That's so sad. He was 28 years old. Mr. Jota and his brother Andre Silva died in Spain. The authorities said the car crash came 2 weeks after the Portuguese player's wedding. No way. That sucks. He just won a European Championship and just got married. That is incredibly sad. The movie that I was watching was called 71. Okay. 71. That's the name of the movie. Have you seen Hunger with Michael Fassbender? No, that was the one that the Kneecap Boys suggested to me, and I will be watching that next. He had 3 kids. He and his brother were his parents' only children. RIP. Jesus Christ, that's so sad. You're going to give me anxiety moving away from the vote like this right as the gap narrowed? Dude, what? Dude, here. What anxiety? What do you... It's over, okay? It's GG's. GG no re. You feel me? Here, we'll just tune into fucking Fox News and here.
And they were just barely hanging on. That they were really just trying to make sure they could get this and then get to the 4th of July event.
The Tea Party caucus like buckled. The Freedom Caucus,
the
Freedom.
207 yays, 209
The fucking Tea Party car is buckled, okay?
Still look like we're just a few votes shy, 7 votes of the,
they buckled.
9 votes shy of that magic number. We're doing the math in real time. We go into journalism, so we don't have to do math. So I apologize if my counting is off. But the all indications here that Speaker Johnson is still on track for the victory. I saw a White House aide just a minute ago walk by, and I've been bugging this guy all day, and I've just said,
Freedom Caucus is real.
We'll see.
Right,
So
you know what? Fuck it. I'm blasting it.
As cautiously optimistic as they can, Sandra. But as Speaker Johnson made it very clear, he was going to get this to the president's desk and ready for the president's pen at any moment.
Fair enough. We heard that confidence from him. We heard that confidence from Kevin Hassett, who advises the president on the economy at the White House, top of the hour. He said he's 100% sure that this will go through. Mark Meredith, we're watching the count. 208 yeas now for the Republicans on the House floor. Couple minutes left in voting. Trey Gowdy, want to bring you back in here. Mark, jump back in if you get a lawmaker who walks by you fresh off their vote. We'll certainly welcome their thoughts. But as far as the promises made by the Republicans, including what you just heard from the House Speaker a few moments ago, the promises for economic growth and prosperity that they are promising Americans will result from this bill.
It won't. It'll shrink the GDP is what they're saying. So it's ironically not even economic prosperity on that end. Do we have a blast off meme or what?
Yeah, I think the thing that we may not see is that the revenue actually, there are 2 ways to reduce the deficit. You can cut spending or you can increase revenue. I don't know that you're going to see that much increased revenue. The president's trying to get manufacturing here. That's going to take a while. But in terms of your tax returns, the Republicans would be smart to send out a mailer and say, this is what your tax returns would have been had the Democrats prevailed.
I fucking hate Trey Gowdy so much.
So that's their best
Look at this
point.
kooky ass motherfucker. Look at this haircut, bro.
What's the value of your life? But they do need to talk about safety. The number that matters there is the 9, not voting 9. Now, they're in their offices, they're working their way over, or they're on the phone with James Blair and the White House, Susie Wiles, saying, okay, we lost this round. Can you help us with X in the future? But there's not a chance in the world Mike Johnson is going to put this bill on the floor if he doesn't have the votes.
Yeah, these guys are great vote counters. You don't put a bill on the floor unless
They're
you
great
know
vote
it's going
counters.
to pass. That's the game on Capitol Hill. And, Trey, you talked a little bit about
what I just realized? Donald Trump wanted to cut Medicare, or wanted to cut Medicaid and end Obamacare his first time around, and it literally didn't pass because of John McCain, and he hated John McCain every step of the way. And I just realized it's over. Like they just passed a bill that guts Medicaid in its entirety. It's done. It's over.
In South Carolina, if that's Ralph.
Okay, Trey, it's Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania.
Who did vote against the procedural vote in the middle of the night as well. So that's Brian Fitzpatrick in a very moderate district. I believe President Biden won his district in 2024. But Trey, go ahead,
to
continue.
people who are on SNAP.
Yeah, I think the thing with the deficit, what drives our deficit and our debt's mandatory spending. And I've sat through many State of the Union addresses where it just didn't come up because it's not politically popular. Paul Ryan ran on entitlement reform, and they ran ads with him pushing Granny off a cliff in a wheelchair. So everybody talks about debt and deficits, but it's much more popular to spend than to cut. So I don't, until there is.
Dude, he's talking about it like it's this is a fantastic accomplishment. He's like, it's much more popular to spend than to cut. He's right, which is crazy. But he's literally talking about expenditures for people, like life-saving expenditures for people. Yeah, I wonder why it's more popular to fund these programs than to cut them, dude.
Well, but to your point, Eli. Yeah, big week. NATO. It's a list of wins he's put together, and President Trump is preparing to put together.
I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. They're talking about this like it's a major W for Donald Trump. God damn it. Oh my God. These people are so incredibly stupid. They are so dumb. Everyone is so stupid. They just, another great victory for Donald Trump. Is he becoming president? Is he President Trump now? Is he President Trump? Like, please just factor in the impact. Please just do impact studies only going forward. Please, for the love of Christ.
And that is going to be a very big, visible kind of party for him.
Right. And again, this is a guy who, this is the guy who yesterday went to Alligator Alcatraz, right? This is a guy who knows how to brand and how to reach people and how to have a simple message, how to capture the public's imagination. And he's going to be standing next to the troops and celebrating the troops who did that. He's going to be talking about a major legislative accomplishment for him and Republicans. And those are really significant things. Again, down the road, we will see, right? A lot of the deportations and the immigration stuff, the ICE actions, those are not polling as though they appear to be all that popular. So if ICE gets supercharged and we see a lot more of those, and that's what's on voters' mind 8 months from now, a year from now, we could be talking about a different story, right? You can celebrate anything at the bill signing. Joe Biden had a lot of celebrations for bill signings too. Didn't mean he ended up being able to, or the Democrats ended up being able to hold on to the White House, and here we are. So I think, give the administration, the White House, the Republican Party its due, because they do appear like they are going to get this to the finish line. And it has been a string of wins, as they would say, over the last week or two.
This is cool, man. Hey,
but
thanks.
There is, a long way to go.
Fantastic, by the way. This congressman, Representative Robert Bresnahan, sold his Centene stock, dumped it, okay? Centene provides healthcare exchanges for Medicaid. This congressman literally dumped stock in a Medicaid provider company right before this bill came to the floor. Don't be fooled. These guys know exactly what they're doing. Now, before you say insider trading, chat, it's worse than insider trading. Do you want to know why it's worse than insider trading? Because he's literally, he has the capacity to make or break this as a congressperson. Okay? It's not just that, oh, he knows that they have the votes for it, so this is the most opportune time to dump it. It's worse. It's market manipulation when you think about it. The fact that congresspersons have the power to literally rig the market, because they do. They have this power. They have the power to rig the market, okay? It is market manipulation. It's not even like insider trading. It's like one step above. What's crazy is I saw a post on one of those stupid Twitter, Wall Street Bets style accounts where they were like, damn, I can't believe Trump predicted exactly the point of market recovery. And it had 100,000 likes. And I didn't see anyone go, yeah, he didn't predict it. He caused it. It was showing it was showing the stock market dip, and then Trump going, buy now. This is the best time for you to buy. And then the stock market goes back on a rally, right? And now it's finally recovered back to the point it was at before Donald Trump talked about the tariffs. And it's like, thank God someone actually fucking responded to it, because this is what I saw. And it's like, he literally called the bottom. And I was like, yeah, I wonder why he called the bottom. Yeah, because he's the president. He didn't call the bottom. He created the bottom. And then he literally tweaked the faucet that was making the market bottom out. And right before he tweaked the faucet, he said, great time to buy. Are these people that dumb? Are they this stupid? I guess the answer is yes. Thank God someone responded to it and said, wait, why does this have 32K likes? Of course he called the bottom. He caused the bottom, and then he decided to end it. Guy who single-handedly destroyed the economy tells everyone he is done destroying the economy. Anyone else does this and the SEC rails their brains out? No, they don't. No, they don't. You want to know why? Because the SEC is a carcass now, okay? They don't even do that anymore because guess what? Donald Trump and the vultures that he brought into office gutted every institution, every regulatory body, including the SEC. Yes, in a functioning government, the SEC is supposed to go, hold on, what do you mean? This is, all of this stuff doesn't seem too legal to me. I think what's one of the craziest parts about all of this is that there is an enshittification of government. Everything is just getting worse and worse year over year. in a way that like even dumb guys can kind of understand. And I guess at that point you have two options. You either lean into it and you go, nah, this is actually funny, lol, fuck you. Or you just go, yeah, this is really messed up. I'm checking out. You know, I'm tapping out. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to pay attention to this. I am not interested in this at all. You know?
And so, yeah, if Democrats win the midterms, and you know, we have seen over and over again that the voters that turn out for Trump in a presidential year are not necessarily going to turn out for, you know, in those competitive races.
The House passed it. The House initially came out with deep cuts, slammed it over to the Senate. The Senate literally added additional cuts that were even worse than the House's initial cuts. Then they passed it back to the House. The House said, okay, but this still has ginormous deficits. Maybe we won't vote for it because you have the Tea Party contingency within the Republicans who are like supposed to be quote unquote deficit hawks. They're not, obviously. They turned around and they said they voted on it. Okay. So now it's going to go to Donald Trump's desk and he's going to sign it and he's going to make a big show of it. And every dumb guy, get ready for every fucking moron whose parents are going to die, okay? Every stupid person that you know that is currently watching, like tuning into like the Asm and Gold broadcast to be like, oh, what are the talking points? Like every single person whose grandparents rely on Medicaid for long-term nursing home care, for example, like their grandparents now have to, I guess, do additional paperwork once a month. And if they don't, they're kicked off that coverage. And what happens then? What happens to people that don't have Medicaid? It's already an insane process to qualify for this stuff. There are chatters in here who qualify for it. Good luck to the rural hospitals that rely on Medicaid to actually stay afloat, because all of the people that live in these areas, these red areas that voted for Donald Trump, that are on Medicaid, but they don't realize that they're on Medicaid because every state has a different name for it. Like, that's the other side of the story. People don't even realize that they're on Medicaid. They think, oh, I don't have Medicaid. I have Arkansas Care or whatever the fuck it's called, right? So they, in their minds, they think, oh, that's a totally separate thing. I'm fine. It's like, no, dude, you're cooked. You're cooked. Three Democrats who died this year would have sunk Trump's big, beautiful bill. The deaths of Jerry Connolly, Sylvester Turnell, Raul Grijalva, and their impact on Trump's sprawling spending plan have reignited fears about an aging Democratic Party. President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill spending squeaked through the House on Thursday morning in a 2015 and 2014 vote. Two Republicans, Thomas Massie and Warren Davison, voted against it. GOP Rep Andy Harris of Maryland, chair of the hardline House Freedom Caucus, voted present, and two other Republican reps as well. Our Home is the name? Okay. Open RSS? I don't know how to do that. I'm just going to do the paywall remover. Don't worry. I'm blasting the paywall. I'm hacking. I'm a hacker, man. Trust. All the House Democrats voted against Trump's sprawling spending plan, but they were missing three congressmen who could have sunk the bill. Bill's passage Thursday. Just a day before the vote, the family of Representative Jerry Connolly confirmed the Virginia Democrat had died at age 75. Weeks after announcing his esophageal cancer had returned, Connolly had first revealed his diagnosis shortly after winning re-election last November. His passage was the third in a string of Democrat deaths in the House over the past 3 months, following the deaths of Representative Sylvester Turner, 70, Representative Raul Grijalva, 77 in March. Had all three been alive and voting as expected, the bill would have failed by a vote of 2017 to 2015. Or not 2015, sorry, 215. 217 versus 215. Now, of course, in that process, would the Freedom Caucus actually play ball? Most likely. Of course, other factors come into play when imagining a scenario where Connolly, Turner, and Grijalva were still present for Thursday's vote. In the frantic days leading up to the vote, several House Republicans threatened to oppose the bill over issues like the state and local tax deduction cap, only to ultimately fall in line. It's impossible to say whether Massey, Davison, and Harris would have still withheld support if they didn't believe the bill could prevail without them. Still, Connolly's death has reignited concerns about the Democratic Party being run by a gerontocracy with few signs of the generational change needed. Wake of the party's crushing defeat in the 2024 election. Fitzpatrick and Massey were the only no votes. This is when the bill was first passing, for the record. This is when the bill first passed the House of Representatives and made its way to Senate. How many Republicans have died? Evil never dies. I mean, or I guess evil only dies if they're on the Democratic side, okay? But yeah, it's passed. It's over. The new agenda, the mega bill is now in motion. Now, there are a lot of unique things that the Republicans did that a Democratic Party could potentially take advantage of, but I'm holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath on waiting for the Democrats to take advantage of that. A new calculation trick that they implemented was the idea that the pre-existing tax cuts that were supposed to expire, okay, should not be factored into the deficit and should be made permanent. That was the new math that they decided to apply, which is just bullshit, okay? It's not how this works, obviously. There's a reason why those tax cuts are calculated in the way in 10-year increments. That is because they have to pass the CBO estimations, and they also have to pass a budget reconciliation, a more rigid analysis that budget reconciliation has. And that's the reason why they sunset those. That's the reason why tax cuts are slated to sunset. And now they've made that permanent with a simple vote in the Senate. They just rammed it through. They were like, this technically doesn't impact the deficit because it's already pre-existing tax cuts. Okay. The filibuster obviously is a silly tool that doesn't work because you have the budget reconciliation that was the modus operandi in the past multiple administrations at this point, because it's the only way you can get a majority vote to win shit, to pass shit. And yeah, in spite of all of it, in spite of it all, they did it. They did the damn thing. Trump was able to whip the votes. ICE is going to go ham this weekend 100%. Oh, for sure. Do you think America is still robust to weather this? What? No, I think this is horrible. You are not aware of the Dems game? Yeah, he did it, dude. He did the dang thing. My goat. This is called sex appeal, okay? I don't want you, ladies, look away. You are not going to be able to pay attention to politics any longer because I'm showing you the sexiest man in Congress. A big badass over here. Yes, and also, of course, some of the Republicans that went no turned yes because they got assurances about future promises down the line. It's bullshit. They were going to do that anyway. There was never a point where they were not voting on this, okay? Please, make no mistake. It's the same as Lisa Murkowski. Oh, Lisa Murkowski is very concerned. She's a moderate after all. She cares about Alaska. What happened? They always fall in fucking line. You know who never falls in line? The goddamn Democrats, dude. The fucking Democrats. They never fall in line. Democrats have comprehensive agenda items. They have all of these things that they promise during the campaign trail. During the election cycle. And then when push comes to shove, when they actually have to act, Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, Maggie Hasan, there are a million fucking Democratic senators and Democratic congresspersons that love to play the role of a spoiler. Republicans do not have this same predicament. Maybe they have Massey and they have Rand, okay? They have Rand Paul in the Senate and Thomas Massey in the House of Representatives, but that's pretty much it. All of the other stuff is just a back and forth. All of the other stuff is just silly back and forth, like a little bit of drama. Just remember that. A Dem takes office. It takes them 4 years to pass the We Love You bill, which grants a one-time $1,200 loan to black small business owners. Every time a Republican is in office, day one, they pass all the encompassing nasty motherfucker act that kills every living thing on God's green earth. It's true. It's true. We fucking hate you and we're going to kill you act passes in record speed time. Okay. It's every single time Republicans come into office, it's like, we fucking hate you and we're going to shoot you in the head act. And it's like, the act itself is, we fucking hate you, we're going to shoot you in the head. Melt the working poor legislation passes in alarming speed. Okay. You've never seen it. It fucking, it gives you whiplash. Yeah, yeah, Republican voters when Trump introduces the fuck you, I hope you starve and die bill. That's it. That's it though. Hey, there's a hit tweet from Twitter Mutual. That's where we're at every single dang time, by the way. This is how it always goes. This is how it always is. Okay? It's like, did it pass? Yes, it did. It did pass. Okay? It did pass. At least I got the tax cuts, though. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. Me and Ma and Pa in the fucking trailer park, we are going to be cooking with this new tax cut. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, also, now I don't have health care because I have to literally check in once a month with the federal government or with my state government to tell them that I'm actually working. And the entire purpose of this paperwork is literally so I don't get that health care, by the way. Make no mistake. That is the whole purpose of this. The whole purpose of this bill. Like the way that the insidious way that they cut Medicaid is by basically making you check in, okay? And then they're like, oh, sorry, you didn't look at this paperwork. It says that, it says that your coverage lapsed because your paperwork was wrong. You wrote your name wrong. Oops. Bye-bye. Don't die, okay? Once again, 2/3 of people on Medicaid are already fucking working, okay? 2/3 of people on Medicaid are already working. The idea that, like, this is to get them out, get them off their asses and go out to work is bullshit. It was never real. It's just to make the people that are already working on Medicaid get off Medicaid by putting paperwork in front of them, unnecessary paperwork in front of them. And then when people that rely on this kind of healthcare coverage see that this healthcare coverage is failing, government healthcare is failing, the Republicans turn around and go, ha ha. Notice how socialism is killing you? That's right. This socialist healthcare is killing you, right? So much paperwork. Doesn't it suck? We should take more of this away. We should take more of it away. And then those guys go, hell yeah, you're right. My fucking government healthcare does suck. I hate socialism. You're so right. Also, can we kill some fucking trans people on the side too? That'll make me feel really good. Also, disabled people being protected is a myth. People spend years in Medicare disability legal process before getting approved, before they reach technically disabled status and need Medicaid in the downtime and will be kicked off. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Across the board, all of it. Getting disability is already a difficult endeavor to begin with. My grandpa can't verify his fucking identity with insurance by himself without my grandma's help. Half the time it gets denied because she's helping him too much. How do they expect people to do this shit multiple times a year? Every month, chatter. Every month. They don't. That's the whole point. They don't. They know that you won't be able to keep up with this. They know that many people are not going to be able to abide by these restrictions. And that's the whole point. That's why they get to say, oh, we're not cutting Medicaid, while they absolutely are cutting Medicaid. Adding any sort of additional hurdle in front of Medicaid recipients is going to cut Medicaid. And then you know what they're going to do? They've done this before. They've done this a million times. Bill Clinton did this, okay? Bill Clinton did this with welfare reform. Democrats have done this in the past as well. Then they turn around and go, see, so many people are off Medicaid. It feels like we're making real progress here. Less people are relying on Medicaid than ever before. That seems awesome. That seems like America is now more prosperous than ever before. It's like, no, dude, it's because you kicked them off. They still need it. They just can't get it now. You fucking kicked them off. That's it. That's literally the whole point here. If your grandparents are on Medicare and you think they're covered, but they're in a nursing home, they're not, because Medicaid actually is what helps them pay for long-term care. If you're working, though, why wouldn't you get your health care from your job? Great question, chatter. Oh, my God. What a fucking incredible question. I wonder why. Maybe because some jobs don't fucking offer healthcare. And especially the jobs that don't offer healthcare are probably very low-paying jobs. So low that you can actually qualify for Medicaid. Have you thought about that? What if you got a fucking part-time job? What if you're doing gig economy work, which is like the only game in town now? Think. What about Medicaid fraud? Yeah, exactly. Medicaid fraud. That's the other thing. The way these guys talk about Medicaid, you would think that Medicaid was actually just like paying poor people to sit at home and fucking eat chips and play fucking Call of Duty. That's not how this works. It's just healthcare, you fucking animal. That's all this is. There is no like scheme here. Okay? They literally were, I saw so many fucking Republicans be like, and I even joked about this as well, saying like, oh, lol, this is like Asmongold's fan base or whatever. But like, I saw so many Republicans be like, oh, people are no longer going to be able to sit at home and play video games in their mommy's basement. They have to get a job. It's like, dude, that's not how this works. Like, Medicaid is not a fucking payment plan for unemployed people. It's just healthcare, you fucking demon. You have it when you got your dick shot off at the congressional baseball game. You got premium fucking healthcare so they could sew your cock back onto your fucking pants, Steve Scalise. That happened for you. Why? Because you're a fucking congressperson. So you have platinum healthcare. Fucking asshole.
Cutting spending in this bill, getting rid of a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, putting work requirements, for example, in a program like Medicaid so that the truly disabled and needy will be able to get better access to Medicaid because those able-bodied adults who are turning down work, the 35-year-old who's sitting at his mom's basement playing video games, is going to have to go get a job again. Those are going to be good things for the economy, but it's also something that helps reduce waste, fraud, and abuse and saves hundreds of billions of dollars in those programs.
Yeah, me and the boys used to pound beers, play Halo, and use our taxpayer-funded healthcare to get colonoscopies. The good old days.
People.
Steve Scalise says proposed Medicaid cuts. 35-year-olds sitting at home playing video games. They're going to have to go get a job. And by the way, it's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. Like, what is this? Like, how would someone's healthcare being paid for by the government, because they're so fucking poor, 2/3 of which are still, they have jobs. How is that in any way, shape, or form actually like causing them to not get a job? Like, who the fuck is like, how is this like how are they trying to present this as a payment plan? When is this supposed to go into effect? After the fucking midterms, chatter. Don't worry. They didn't want you to immediately feel the pain and then turn around and vote against the Republican Party, God forbid. I think. In fact, the Democrats in state control could increase income taxes on the rich by and redistribute that middle and working class. All they'd have to do is do it. Before you insist Dems have no power to reduce Trump tax cuts for billionaires they say they oppose, remember, they have the power to now try to change state tax laws or to effectively repeal or reduce those tax cuts in 15 states where Dems control the legislature and governorship. That is what a serious opposition party would do, but it's not clear Dems are a serious opposition. Example. And then the example David Sirota uses is Kathy Hochul's refusal to fucking pass even a modest increase in the super wealthy that Zohran Mamdani was suggesting for New York City. Isn't the work requirement 18 to 65? Aren't 65-year-olds playing? Are 65-year-olds sitting at home playing Call of Duty? This 35 at home framing is insanity. It's not real. Also, this is not welfare. This is just insurance for people who don't have money to pay for insurance. That's all this is. So there is no world where like people are like, oh, I was going to go out and work, but honestly, thank God my Medicaid paycheck came in. Like, that's not how this works. It's just when you get fucked and you have to go to the hospital, it's covered to a certain degree because you're so fucking poor, even though you have a goddamn job and you pass through like all these rigorous checks to begin with, to qualify. It's not a simple process this is not even a simple process. Felix had a good take on this. He said something like, if the Republicans actually had to go through the conditions and live like the people, their constituents that have Medicaid, here, this is it. In about 75% of the United States, it's nearly impossible to get on Medicaid outside of some of the worst set of circumstances an American can experience. If a single person in that chamber had to spend a day as someone who actually qualifies in a red state, they would kill themselves. And so much of the people are their constituents directly, okay? So much of the people that they're fucking, like, I don't want you to celebrate this in any way, okay? Because it still fucks over everybody, okay? It fucks over the working poor. I am unconditionally against this kind of thing. I think we should be moving in the opposite direction where we actually expand healthcare, right? We get Medicare for all rather than limit the already incredibly limited amount of healthcare that we're offering to people that are below a certain line, that are so close to poverty overall that like they have to get this help or otherwise they die, right? But one of the craziest aspects of this is that the people that get fucked the most from bills like this are the Republicans that live in fucking rural areas. It's the people that you know, okay? It's your uncle that's on disability pay that fucking talks about welfare queens. It's your distant relatives that live in a fucking trailer park that constantly talk about like, oh man, no free handouts. It's like, bro, you're on welfare. You're on welfare and you're on Medicaid. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? It's those guys. It's like half of the fucking population of places like Kentucky, half of the population of places like West Virginia. All of these places where you got people who literally cannot work or are working but are so poor that they need this kind of additional help from the government. And then they turn around and they're like, hell yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump, baby. He's got me. Or the I got mine, fuck everyone else. Exactly. But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. I'm not even talking about those super rich people who are fucking assholes, okay? I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of Trump voters, because not every Trump voter is a fucking multimillionaire. Obviously not. There aren't that many of them, right? There are more of them voting for Trump than voting for Kamala Harris or anyone else, right? But like ultimately, There are, you know, in the 99% of Americans, there are plenty of fucking people that actually rely on these social safety nets, don't even realize that they rely on these social safety nets, and constantly advocate for their own demise. It is very frustrating. We see them in this chat every fucking day. They come to me, a guy living in fucking California, a guy that already has like a decent amount of money, who is fortunate enough to be able to take care of his own fucking family. And they say, from their position of a working class American that relies on these social safety nets, they say, fuck you, you fucking idiot. Get wrecked. Oh, I bet you're malding now. I bet you're fucking malding, dude. It's like, yeah, I am. Because clearly I care about your fucking parents than you do. That's why I'm malding. If you rely on Medicaid or SNAP, you know you rely on the safety net. What are you talking about? Dog, do you personally think that in rural areas, there aren't a fuck ton of people that rely on both SNAP or some form of social safety nets that are going to be cut, especially when it comes to Medicaid? There are different names for it in every state. People don't even realize. People don't even realize that their fucking Medicaid is getting cut because they don't think it's Medicaid. They think it's something else. Okay? Do you not realize that there are a fuck ton of people who are like, oh yeah, no, this is great. Trump's got me. He's got me. He's actually going to defend me. I'm so glad I voted for him. What a massive W. Meanwhile, Trump is about to pass a bill that is going to gut their health care. Yeah, here. I mean, we covered this yesterday. If you're in Nebraska, it's called Access Nebraska. If you're in Nevada, it's called Nevada Medicaid. But if you're in like California, it's called Medi-Cal. You don't know. That's not Medicaid. It's Medi-Cal. Connecticut is Husky Health. Don't worry, they'll be saved by the Trump 1000 and a new bank account. Do you understand? How many people do you think have, for example, in Oklahoma, are on Sooner Care and they have no idea? They have no idea. They're obviously, I mean, it's a deep red state. How many people do you think, or there's probably people in Ohio that don't realize that Ohio Medicaid is Medicaid, okay? One in 4 Oklahomans are on Sooner Care. Are they at least increasing quality of care? What? No. No. Look at American healthcare broadly. We fail on every metric. No, this is not about increasing quality of care. As a matter of fact, it's going to decrease quality of care. You want to know why? Because not only will people not be able to pay for healthcare, so they can't go to the fucking doctor because they don't have healthcare any longer, because they fucking can't keep up with the paperwork necessary to maintain their fucking life-saving healthcare. But also on top of that, when less people go to the fucking rural hospitals because they're already in a state of disrepair and they heavily rely on fucking Medicare, or Medicaid payments, okay? Then those hospitals shut down. And then the existing hospitals that are now in a 100-mile vicinity that are in these big cities are now overwhelmed with the extra people that are using the emergency rooms for the most part. I mean, yeah, there's a whole letter that they sent to the United States Senate, the Honorable Donald Trump. Dear President Trump, Leader Thune, and Speaker Johnson, in May, Republicans of the U.S. House of Representatives passed a reconciliation package. That, if enacted, will impose the largest cuts to health care in the United States history, slashing funding for Medicaid and Affordable Care Act by more than $1 trillion and triggering more than $500 billion in Medicare cuts. Republicans' cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act will cause 16 million people in the U.S. to lose health insurance coverage. A majority of adults living in rural areas are concerned that these health care cuts will negatively impact hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare providers in their community. They are right to be worried, as these cuts will have devastating consequences for health outcomes, costs, and jobs, and the economic success of rural communities. Today, we write to you. Today, we write to provide you with the detailed information about rural hospitals that are uniquely at risk of financial distress and even closure, conversion, or service reductions because of the cuts in the House-passed reconciliation package. The information provided by Cecil G. Sheps, Center for Health Services, research at the University of North Carolina Sheps Center, illustrates that your party's reconciliation bill will mean what your party's reconciliation bill will mean for the health of Americans living in rural communities. Oh, there's also the private health insurance costing more as well overall.
Medicaid,
Here.
I have private insurance. Well, when uninsured people go to the hospital, they still...
Here.
Why would I care about Medicaid? I have private insurance. Well, when uninsured people go to the hospital, they still get treated, especially if it's an emergency. And if they can't pay for those treatments, the hospital has to. So if you imagine 20% of the services that a hospital is offering are not being paid for, they have to raise prices for everyone else to cover that 20%.
So then my insurance gets charged more and then they pass it off to me so my prices go up too.
Yeah, exactly. Sign this?
Oh.
Wait, but the 20% has to be paid no matter what. So either it comes out of higher insurance rates or it comes out of Medicaid, which is paid from my taxes. I mean, I'm paying the same amount either way, right? Well, not quite. Because when people don't have Medicaid, the pool gets even bigger, which means that you pay more to make up for that.
That doesn't make any sense. You said that hospitals have to cover lost income, not that their costs actually go up.
Well, Medicaid gives people insurance, which is different than people not having insurance at all.
Well, yeah, duh.
Yeah, fair. What I meant is that when people have insurance, they're more likely to get preventative care. When they don't, they're probably waiting until it's an emergency. But emergency rooms are already astronomically more expensive to operate than primary care. And on top of that, people are now coming in with more complicated problems that require more expensive services,
which costs hospitals.
By the way, the hospital system is already busted right now in this country, partially as a consequence of private health care and the way that we have refused to nationalize the healthcare system in general. Okay? Hospitals already rely on donations to begin with. They rely on government subsidies to begin with to even operate. But then also on top of that, they are for profit. Okay? There's only one aspect of the hospitals where they can't deny you some kind of health care, and that is emergency rooms. So the emergency rooms are basically fucking overcrowded all the time. It is it's unironically a Band-Aid solution to long-term care. If people actually had the opportunity, if hospitals were free, if the healthcare system was nationalized, and people had an opportunity to go to the doctor more frequently, they would be less reliant on the emergency rooms. Okay? So when the emergency rooms are constantly overloaded, the quality of care diminishes as a direct consequence of that. Okay? And they can't deny you coverage. They can't deny you healthcare in an emergency room. You're fucking dying. They have to treat you. A lot of the people that use the emergency rooms don't have the money to pay for that that treatment. Okay? So then hospitals will take that treatment that they just gave away to this person who was too poor to fucking pay for it and slam that into other treatments that they can do to other people that have healthcare. This is how your fucking premiums go up for private insurance as well. The greatest way to diminish the stress that emergency rooms experience is, of course, long-term preventative care. Going to general practitioners, having a general practitioner to begin with, and being able to go and visit them frequently, and have your doctor give you advice on what to do and what not to do, so that you don't have these sorts of issues. But we don't do any of that. We don't do any of that shit in this country. Everything is so busted. But hey, guess what? It's fantastic for the GDP. Do you understand? It is fucking amazing for the GDP. It makes my dick hard how hard this entire sector that literally is just a expensive middleman that should not exist gets to exist and gets to get so much fucking government subsidies in the process. Oh, I love it, dude. I fucking love American GDP. Line goes up. Line goes up. Fuck yeah. It makes me so horny. I love when the line goes up. An entire fucking $1 trillion sector that literally should not exist.
Even more money, so then the pool gets bigger. And then on top of that, you have to think about what happens when hospitals start closing. I have to drive further to get medical care. Maybe, but I mean, think about this. Even if you're in a nice area, some hospitals, especially in rural areas, have a higher percentage of patients that use Medicaid. And if they're not getting paid from Medicaid, they probably can't stay open. Then those hospitals probably shouldn't be open. If they need a government handout to be profitable, well, it's not a handout. Those hospitals are doing the exact same services as other hospitals. It's just due to who their patients are, the insurance that's
Also, yeah, government handouts for hospitals. There's not a single hospital in the fucking nation that does not get a government handout, quote unquote. Okay? And they should. It should all be free. Every part of this should be dealt with through the government, okay? There should be no fucking profit incentive in any part of this process. Healthcare is an inelastic demand service, okay? Without it, you fucking die. This is literally Econ 101. It's not even, this is what you learn in the econ classes that you take. They don't pay a lot of attention to this concept after they just say inelastic demand and then they move on. And you're not supposed to think like, wait a minute, healthcare seems like that's an inelastic demand, which means that there needs to be severe government intervention, severe government regulation over this, because clearly if there's inelastic demand, that means that the people who are supplying could like set the prices to whatever they want to, and people still have to get it. Otherwise, they fucking die. Healthcare and pharmaceuticals and every part of the hospital system, every part of the healthcare system has to be not for profit. It's alarming that we have this concept and we're trying to eradicate this as well for the USPS, right? The United States Postal Service. It's not supposed to be for profit. Everybody understands, or at least most people understand, that it's not supposed to be for profit. It's a service that needs to exist, okay? You can apply that principle to healthcare as well, or should apply that principle to healthcare as well. But people seemingly don't do that.
Reimbursing them is Medicaid. If they close, that means that there's more people in my emergency room the next time I fall off a ladder? A ladder did that to you. Oh, yeah, well, I fell on a pipe. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's everyone's emergency room. The thing is that those hospitals are competition. Hospitals want to make money too, and if they don't have competition, they're going to raise their prices. So even though I have private insurance, kicking people off Medicaid means that you're doing work that you're not being compensated for. So you need to raise your prices, which means passing that on to my insurance company, who then passes it on to me, which means I have less money. It also means that I drive further and wait longer for probably more rushed medical care. Yeah. Okay. And you just had to tell me about this before you could sew me back up? Right, yeah. So your insurance is saying that they are not going to cover what they consider an optional cosmetic operation? Oh. Yeah, I can make that work.
It's already happening. Curtis is a small town of 900 people in rural southwest Nebraska. The Curtis Medical Center announced yesterday it is closing after more than 30 years. It is the only healthcare provider in the community. They blame Trump's Medicaid cuts.
And this just into our newsroom, a medical center in Curtis deciding to close. This after serving the community for more than 30 years. Now, the Nebraska Hospital Association claiming anticipated Medicaid cuts may have impacted the clinic's closure. We're told the transition to close will take place over the coming months.
Related. Yeah, Donald J. Trump, 87% of the votes went in Curtis to Donald J. Trump. Plus 74 Trump district. Hell yeah, dude. This demonstrates the dilemma I went through this past winter. I had to get double jaw surgery, and my insurance covered most of the surgery except the pre-op visit, which was $1K. This is because the general surgery said this was a dental procedure, and dental said this was general surgery. Therefore, I had to pay the entire $1K out of pocket for unnecessary surgery. Yeah, this just causes a chain reaction is right. Rural hospitals close, influx into city hospitals can't keep up, and also eventually collapse. New York Times rep crying. The hope of winning future elections was little solace to some lawmakers. Representative Brittany Peterson, Democrat of Colorado, was sobbing as she left the vote. The amount of kids who are going to go without health care and food, people like my mom are going to be left to die because they don't have access to health care, she said. It's just pretty unfathomable. Peterson's mother became addicted to heroin and then fentanyl when Peterson was a child. She overdosed more than 20 times. She recently celebrated 7 years in recovery. This is the one aspect where Democratic ineptitude certainly plays a role in Republicans dominating like this, but this is a clear case of the Republicans being overtly evil, okay? When it comes to domestic engineering, I talk about this all the fucking time. Like, we're not talking about foreign policy now. It's not like marginal differences or whichever fucking flavor of genocide you want. Is it homophobic genocide or is it pro-gay genocide? Like, that's not it, okay? This is a definitive difference between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Now, do the Democrats actually lean into this shit with their ineptitude? Certainly. Okay. But this is the one area where Republicans are putting LeBron numbers up all the fucking time. When it comes down to killing the fucking working poor, the Republican Party is doing LeBron style Illuminati hand signals before the fucking game and then dumping fucking 40 points at the age of 40, okay? They're just with it. This is the one area where they are the best, okay? They are the fucking best. No comparison. Nothing comes close. How will this affect the Republican legacy? Well, now you got me talking shit about the Democrats again. It will not affect the Republican legacy unless the Democrats actually show what these fucking Republicans are doing. Because if the Democrats just like sit around and revel in their ineptitude and their weakness without actively presenting the damage that the Republicans are doing as class warfare, because they also benefit from the same corporate benefactors, and God forbid they speak out too much about this erosion of social safety nets, then people are left rudderless and they stay angry. And angry people are easy to manipulate. This is what happened in the last election cycle. Democrats don't come out with like a clear agenda that is going to improve people's lives. Okay, because they're fearful that they'll piss off the billionaire donors, right? So they don't say anything about healthcare. They don't even talk about healthcare at all. They barely talk about it. They barely talk about like, oh, we'll just do like more Medicaid expansion or something, maybe. Haha, it's not that big of a deal. Shut the fuck up. And then people are fucking mad about all of the economic problems that they're experiencing. And Republicans come in and go, yeah, you're mad. You know why you're mad? Because Democrats only care about gay shit. You hate gay shit, right? Democrats only care about trans people. They want to do bottom surgeries to Guatemalan migrants inside of prisons. Okay? Focus on that. Focus on that. Oh, yeah. And then people get fucking extra mad. They're like, you're right. I am angry. Why the fuck are the Democrats doing bottom surgeries to Guatemalan migrants inside of fucking detention centers? I'm so mad. I'm going to vote for the Republican Party. They take the fucking anger and resentment. Republicans take the anger and resentment and use it as a fucking weapon so effectively. They dominate the culture war narratives. They dominate the culture war battles over and over again. The only solution to that, culture war narrative isn't to fucking turn around and be like, no, we got to be extra gay aesthetically, while not really even caring about gay people at all. The solution to that is to focus on the kitchen table issues, dumbass. The solution to that is to go, you want to kill the working poor. Doesn't matter if they're gay, trans, black, white, doesn't fucking matter at all. You just want to kill them so that rich people can turn another fucking profitable quarter. year over year. But if Democrats don't fucking grab on to a populist economic agenda, they're just going to keep getting dominated, and people are going to be more and more mad. And then Republicans are going to use that anger to redirect even more cruelty towards marginalized communities. Oh. Speaker's taking questions on the bill live. Let's hear what he has to, what this fucking porno demon has to say. Michael Penis.
Look, I think a lot of the estimations about what this legislation would do in a negative manner to communities in my state or any other are far overblown. I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially. What's good for Louisiana is good for America. We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this pretty quickly.
Oh, they're going to
Wages
feel it
will
all right.
rise.
When the remaining rural hospitals in Louisiana close down, they're going to feel it so good.
Increase dramatically. I think unemployment will be low. We're going to duplicate what we did in the
Let's
first
take a look at his state, okay? Let's take a look at Louisiana, one of the worst states for wealth disparity in the entire nation. How many people are going to get kicked off their health care in the state of Louisiana, you might be asking, with this new big, beautiful bill? The number is 267,550. That's right. Here it is. 267,550 Louisianans are going to be kicked off of their health care in the state. That's going to be so good for them. You don't understand. They're going to fucking find their bootstraps and they're going to pull themselves up by those goddamn bootstraps. Okay? It's going to be fantastic. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's going to be so good for Louisiana. Hell yeah, baby. Red states have a higher density of poverty, okay? Red states have higher poverty per capita than fucking blue states do. Which means they have more people relying per capita on these fucking social safety nets than even blue states do. That's what's so fucking insane. And the craziest part about this is that we have so much money. We have so much money. This is the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet, okay? This is the wealthiest nation on the planet. We could be doing so much better by every single American. Yes, I said fat on accident. I was reading chat and I accidentally read something in the chat. Shut the fuck up. Stupids. Shut up, stupids.
Offensive as the woos hold out Republicans going on to say Mr. Trump has many ways of making members do what he wants. The all-powerful party boss can be frightfully vindictive. Republicans live in constant fear.
From Florida. How many people are going to get kicked off of healthcare in the state of Florida? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's look at those numbers, baby. Get those numbers up. Get those numbers up. We got to get those numbers up, baby. In the state of Florida, okay, in the state of Florida, 1.9 million, almost 2 million people are going to lose their health care in the fucking state of Florida. Let's see how he's responding.
The president came in and was trying to work with members to get them comfortable. Another thing to understand is, listen, at the end of the day, Donald Trump is a businessman, ladies and gentlemen. If he has to use the stick, he'll use it. If he has to use carrots, he'll do that too. He's about accomplishing the mission, period, point blank. And so a lot of colleagues saw yesterday was President Trump leading the Republican conference to make sure that we delivered on all the promises from last year's election. We were able to do that. His leadership, especially these last 36 hours, has been tremendous. You know, I told him today, he's the closer. He closed this deal.
Yeah, the speaker was talking about how there were a lot of naysayers out there, a lot of negative voices saying, you know, you heard Democrats saying, oh, you're going to have kids going hungry. You're going to have kids dying because of this bill. And it kind of goes back to everything from Doge. I mean, Doge was going to end the world, right? The Iran strikes were going to end the world. We'd be involved in an endless war. And this bill, again, was going to end the world. You get the jobs numbers today. The jobs numbers extraordinarily good news for the president. They are strong again. And as the speaker was talking about, when these tax cuts go into effect, the jobs numbers are expected to even rise further. So this seems to be a big trend. The Democrats keep saying the sky is falling, and yet we keep rising.
Listen, Trace, I'll tell you, by the way, nice suit, you look good. I will tell you this, it's about common sense policy. Low tax rates that allow people to thrive. Let working class people keep more of their money. Working class, middle class. I was a waiter when I was in college. I worked on tips. Being able to keep that in your pocket matters to people who are out there working hard every single day. It's about what they're doing on the administration side, cutting ridiculous regulation, stupid regulation that stifles investment, stifles capital formation, and stifles economic growth. You put those two things together with the...
At this point, it's just autopilot. They do Reaganomics every time. Everybody knows it's fake. Everybody knows it's phony. It doesn't even fucking matter, though. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Who is this for? He's just saying. He is just saying the fucking... he's just saying the talking points. That's it. And it doesn't even matter. Most people don't even realize the devastating impact. Okay? Most people don't even recognize the devastating impact. They're too busy. They're too poor. They're too broke to fucking take. They're too slammed to their fucking podcast in between the Uber deliveries that they're doing. And the podcasters are telling them, you know, trans people are killing you. They're killing your children. Undocumented migrants are going to do decapitations in every corner. And Trump, our big, beautiful president, is going to end it all. So then they're just hyper-focused on that. They're fucking lasered in on this nonsensical bullshit in an alternative reality to realize that, like, the government just stole their money, okay? The White House website tax calculator only calculates the no tax on tips and overtime elements of their plan. So if you're a salaried worker or self-employed and go to their site to see how the bill will impact their finances, this is what you will see. One small victory in this hellscape is Elon cratering the Wisconsin Supreme Court election means we finally struck down the 1800s abortion ban here in Wisconsin. The dumbest tweet today. You'll notice all the Democrats will put out tweets that are basically the word for word the same. My favorite part of the talking point is blank million people will lose their health care. Pay special attention to the word of choice. Word choice of people. They won't say Americans because it's not Americans losing, it's the illegals. What are you saying? What are you saying? Undocumented migrants cannot take advantage of Medicaid, you fucking animal. Shut the fuck up. What are you saying? There are no migrants on Medicaid. They're just fucking lying. Ah! This is so stupid.
Last 5.5 months, that is a recipe for success to run on. And what are the Democrats going to do, really? They're going to talk about Mondani in New York? Or they're going to go and push around ICE officers? Oh, I get it. They're going to curse in committee rooms and throw temper tantrums, but not have concrete solutions for the American people. We feel good about our chances in the midterm elections. The wind is at our back. We need to go home and deliver results for the American people. And as long as we do that, we will keep the House majority and the Senate majority, and we will build on these successes for all of America.
Congressman Byron Donalds, sir, congratulations to you and your party. Best of luck. Enjoy the 4th of July. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, meantime, the big, beautiful bill now heads to the White House, where President Trump expected to sign it into law tomorrow. That will happen, we are told, at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on July 4th. A huge win to kick off the holiday, the 249th birthday of this country. David Asman is standing by with more on the jobs numbers.
Don't worry, the rich people's tax cuts come out instantly. Oh, my Lord. Holy moly. All right, let's take a look. Who benefits from Trump's mega bill? The ultra-rich, Dem lawmaker says. Let's take a look.
Bring in now Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California. He's the newly minted ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. Congratulations on that election, Congressman. I wonder if Leader Jeffries, as we continue watching him here on the floor, gave any of you a heads up about what this magic minute would actually become here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're incredibly, obviously, proud of the leader.
Doing a new third party, a new party announcement came. Holy shit! Finally,
in that chamber, we've all been with him there. He's been now at it, I think, for over 7 hours, and he's out there not just speaking against a horrific bill for the American public, but he's also giving and creating time for folks to flood these offices. Calls are going into members' offices.
Hasan, you know it's not every single person getting kicked off Medicare. Of course, that's the Republicans' end goal, but that's not what's happening here. Don't you think that hinders the message against this bill? What are you fucking saying, dude? What are you saying? When the Republican Party was actively campaigning against Obamacare, okay, they said there were fucking death panels. That's entirely made up. Okay, that's not a real thing at all. They said there were going to be death panels where they choose a bunch of gay libtards with MDs are going to choose which Republican grandparent gets murdered, okay, gets euthanized, gets put down. That's what they were fucking saying. What do you mean? The goal here is to kick off as many people off of Medicaid coverage as possible. The fuck are you talking about? Saying that these people are directly in the crosshairs and using those numbers is not inappropriate at all. My man, how have you not lost your mind covering this shit every day? Because I don't know. New reporting reveals that Republican what? No, this is dumb shit. I don't know. The reason why I'm not losing my mind, I guess, is because I already know that this is devastating. And I already know my expectation is that Americans are going to be American politicians are always going to be absolute dog shit to the fucking working class. Maybe I have lost my mind, though, honestly. And I have lost my mind. What am I saying? I've lost my mind. I think that there is a change that we could actually implement in this fucking stupid ass country. So I must be a little crazy. You got to be a little crazy to think that we can actually move this country in a fucking positive direction where we do right by others or we do right by the working poor. So yeah, I'm a little fucking insane. I'll be real with you. You got to be a little fucking insane to hold out hope when things seem so fucking hopeless.
We are eliminating the waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. We want this program to be there for constituents like mine, like Emmeline and Parker, disabled children who need access to these benefits. They shouldn't be going to a 29-year-old guy who's living in his mom's basement, choosing not to work. These benefits will be preserved thanks to the work of President Trump and Republicans. We're continuing to stand up for hardworking families.
Yeah, I think Medicaid was the biggest cause of fear for Americans across the country.
My MAGA uncle went full Hitler on Facebook today, saying it didn't matter that 10 million people lost healthcare coverage because if they were on Medicaid to begin with, they didn't deserve to be here alive. Nice. I just don't understand what causes someone to unironically operate like that. Like, how do you arrive at this conclusion? How are you a fucking person that genuinely believes this? And it's also the exact same mentality that these guys have. First pick in the 2025 Alligator Alcatraz draft. Like they're dumping alligators outside of the fucking concentration camp, the death camp that they're going to have for migrants. Hell yeah, baby. It's like, how do you look at that kind of transparent cruelty and you think to yourself, this is good?
Out.
I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand how someone becomes so selfish and so resentful and awful as a human being.
Yeah, well, I just think it's interesting that all of a sudden people voted for Thomas Massie. Like, I don't remember voting for Thomas Massie with this. I remember voting for Donald Trump to get this bill passed. And I feel like a lot of Americans who voted for Donald Trump feel the same way, especially not only with Thomas Massie, but a lot of the other Republicans who are kind of leaning towards no. They didn't vote for these Congress people. They voted for President Trump. They voted for this.
I don't remember voting for Thomas Massie. Okay, I guess you're not from his district, you know? That's kind of how this works. I don't know if you know this. He is a Republican representative in the House of Representatives. That's just not how things work. Okay.
This mandate. And if you're going to vote no on this, then you're voting along with Democrats, especially Democrats like Maxine Dexter, who was on the Hill today dressed in a white robe, who also visited El Salvador to go see Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who killed Americans.
Who killed Americans? Kilmar Abrego Garcia killed Americans. I guess you could say whatever the fuck you want. Dude, you can say whatever the fuck you want about undocumented immigrants, okay? Or even if they have proper work clearance. Like, this guy's a literal fucking union worker, okay, in the state. But because he's brown, you can say whatever the fuck you want on TV. You could be like, oh, he's a murderer. Same with Zohran Mamdani, also brown, Muslim guy, socialist. He wants to kill all Jews. Maybe he has killed Jews. Maybe he has tasted the blood of Jewish children and he wants more. Who cares? No one's going to check me. I can say whatever the fuck I want. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. You can say whatever the fuck you want about black people, brown people. You can say whatever you want, dude. It's awesome. Great stuff.
That a lot of people are passionate about passing. If you're not siding with Republicans, then unfortunately you're siding with Democrats, anti-American.
Might be leaving.
Over $1 trillion cut from a program that covers 40% of American children while simultaneously giving a blank check to Lockheed Martin for their all-time dumbest proposal. In most democracies, you'd at least have plans to leave the country after voting for this bill. In some sense, I think this is their attempt at a solution for U.S. healthcare. Kill off as many Medicaid recipients as possible, but to try and start with the ones they feel fewer people will miss. In their minds, this includes those with children older than 14 too. Again, this traces back to Bush 2 almost verbatim. They got away with it, so I see no reason why these new fascist kleptocrats will ever have to care. Hell, they even rehabilitated the Bush admin over the ensuing decades after they immiserated us all and gave it to KBR. Yeah, zero prosecutions for any of the Bush people, as well as Obama being made entirely of populism-absorbing materials, was the hinge point. That sealed the deal on a country where the worst actors had zero fear of ever facing consequences. Yeah. Oh, she apologized. It's great, man. It's awesome. It's great. Fuck the working poor, you know? But guess what, dude? We got more money for some of the dumbest fucking hogs out there who are going to be doing black bagging, kidnapping operations without even revealing that they're members of law enforcement, okay? You got more ICE kidnappings that are imminent now. We will have more money for GEO and private prison contractors to set up concentration camps. More alligator Auschwitz all around the country. It's going to be awesome. The dudes who are working outdoors in 100-degree weather so you can get fucking avocados, okay? The dudes who are picking those fucking fruits and shit, they're going to get destroyed. They're going to be ripped away from their families, from their way of existence. They're going to get detained, kidnapped, and sent to El Salvador. I work at a CHC in Washington that serves over 100,000 Americans yearly with a over 50% Medicaid population. Would love to send you some data we put together for advocacy. Didn't Trump just say we got so much money from the tariffs? Why aren't they at least using that rhetoric to say the deficit will be reduced by that revenue? What? Because it's also fake. It's fake bullshit. I'm telling you, yesterday, we were doing rain dances. We were praying for fucking rain, divine intervention to actually somehow disrupt this process. Because that is how fucking powerless the average American is to stop these sorts of things. These events are in motion. There's nothing you can do about it. Many people are oblivious to it. Okay? Liberal democracy at least makes you feel like you have a say in this process, but you fucking don't. If people were asked straightforwardly, like, do you think we should give a giant tax cut for the wealthy by cutting Medicaid for millions of Americans, by cutting SNAP benefits for millions of working poor Americans, I don't think there would be above a 10% approval for that, okay, in a straightforward referendum. No way, no how. But that's not how this stuff works. Pretty Big say in November, dude literally ran on this bill. Yeah, he ran on this bill. He did. Because if I recall correctly, he kept saying no cuts to Medicaid, no cuts to Medicaid. So no, I don't think he ran on this bill. You can say he ran on the tariffs. That's definitely true. But he abso-fucking-lutely did not run on cutting Medicaid so that rich people can get a tax cut. You don't have to defend Donald Trump on this especially. Oh my God, I'm on the tube. You're on the tube, lad.
As we understand, there are people calling into some of these offices that you're all talking about from the Republican side. And he's really, I think, bringing life to important stories from across the country. A lot of us expected him to.
Yeah, he ran on a wall that Mexico was going to pay for. They didn't pay for it. He ran on tariffs that China was going to pay for. China didn't pay for it. He ran on mass deportations that were going to be great because there's so many criminals. They're not deporting criminals at all because all the fucking criminals that are undocumented migrants have already been prosecuted and are either in prison or have been deported already. He ran on no new wars, no more wars. He ran on ending the wars. Wars are still going on. Look at Russia and Ukraine. Russia is making new gains on the fucking battlefield. Israel has not even remotely stopped its fucking genocidal ambition in Gaza. Donald Trump has actually leaned into that. Then on top of that, we also fucking struck Iran, spending another $100 million to do that. Eggs are still fucking expensive. Milk is still fucking expensive. None of the prices came down. He lied about everything. And worst of all, you still got dumb fucks running around being like, nah, dog, we're winning so much. Why are we winning? Because the fucking libtards are mad. Brother, you're fucking stupid. Nothing in your life improved. You just have made up a villain in your mind to get angry at, okay? Are you tired of winning? So much winning. Mr. President, please, no more winning. We've won so much.
To do something like this because he is that kind of a leader. But it's also really important for people to know that if this thing passes, 17 million people are going to likely lose their health care. Millions are going to lose their food assistance. ICE is going to be able to double the amount of detentions that they're doing across this country, targeting, as we all know, sometimes U.S. citizens and people with no due process. And all so that billionaires can get a massive tax cut. And so, I mean, we're incredibly proud of the leader. It may be that he breaks actually a record here in doing this, and it's a righteous cause to oppose this bill.
And there is, I think, a fascinating parallel for those of us nerds like me who love Congress to note that the record that he would be breaking if he makes it would be an 8-hour and 32-minute record set by Kevin McCarthy when he was in the minority leadership role back in 2021, and Democrats were in the process of doing their own reconciliation on Build Back Better, a very different kind of BBB legislation. But one key aspect of this bill is that...
I'm not kidding when I say this. I think if Democrats were real ones, they'd be doing like crazier shit. Like illegal things, okay? If they truly wanted to stop this, they'd be pulling like fire alarms or some shit. They'd be getting arrested.
Some of the most painful spending cuts, you talked about them, Medicaid, food stamp changes, they don't actually kick in until after the midterm elections. So does that make it harder for Democrats to campaign against them? You're talking to people in theory and based on projections, not necessarily tangibles.
Now, I think people know what's happening with this bill. It's been very clear. I think that folks understand, and we're being flooded even in our offices with folks that are scared. They don't want to lose their health care. They understand the stakes of this bill. And so it's going to be very clear. Obviously, these will kick in a couple of years, the actual cuts themselves. But people know and are going to expect that their health care and American health care is going to move backwards, not forward. Less people will have coverage in this country, not more. And that is going to impact every single state across the country. Governors and states are going to have to make very difficult decisions about who stays on their state plans and what is actually funded. And so it is crazy to me to think that these Republicans are willing to throw their own constituents' health care aside so that their richest constituents can get a tax cut, so that Elon Musk can get a bigger tax cut, so that larger corporations can save and get more money, yet nothing for lower income folks, for middle class families who are looking at losing not just this, obviously, healthcare piece.
Like the ICE expansions are so crazy. ICE expansion in the interim, in the immediate, is a 20x increase from 2.2 billion to 45 billion. ICE's budget and the entire immigration enforcement budget is now, yearly budget, is now larger than the fucking Russian military. Okay? ICE becomes the highest funded federal law enforcement agency in history with more money per year at its disposal over the next 4 years in the budget of the FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Bureau of Prisons combined. $75 billion for ICE detention and removal, $65.6 billion for CBP infrastructure, hiring, and tech, $10 billion for the DHS, Department of Homeland Security slush fund, $3.5 billion for state enforcement, and more. The total number that they gave immigration enforcement is $175 billion with a B dollars. $175 billion. Why is Donald Trump spending so much money on immigration enforcement? Well, let's take a look at what Donald Trump has been doing so far as immigration enforcement. Doesn't like when someone says something mean about Israel, boom, that's immigration enforcement. Look at Mahmoud Khalil, okay? When this administration doesn't like someone, they use immigration enforcement as a tool. I've been fucking detained by Customs and Border Patrol. As a political dissident, I've been fucking detained at the point of entry into the country because it is the immigration enforcement is the one aspect that has no legal control mechanisms in it, okay? It is the way that Donald Trump can open up the floodgates of fascist control, fascist repression. 68% of Americans live in what the ACLU calls constitution-free zones, okay? These are areas where BORTAC, which is like the SWAT team for ICE, and ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol agents, and now, depending on how the Trump administration utilizes, even like HSI and numerous other federal agents, can basically operate without any sort of constitutional protections afforded to both the citizens and non-citizens alike. They can fucking detain you. They can arrest you. And if the Trump administration moves on with their initiative of eroding due process, they can even fucking ship your ass to another country and say, oops, can't return them. Sorry, we don't know what happened. Once you build a massive deportation machine, an industry really, it will not stop with one category of immigrants or immigrants at all. It will self-perpetuate new classes of people to detain, to fill the detention beds and meet removal quotas. It will create a meal to feast on. Look no further than the defense spending or the prison complex we built to sustain the war on drugs. The idea of creating a totalitarian police state with masked Stasi that disappears tens of millions of people, whoever the regime finds disfavorable at a given moment, is really unpopular. And the only people who actually want that are worthless rump of people like this. America's a white country. Whatever it takes to get back to that. Hopefully, American blacks. Good. Let's do socialists and communists next. Here's a pic of he and I. I'm 5'11", and he's at least 3 inches taller, so you're not telling the truth. Breaking. The Desden father charged with child cruelty and animal abuse after security cameras captured him threatening his daughter, now has custody again of the 15-year-old girl. This is the guy. This is exactly the type of person that the Trump administration is lasering in on when they do this kind of fucking removal proceedings. Okay? Some of the worst scumbags of all time. Just like animals. Worthless fucking animals. Is always the worst piece of shit in your fucking hometown that never left the hometown, that's doing child cruelty, pedophilia, and the like, that is excited at the prospect of undocumented immigrants getting fucking shipped out, or even black people and brown people that are documented U.S. citizens getting shipped out of the fucking country. How do you design a future for this nation state by looking at some of the cruelest, most inconsequential psychopathic individuals? It's fucking insane. Here's another example of people just like this. Alligator lives matter. The good news is alligators are guaranteed at least 65 million meals if we get started now. The number of undocumented migrants in this country is not 65 million. The number of the Hispanic and Latino population in this country, however, is 65 million, saying the quiet part out loud. Now, if you were to say, come on, Laura Loomer is some edge case. She's been banned off of every social media application. She has no power in the Republican Party. Maybe you were right at a certain point in time, but Donald Trump has called her a fucking free spirit after people were asking, why the fuck is Laura Loomer in your airplane, in your private jet, flying around and giving you advice? Laura Loomer herself has taken credit for all of the firings that took place in the Department of Homeland, not even the Department of Homeland Security, sorry, the national security apparatus in this country. She has Trump's ear. These are the kinds of fucking animals that are actually convincing Trump to do shit. There are 65 million illegal aliens in the United States. Nice try, though. There aren't. Trump estimations that are bullshit, it says 20 million. The official estimation is 12 million. Millions of Americans set to lose health insurance as Trump bill passes the House. Millions of illegals, that is. These people are so fucking stupid, man. They are so dumb. Oh my God. They will never understand what is destroying their lives. That's all it takes for these guys to be like back in the day, before the meta was blaming undocumented migrants for everything, was black people. Okay? That's what it was. You just say, well, black people are taking advantage of this, and the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet would be like, oh, I don't want it then. It's like, bro, you're using it. You're using welfare. What do you mean? Like, you're ready to cut out an eye if black people lose 2? Is that what it is? Are you that fucking stupid and racist? Some are. Some are. That's what the welfare queen mentality was about. Gutting social safety nets in this fucking country that give people a leg up in their most desperate times, okay, that allow them to survive, was picked apart because, you know, welfare queens. A black woman was taking advantage of the social safety net, so we have to take them away. I'm confused. Why are you surprised? Americans have always been this stupid. I'm not surprised. I'm just mad, dude. I'm mad. I'm angry. I'm angry at the ineptitude from the Democrats. I'm angry at the vicious nature of the Republicans. They are vultures, all of them. And then I'm mad about the fact that people still get duped by this shit when they're getting fucked over. Oh. And you should be mad too. Oh. It is devastating. Yeah, the New Republic wrote an article. Trump apparently didn't know his own bill's extreme Medicaid plan. There's like information coming out that like he might not have even known that the additional provisions that they added on were gutting Medicaid, which once again doesn't fucking matter because he knows now. He can't play dumb any longer, but he's still pushing it through. So obviously he doesn't give a shit.
But also those that are on food assistance and so much else.
I will note that Musk has tweeted or posted rather multiple times against this bill, but I take your point about who could benefit based on these tax cuts. I also think the other piece of it that you touch on there is I've talked to several governors over the course of the last few days who say that it would be near impossible for their states to make up the lack of federal funding that would flow out of their state programs if this bill were to pass. But I also would challenge you, in the 900 some odd pages, Congressman, do you see any silver linings there? Does it make sense to you at all when Republicans say, well, we're stopping taxes from going up, noting the fact that it's their bill from 2017 in the first place expiring that would cause those tax rates to go up? But is there anything in here that you see as potentially good, even as you warn of all of the bad pieces?
No, because at the end of the day, even the things where there could be some agreement, for example, on taxing of tips, which is there's been some bipartisan support. It's not set up to be permanent. It goes away. It's complex for people to be able to report it. So even the pieces where Republicans are trying to actually create something where there could have been bipartisan support, they didn't work with Democrats. It did nothing to actually reach across the aisle. And at the end of the day, middle-income people get absolutely nothing in this bill. All of the benefit goes to the ultra-rich. It's the largest transfer of wealth from middle-class Americans to the ultra-rich in modern congressional history. Any bill that takes away health care from 17 million Americans should be dead on arrival, and yet it's going to sail through this Congress because Donald Trump wants it that way. He's interested only in enriching himself, his family, and his billionaire friends. And so I think this is actually a sad and shameful way to celebrate the 4th of July. I don't understand Trump's obsession with having the rich only get more.
Congressman Robert Garcia, thank you for joining us. I'm sure we'll see you on the floor in the background of those shots of Hakeem Jeffries continuing throughout the day. Thank you.
The Republican-controlled Senate today passed the president's massive tax cut and spending bill. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the plan would add $3.3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next 10 years. Because spending...
The fact that so many people do not know what's in this bill screams that it was written with AI to drown substances with volume. No, it's just lobbyists. No, every part of the bill is written by hundreds, if not thousands, of lobbyists from each individual sector, think tanks that directly copy paste whatever their fucking desires are. That's not how things work in Congress. It's not AI. It's real people writing these measures. Yeah, they're not going to leave it up to AI. What if they accidentally write something good in the provision? Oh my God. Because we all know nobody's fucking reading it. AI is used when you want it to fail. Okay? When you want something to fail, when you want like plausible deniability or whatever, that's when you use AI. You don't use AI when it matters. God forbid.
Outpaces tax revenue, the government will have to borrow, and future generations will have to repay with interest. $3 trillion is a big number, so here's one way to think about it. There are about 97 million cars in America. If you wanted to buy every single one of those cars, you could do it with $3.3 trillion, and you'd have $400 billion left over for maintenance. In more practical terms, $3.3 trillion divided equally amounts to $25,000 for every household in America. Some of the biggest cuts in the president's bill will affect Medicaid. The joint federal-state program covers care for about 6 in 10 nursing home residents. Reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns has that story.
Jason Barrett visits his
65%. 65%. Your grandparents are no longer going to have your grandparents are going to get kicked out of their Medicare coverage. They are no longer going to be able to pay for their fucking nursing homes. They are no longer going to be able to stay in the nursing homes because the more people, the less people have money, the less people have this kind of health care to pay for the nursing home care, the less the nursing homes will be able to operate. What is this? Upside, downside? Downside is much worse for the country. 12 million people lose their health insurance. They cut $1 trillion from Medicaid to give $1 trillion people making over 500K. Upside is 99 GOP. You just cost yourself about 6 million votes. I think he is wrong. This is just like liberal. This is just like liberal fantasy. If that was the case, then Donald Trump would have never become president. Okay? He would have never become president again because Donald Trump already did this. He did this last time. Like, there is no turning point, okay? Unless the Democrats actually figure out that they have to be a real, true left populist party, there is no turning point. The people just become more resentful and easier to dupe year over year. This just happened. There was already an election where the Democrats lost to Trump. What makes people think that it's going to be different next time around? People are going to finally recognize that the Republicans are fucking them over? Why would they? If they haven't for the past however many decades now, since Ronald Reagan, why the fuck? Why the fuck would they recognize it now? They're not going to unless there is a real, strong opposition party that is genuinely invested in opposing the Republicans instead of just standing by the side and hoping that they will eke out a marginal victory every fucking 4 years or sometimes 8. It used to be 8. Now it's going to be 4-year cycles, I suspect. What time will you be talking about something other than American politics? What? I know Jeremy Corbyn is creating his own new party. I know. We'll get to that in a little bit. Jesus Christ. I'm an American political commentator. I mostly cover American politics.
4-year-old grandmother Ruth Rainey at the Martinsburg Healthcare Center in West Virginia as often as he can.
What does she mean to you?
Well, she means everything.
Medicaid will soon be covering the cost of Rainey's care, putting her among the 77% of West Virginia nursing home residents who rely on it. Nationwide, that number is 63%. But that funding could be cut by roughly $1 trillion by the massive spending bill now in Congress. The concern is those cuts could lead to reduced staffing and tightened eligibility requirements in long-term care facilities nationwide. The House version of the bill would require states to fill the funding gaps, and some may come up short.
If there are changes or cuts to Medicaid, are you concerned about your ability to operate?
I would be.
Nancy Mason runs the nursing home where Ruth Rainey lives.
So it helps to meet our operational expenses, everything from pharmaceuticals to food to utilities to recruitment of staff, all of our wages.
My MAGA cousin messaged me today about how disappointed he is because Trump said he wouldn't cut Medicaid and wouldn't start any new wars. I mean, yeah, good. Welcome them with open arms, okay? This is your opportunity. You have a unique opportunity to finally fucking move these goddamn people away from the stupidity that is the Republican Party. Don't make fun of them and do the fell for it again award, okay? These are your loved ones, your immediate loved ones. Same goes for people who did not realize that Donald Trump was going to fucking deport every Mexican person that is in the vicinity of a fucking hot dog skinned ICE agent, okay? Neck fat bulging over their fucking gaiters. Use this as a radicalizing opportunity. You probably have a better time convincing those people in the direction of a true opposition party than you do about like these fucking liberals that still come in here and go, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris fucking lost because she sucked, okay? She is more responsible than you as a voter and me as a fucking political commentator for this devastation. She should have launched a better opposition and won so that we didn't have to fucking deal with it. People are more ruthless about their favorite NBA teams than they are the Democratic Party. They don't even do team sports. It's something beyond team sports. They like develop parasocial relationships with politicians that don't give a fuck about them. It makes me crazy. Every Democratic Party voter is like a Jets fan. Year over year, they just keep getting dicked down. Doesn't fucking matter. Somehow we'll find a way. Somehow we have to act like, no, it's going to be different next year.
Essentially, everything that helps keep this place running and serving the residents here relies on that funding.
A large portion of it, yes.
We have to get to a place where we're balancing our budget again. I don't think we do that on the backs of nursing home residents.
Barrett isn't just a concerned grandson. He's also a Republican West Virginia state senator.
If the federal government changes the way that they contribute to the Medicaid program, essentially, do you think West Virginia can pick up the gaps?
Pick up those gaps entirely? No, I don't believe so. A complete backfill of cuts to Medicaid would be very crippling to our state budget.
Now, the bill's passage in the Senate today is really just one hurdle. Now the hard work begins. Before it can even get to the president's desk, it first has to go through the House. And some key Republicans over there say that they're opposed to it at this point, with a vote expected tomorrow.
Let's actually listen into the House floor. It looks like from the applause that they've just passed and finalized this bill. Let's listen.
Or wish to change a vote. No. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
And with chants of USA Republicans securing arguably the biggest legislative win of President Trump's 2 terms. The final vote, 218 yay, 214 nay. Republicans getting this done and sending it now to the White House. Let's actually go there with CNN's Kristen Holmes. Kristen, I know the president was busy earlier with Idon Alexander, the American hostage that was released by Hamas earlier this year. Do you know if this has been watched closely by the White House, or was it presumed that it was going to pass?
I mean, Boris, it's been watched incredibly closely. We saw this into the night last night. We know that President Trump was working the phones after midnight. We saw him posting on Truth Social, essentially sounding exasperated. Why can't we get this done? This is a no-brainer. Republicans need to vote on this. They have been watching, they being the White House and President Trump himself, every single step of the way. Trump himself has been involved in this process with the speaker, with congressional leadership, but also with having conversations with House members. And I just want to take one step back before I go into the process here. This could not be a bigger deal for President Trump and for this administration. They believe that this bill really encapsulates everything President Trump wants to do.
Christians paying for the passage of a bill that will hurt the poor, sick, and children to help the rich. We live in hell, man. We live in hell. We live in hell. This is why I always say, or used to say this a lot more frequently, but I'm going to bring this old school Noam Chomsky take back. Republicans are the #1 terrorists on the planet. There is no greater terrorist entity than the Republican Party. One might say, well, the Democrats, Hasan, when it comes to foreign policy, certainly, okay? When it comes to their ineptitude, certainly. They're following along. But this is the one area where the Republicans are the fucking best, okay? They are 1 million Al-Qaedas, okay? They are doing a 9/11 like weekly. I know I said it yesterday, but I used to say it a lot more frequently back in the day. The Republican Party is the #1 anti-American terrorist entity on the fucking planet. The #1 terrorist entity on the planet in general, but like certainly an anti-American one too. Incredible stuff.
I mean, you called the Republican Party the most dangerous organization on earth.
In human history. There has never, it's an outrageous statement, and when I said it, I said, look, this is a very outrageous statement, but is it true? But
you're rating them worse than the Kim Jong-un of North Korea or ISIS, who are very...
Is ISIS dedicated to trying to destroy the prospects for organized human existence?
Right, is that bad, the Republican
What
Party?
does it mean to say, not only we're not doing anything about climate change, but we're trying to accelerate the race?
Yes, yes. Worse. What do you mean Kim Jong-un? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not even a question, dude. It's not even a fucking question. Yes. Far worse than fucking Kim Jong-un. Hasan, you're a loser. Wave your gun around again. Don't worry. I will eventually. How many fucking Iraqis did Kim Jong-un kill? Said Kim Jong-un is only terrorizing the bakeries. Yeah, and the cheese factory.
To the precipice.
And you don't entertain the possibility that they may be genuine in their belief that this is...
Doesn't matter whether they genuinely believe it or not. The people who genuinely believe that Christ is coming in their lifetimes do genuinely believe it. But if the consequence of that is, let's use more fossil fuels, let's refuse to subsidize developing countries.
Bad timing. The day North Korea sent 30,000 soldiers to Ukraine. Dude, even with that, let's say every single North Korean killed a Ukrainian person. This is devastating. This is completely unacceptable, okay? Do you think it even reaches the Republican Party's death and destruction at the global stage? What are we talking about? Those are not even rookie numbers. That's incomprehensible. We're talking about 17 million Americans getting kicked off of healthcare in the wealthiest country on the planet so that rich people can have fat tax cuts. What are we? This is not even on the same planet, dude. It's not even close. And that's just domestic policy. People say, oh, Kim is like fucking killing his own political dissidents. Sure, okay. The Trump administration just gave ICE $175 billion for immigration enforcement. What do you think that is going to be used for? It is going to make the Kim Jong-un dynastic prison state look like a kindergarten. What the fuck do you think that's for? You think it's not going to be used? You think $175 billion is just going to not be used at all? No, they're building fucking concentration camps. They're funding the Gestapo, chatter. Wake the fuck up. Jesus Christ. The cognitive dissonance of the Democrats is deafening. Governor Hochul rips Mamdani's proposed tax on the rich. I know. The ICE yearly budget is now larger than like virtually every other country's military. Okay? There's like 9 militaries that have a larger budget than ICE. That's one law enforcement entity in the country. One. Hasan was right about this since before the election. He called every step from the mass deportation to the camps. Yes. Every step of the way. And it's not even just before this election cycle. I've been warning about this for a long ass time, dude. It's not even new. Not to be the liberal in the chat, I'm not, but if you're earnest and your compass is the plight of the worker and laborer looking to run for something and run for something local politics determines so much of our daily life, and yet it's the most overlooked race. No, I don't think you're being a lib when you say that. I say that all the fucking time.
Do with his agenda, that his legacy is going to be sealed in some of the items that are in this bill. And that's why it was so important to President Trump to get this across the finish line. It has been something that has been weighing on the White House as they have been negotiating, having conversations, courting House members for months. I mean, I was told 2 days ago that they felt like they had these month-long relationships with House members, that they've been trying to address their problems for some time now. Now, the other problems with the bill, just to be clear, one of the other parts of this that I think might go unnoticed is how much this second term for President Trump is different than the first term. They have figured out in that 4 years that President Trump was not in office how to work the system in their favor. That was not something we saw during the chaotic first term. And, you know, in the last couple of days, we've been talking about this nonstop, this idea that, is the bill on the verge of collapse? And every time I spoke to White House officials, they said they like their odds. They think that they are feeling optimistic. And when I ask why, they just point me to what we've seen for the past 6 months, which was anytime President Trump has wanted to get something done in Congress, even with people opposing it, almost every time he has been able to strong arm something through the Senate, through the House that he wanted to get done in terms of his agenda. Now, part of that is there is a fear that President Trump, his team, will primary some of these House members. We saw that last night when he was posting online. He was kind of tapping into that fear. We also heard him directly say it when it came to Representative Thomas Massie or Senator Tom Tillis. But then there's also what we saw them doing behind the scenes, which was arriving at these meetings, the White House, with talking points for congressional leadership, for these House members who had serious concerns about parts of the bill. I spoke to one House member who was a no before they got to the White House. When they left the White House, they were a yes. And all the strong-arming, all the threats, all of that, in their mind, after the conversation with the White House team and going through all the aspects of the bill, they came to that conclusion on their own. They said that they were the ones who believed in the bill, even though they had been saying publicly that they were not sure about that. It was something that was very fascinating to hear. They understood how to talk to these House members in a way that they didn't the first term.
It's really interesting. I mean, what you're almost saying there, Kristen, is it's sort of like the president and those around him. They're effectively the majority whip, right? They are whipping these votes and twisting arms to bring everyone home.
Brianna, I don't know if that was directed at me, but I did lose IFB for about 2 minutes. If there, you could repeat that question.
It was more an observation.
I was
just
trying to slyly call back in, but I wasn't.
Didn't even notice. So you are very smooth there.
I wish for a future where the Democrats fought like a fraction as hard as the Republicans do for evil shit. Okay? If Democrats fought and did politics like half as aggressively for all the things that they promised on the campaign trail, they would be the most successful party on the planet. They would never lose an election. Like, they would never lose an election ever again. They would be putting up FDR numbers once again. We would have New Deal Democrats re-implemented. The American political structure would change dramatically. It would most likely breathe back life into the empire, too, for the record, if you're more predisposed with that sort of thing as well. Ironically enough, Republicans are accelerating the demise. Because there was a time when the Democrats did actually work to do right by their constituents, the working class. I mean, they were still racist. There were still plenty of issues, right? But broadly, there was this concept of New Deal Democrats, post-FDR, that created a wave of social welfare that was so unimaginably successful that it caused the Republicans to concede on this framing. It was a given, okay? It was a given that every Republican had to capitulate to this kind of pro-labor framework. Pro-working class American politics was the norm. Post-Ronald Reagan, what you have seen in the neoliberal era, late-stage capitalism, is the exact opposite of that. Imagine a world where it wasn't the Republicans and their culture war narratives dominating politics, and it's a constant sequence of deregulation and a constant sequence of tax cuts for the super wealthy, super profits, and the working poor, and their material conditions diminish year over year. Okay? Think about that. The way that Democrats follow the lead of the Republicans now, that used to be the exact opposite. For a very long time, a period of tremendous prosperity for Americans. It could happen again. But not with the way that the Democratic Party is operating currently.
Kristen. Okay, so, but he's effectively the majority whip, right? I mean, just how he whips these votes, calls people over, it sort of evokes that it sort of evokes that art that is very, it's difficult, honestly, on the Hill to do, but he's really sort of mastered how to do it and to use his clout with the action of just targeting each individual member. And you see here some of them taking selfies as they are celebrating this moment. He really has whipped these votes, Kristen.
Yeah, and it's not just President Trump. I do think we need to be very clear here. They are using every lever that they have. We know that Senator J.D. Vance has relationships with some of.
Do you think the downfall of America might be good for the global left? No, I don't think so. Because there is no downfall of America, at least in our lifetime. What we will experience is unprecedented violence and chaos and mechanisms of stability in the form of fascism. You're already experiencing that. You're already seeing that. And there is already a network of pro-capitalist fascists all around the planet, in the Western world especially, that are taking advantage of this erosion of social safety nets and increasingly gearing up their own populations, their own respective populations, to be more and more ruthless and more angry towards the most vulnerable people. So accelerationism doesn't move in the direction of socialism unless there is already an existing socialist force that is unavoidable. And we certainly do not have that here in the United States of America. Accelerationism in America leads to fascism. That's it. And the super lame version of fascism that you're experiencing, like this clown-ass fascist nonsense. T-shirts for fat Hitlerites to wear that say alligator Alcatraz on them. That's what we're getting. T-shirts that are ironically made in fucking China too.
Of these senators. That is how the bill got through the Senate as well. He was having one-on-one meetings with Rand Paul, who again didn't vote for it, but also he was the last person who met with Lisa Murkowski before her critical yes vote. He was working every relationship he had, and it wasn't just him. It was all of the administration, all of the White House, their team up there every single day. And when it comes to the end game here, which of course for some of these House members is getting reelected, for others it's getting this bill passed, it's their agenda, their legacy. I do want to read you one thing that someone told me this morning, and I wrote it down because it goes to show you where his power is. And this was from a lawmaker who told me, Trump is in the strongest position of anyone in generations, probably ever, in terms of impacting primary.
I heard you talk today about reps' effectiveness and their use of anger people have, in contrast with the Dems, but there's also that they actually use their supermajority to pass whatever they want. They don't have a supermajority. Look, there are structural limitations to the Democrats getting their wishes across as well. Structural limitations such as it's harder to build things as opposed to break them. It's much easier to break shit. This is a 40, 50-year project at this point, which is why it's much easier for the Republicans to, quote unquote, starve the beast since the Ronald Reagan era. Because the worse amenities get, the worse government sponsored programs get, the easier it is to justify destroying them entirely and privatizing them for profit. Okay? It's much, much more difficult, even if there was a willing, true opposition party in the form of the Democratic Party, and they were backed by the people. It is still already a tremendous hurdle to clear to get people to believe in the government, to get people to have confidence in government programs again. You understand? But then on top of that, because the Democrats are slaves of the same capital owners that the Republicans are, they're also unwilling to even do this thing. They're unwilling to even demonstrate the to be the fighters that they have to be. So there are structural limitations already But then there's also a lack of interest. That's why you have this controlled opposition structure in the Democratic Party.
Primaries for Congress, so anyone coming from a hard right district, which is most or likely most of this conference, will have to deal with that. And he's just not going to tolerate people going against his agenda. And that was in the back of the minds of a lot of these members when they were casting this vote. We saw there was this whole scramble last night, I believe it was like midnight or 11, where they were saying, okay, we're not going to vote until tomorrow. We've decided, we're telling them we're not voting until tomorrow. Trump posts on Truth Social, we have the votes, we're going to vote now. Next thing we know, it's going into a vote. I mean, he's...
What's the starving the beast angle for Medicaid? I can't understand what type of moneyed interest would oppose it. It's people who would not be a part of the private insurance market, so it's not them. The hospitals and their investors like it. Who benefits from cutting Medicaid? Is it just cruelty? Any kind of government-sponsored health care, any kind of subsidies given to private insurers that or any kind of government subsidies given to healthcare that is considered government healthcare is ultimately bad. It's the same principle behind austerity measures that are implemented in places with socialized healthcare systems so that you can brick the once robust medical coverage that was afforded to every single citizen unconditionally, like in the NHS. Also, making poor people more desperate is good in both the short term and the long term for capital owners, because now they are more desperate to work jobs that they previously wouldn't work. They're so desperate that they'll take on any kind of meager wages that are offered to them with no benefits whatsoever. Part of the reason why we don't have free healthcare and free college education is because if we had free healthcare and free college education, who the fuck would join the military? Who would join the military? Why do people join the military right now? They join because they want upward social mobility. They recognize the only way they can get it is through getting a college education. And the only way that they can pay for this incredibly costly endeavor is by selling your fucking body, mind, and soul to the state, to the Pentagon. Same principle behind why people stay at their shitty ass jobs. There's no lateral movement. Because if you lose your job, your healthcare coverage is tied to your job. You no longer have healthcare. It makes it incredibly difficult to leave your job and seek out employment elsewhere. You understand? So there are tremendous benefits for capital owners in the short term when you make poor people even more desperate, especially when you know that there is no opposing force that is going to use the pain that they are seeing, that they're experiencing, and move them in the direction of anti-capitalist sentiment. This is the problem with the duopoly that we have, where both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans alike, are pro-capital. They're pro-capital, they're capitalists, they like the current system that exists, and they work simultaneously, side by side, to maintain the current system. That's why the Democrats have endless smoke for those who stray away from the pro-capitalist message. Look at the way they're treating Zoran right now, as opposed to how they loved Eric Adams. I'm not even saying that the Democrats need to be a socialist party, okay? They don't even want to be a social democratic party because that requires socialization. Socialization initiatives are inherently against the interests of capital. My dad is a conservative libertarian. Lol, even was like, it's getting to a point where he would vote Democrats because of Trump wrecking everything, but he's like, they're giving me nothing to vote for. Yeah. This provides more context. So much Trumpism is just Mitt Romney with tough guy marketing. The big, beautiful bill, tax cuts for the rich while slashing Medicaid and repealing a bunch of Obamacare. All very Romney 2012. The ICE raids, too. Romney's immigration policy came from MAGA diehards Chris Kobach. It is exactly the program you'd expect from a bunch of rich guys who spend their time sneering at the 47%. Yep. Trump is just the logical endpoint of republicanism. He's just the logical conclusion. Even his election denial, his election denialism. How many times did I talk about this? Trump's election denialism is just advancing the previous decades of Republicans doing the same thing. Even reasonable Republicans that were hailed as moderate champions, like Paul Ryan, have engaged in the lie that illegal immigrants are probably voting in these elections. George W. Bush did the same as well. He's just the only guy crazy enough to take it to the next level. And considering that he won the election after the one he lost and did the insurrection on, it was successful. No punishments dished out at all. So he won.
Controlling the narrative, even from just being here at the White House while they're all up on the Hill. And some of that is the way that his team has worked the system. Others that...
That's why I was so ruthless and so vicious when Nancy Pelosi's carcass would go up on stage and be like, we want to bring back the normal Republican Party. Bro, this is the normal Republican Party. Trump is the normal Republican Party. He is not all that different from the ways that the Republican Party has always operated. The idea that there is a reasonable Republican Party is pure fantasy. It's not real. It's not fucking real at all. That's not a real thing. This is the normal Republican Party. They've always been this way. Trump just has done away with the niceties. That's it. You can't even choose what famous people to have at a party. You only cared about Israel, kicked everyone else out. Nah, dog.
Fact that he has this enormous amount of power over the Republican Party, something that we really haven't seen from a leader in quite some time, to have control over your whole party like that. We certainly did not see it in Trump's first term. There was a lot of factions of the Republican Party. We didn't see it when Biden was in office either. There were factions.
Yeah, right. Trump's fucking JCPOA, the first big beautiful bill also passed. It was a resounding success, and it passed expeditiously in the same fucking fashion.
The Democratic Party, he has this umbrella power over his conference right now. That is partially the reason that he was able to get this through.
Some of that may have to do with experience from his first term. Kristen, please stand by. Let's go to Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill. Lauren, a very different approach to getting legislation passed from Trump this time around compared to his first term in office.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember the effort to try to repeal and replace Obamacare back in 2017, and there was sort of so many iterations of it on the House side. Obviously, it ultimately failed over in the Senate, but there were so many last-minute requests that came in from the president at the 11th hour during that entire negotiation that members on Capitol Hill would get to kind of a tentative place of agreement, and then all of a sudden something would change with what the administration wanted, and they'd go back and forth and back and forth. I do think one of the most interesting pieces of this is it seemed like from the beginning to the end, the administration was very clear about what their objectives were. They were very clear about what they needed in this bill, and they did give a lot of latitude to both tax writing committees in the Senate and in the House to work their will as well. Obviously, there are pieces of this bill that Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail, things like a temporary pause on taxes on tips for certain individuals and workers. That is just one of those examples. But there are also pieces of this, like making more of the tax cuts permanent, that were really important to Senate Republicans that became part of this deal. So I think that that is very different than what we saw the first time. I do want to note that one of the more interesting pieces of this is going to be, how do Republicans sell this? Because to this point, this bill has not been very popular across the country. And I do wonder if part of that has been so much Republican infighting as they have tried to find a path forward that everyone could live with. Now that they're more unified, now that this bill has passed, do they work together more efficiently to come up with a message to sell this legislation? I think that remains to be seen. You know, they've been arguing that this is a huge tax cut for the American people. Many of these tax cuts are essentially just a continuation of the tax cuts from 2017. I'm going to be really interested to see whether or not Americans really feel that difference, given the fact that those didn't expire and then need to come back, but the fact that this will be a seamless process. But I think that that's going to be something to keep a very close eye on. Meanwhile, Democrats, we know exactly what their message is going to be because Hakeem Jeffries laid it out for 8.5 hours. And I think that those two messages, now we're going to see which one is going to win out in the...
Okay.
Yeah, how we got the holdouts, let me tell you. They promised to kill more poor people down the in the long run. That's how they got the extra votes from the fucking supposed Freedom Caucus, the supposed Tea Party holdouts that were ideologically pure and hate government waste. So strange. So strange that they supposedly hate government waste, but or wasteful spending and the deficit, but seemingly this time they were all right.
Sorry for all the chaos. That was kind of fun. A couple questions real quick. Yes. Shh. Yeah, so the question, you didn't hear it. It's kind of loud in here. The question was, how did we get the...
It's not June 3rd. It's July 3rd, okay? The fucking date is wrong. Calm down.
The holdouts to yes. Here's the... So my leadership style is I try to be a servant leader. And as I mentioned earlier, I know what every member of this body, every member of this conference brings to the table. And the leader's job is to bring out everybody's best and get them to their highest and best use. And that takes some time. So what happened procedurally, not to get too deep in the weeds, but we got the Senate modifications to the House bill. Now, we're really proud because the big, beautiful bill, 85 to 90% of it is the original House product that we ourselves drafted over the course of more than a year. But when we went to the Senate, of course, as the other chamber is apt to do, they made some changes. They sent it over to us. We didn't have it for a lot of time. And so some members wanted to go really...
Chios is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. It's beautiful out here.
It is nice. It's the weather's nice. Much better than New York, I feel like.
New York is like,
I heard it's
90 degrees right now, sweaty as shit. But yeah, it's beautiful out here in LA.
Yeah.
First time in the studio.
Yeah, the stew.
The stew.
This is my base of operations.
I like the suit jacket you dressed up for me today.
Oh yeah, thank you. No, I yeah, exactly. I'm also wearing my merch as well. The new merch is going to be coming out soon, chat. Which is I didn't even plan austerity abroad, austerity at home, and it's got the IMF logo, which ironically enough we are experiencing the shock doctrine being implemented on American soil right now. I didn't even actually like time the merchandise for that, but
this isn't live right now, right?
No, that's from earlier. Okay, here I'll make this. I'll do a blast off meme. That's a good blast off meme. Okay.
Yeah, terrible things happening in this country right now.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to be able to stop it at all. I had a little element of hope within me that
the Tea Party would do the right thing.
Maybe the Tea Party,
just like they did with Obama.
But they did not.
Yeah, I was in the car going, Tea Party, save us.
Who made that? Did you make that?
Someone in the chat made it. Yeah. Tea Party, save us, and then they didn't, and then they towed the line as always.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with some of the details of this?
I know that, I was following Senator Murphy's updates, and I know Bernie has been doing some decent updates too. I know 17 million Americans are going to lose their health care. I know they deeply stripped, clean water and clean energy, out of this bill, and also gave tax incentives to coal companies. I know that I read this statistic that the budget for ICE is like bigger than budgets for many militaries of different countries.
$175 billion.
It's so insane. And like, what are they getting with that money? Like, with already how they're operating in terms of being this like Secret Service Gestapo type arm of the government. With that type of money, how are they going to operate? They're going to be disappearing people without anyone noticing, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. Because like that's the largest hurdle to clear for this administration in terms of like all of the immigration enforcement activities was the logistics of it.
Yeah.
They don't have enough manpower. They don't have enough facilities. They don't have enough lawyers. They don't have enough judges to expedite these processes. And now they are, now they have that. Now they have that budget.
Yeah.
And it's very obvious that this administration has utilized, immigration enforcement to like basically take care of whatever they think is unfavorable. Like they use immigration enforcement as a tool to shut people the fuck up about Israel.
Right.
Like, and even as an American citizen, I myself have like seen one much more limited experience of this, like with my detention at the border. But there are far more severe cases, far more consequential cases like Mahmoud Khalil, of course, Mohsen Madawi, things that are leading to some limited success in the courts, but this is precisely, this will expand.
Yeah.
Like this kind of repression is going to only expand from this point on.
I mean, even in terms of how ICE has been operating thus far during this year, right? You see them wearing like these bandanas and a lot of like plain clothes now.
Yeah.
There's going to be an extreme upgrade in terms of how they operate. This will be a full, Secret Service arm of Donald Trump that is going to get away with so much. That's one of the most shocking parts about it, right? It's not obviously like the tax incentives for billionaires is like fucking ridiculous. Millions of Americans losing money, but I think one of the aspects of this that is so dangerous is this is there going to be any checks and balances for what this new ICE is going to look like? Probably not. Is there going to be any oversight that Democrats are going to be able to put in place over Kristi Noem and how this is operated? Maybe a little bit, but we're not going to get any answers into what this money is going to be allocated for, which is really, really scary. And this comes last week. I think the Supreme Court, we saw sweeping decisions that the Supreme Court made about like denaturalization of people who became American citizens. That coupled with this is going to set a really dangerous precedents for what's bound to happen in this country. It's scary times. And this is why, Democrats, and I don't know, I haven't been watching the stream today, but have you been covering how Dems have been responding to this?
A little bit. I mean, I try to stay away from showing Hakeem Jeffries on stream because like everyone gets too horny.
Right.
Like they're like, he's too hot. I can't pay attention. He's so dynamic.
Is that the response that's the response he gets?
No, people are always like, he's too sexy. My panties, I need new ones. I've already replaced them 3 times. Why is he so sick? Why is he like so cool and so hot in terms of like fighting against the Trump administration? That's what they're saying all the time. I'm overcome with desire.
Why are they being? My constituents have a very similar feeling about Hakeem
they get turned on too when they see him. Is that what it is? And then I can't even say Chuck Schumer. Like everyone starts going crazy.
Like they love Chuck. Chuck too.
Like,
what is going on?
It's like they throw their bras on stage.
No, Chuck has to go.
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
I think you understand that, right? I hope. My autism makes it hard for me to be sarcastic. I'm saying such insane
I actually
things.
really did believe you. I'm
That's
sorry,
crazy.
I did. I didn't know if there was like a. I know the. That's insulting, honestly, to the chat. But
You want some to drink? We got Dr. Pepper's.
is Dr. Pepper off the BDS list?
It's not on the BDS list.
Okay.
Diet Dr. Pepper, 0 sugar cream
Diet
soda.
Coke is on the BDS the
Yeah.
BDS list.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Yeah, we need a Tea Party in the Democratic Party for sure. And I think now is like a really, I know that Dems are the minority right now, but in terms of how we communicate what is happening is the most important. Is the most important piece of this puzzle. We really need to win midterms next week.
They can't
next
even
year.
hear you now. They're horny. They're horny. This is the most horny they've ever been because I'm showing both Chuck and Hakeem. This is the face of dynamism. Okay, this is what a dynamic opposition party looks like.
I can't speak to Chuck has lost a lot of love in New York, like even from like libs and folks in the center, but Hakeem still has like a, in the district that he represents, and we have some overlap. People love him. A lot of people do like him. I think there is a sizable amount of folks who have their issues, but older black folks in Bed-Stuy and Canarsie love him. Yeah.
I'm truly shocked. I'm more so shocked at Nancy Pelosi because Hakeem Jeffries was groomed by Nancy Pelosi to be this person, right? Like he is Nancy Pelosi's hand-selected. He's Nancy Pelosi's like hand-selected speaker. And it is actually surprising because like as much as I despise Nancy Pelosi, like he lacks everything that she had, whether it be whipping power or whether it be like, behind closed doors, deal making. Like I don't like Nancy Pelosi, but I don't like her because of ideological differences, ideological disagreements. But like I would never ball. Yeah, but I would never say that she is not like a good politician. Like she knows.
How do you think she would be navigating this right now, though?
I think given her age, she would have a very hard time even doing anything beyond what Hakeem Jeffries is doing.
Okay, so how about Nancy? Hypothetically speaking, how about Nancy circa Trump's first term? How would she be navigating this right now?
I think that they would have. I think Nancy Pelosi, a younger Nancy Pelosi, would have went on national television, would have brought forward some of the best communicators in the party on national television and rallied against some of the most damaging aspects of this bill for the month leading up to the bill.
Yeah.
The entire process of like going from the House of Representatives to the Senate and back to the House of Representatives again would have had as much like opposition messaging that they would try to dominate the conversation to the best of their ability and make as many people recognize as possible that like this bill is devastating.
Yeah.
Because guys, as much as I criticize the Democratic Party, like this is one of the areas where like the Republicans are definitely worse. Okay. And I think even like a competent Democrat would do more than what this current Democratic Party has done.
I think, and then I agree that right now Dems need to completely be in every single airwave describing this bill as the worst thing that this country has ever seen, as it being a tax cut for the rich, as it, I loved how Bernie was talking about how, I think he said like 51,000 Americans are projected to die every year because of this bill.
Yeah.
I think just dominating our airwaves and what we hear about this bill and doing so, weeks in advance prior to it passing, today should have been the strategy.
Your phone is not in the shot.
Oh, my bad.
They can see it.
They can see text
get messages. Yeah. It's all good.
I'm not getting crazy texts, I don't think. I get texts from Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
Stop talking about me.
Yeah. You know I'm sexy. You know I'm hot. Tell Hasan wasn't being sarcastic.
Hasan wasn't. Someone said that? I thought you were serious for a little bit.
That's crazy. You've watched enough of my content to know I'm
I
being
know, but
sarcastic
it's
when I say
sometimes
stuff
I think
like
it's being in the studio. The sarcasm
that.
maybe
He's
is
getting nudes from Chuck. That's what's going on right now.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I think they would have been more competent. Like another thing, I think Nancy Pelosi, old Nancy Pelosi, would have done what she did, done something similar to what she had done. Kaya, no, Kaya. Hold on, sorry, she's eating Fiona's food. You're so fat. Get over here. Come here, place. That's crazy.
Didn't you have a different dog before?
I had a pit bull back in the day.
Yeah.
His name was Fish. He passed away many years ago, though. Kaya, place. Okay, good girl. She doesn't eat her own food, but then she eats Fiona's food. It's crazy. Anyway, she is very
She's
fat.
mad at you.
Oh yeah, she's mad. Look, she's giving me the side eye.
She's giving you a side eye just now.
Yeah, she's upset. So, like, she would do what she did with AOC. Like, AOC delivered a major blow to the Democratic establishment. And what did Nancy Pelosi do? He got her to play ball. Like, he immediately was like, all right, this is the new wave. I don't like it. And if I have any sort of impact in terms of like squashing any sort of like progressive momentum from happening, I will obviously lend my support like she did with Henry Cuellar. But once she was established as a Democratic Party representative, Nancy Pelosi did not shy away from even giving
uplifting her,
even giving cabinet positions to, or not cabinet positions, committee positions to like all of the young progressive Democrats.
You know, my issue that I have with how Dems are responding to this ugly bill is like there's a lot of Democrats who seem powerless in responding to Trump right now, especially on the messaging front, but then are doing everything in their power to like not support Zoran as being the Democratic nominee for mayor, right? And I think we're seeing that dichotomy that juxtaposition that we talk about all the time, you know, as progressives or as the left in this country, where like centrist Dems are putting more effort in stopping progressives or leftists or democratic socialists than they are Republicans. And we're seeing that in real time with the lack of support that these Dems are giving Zoran when he is so clearly our Democratic nominee and is so clearly showing what the fight looks like against Donald Trump with the powers that we currently have. It's complete bullshit.
They're way stronger and they're way more militant to their left flank than they are to the Republicans.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating. And this is precisely what happened with Kamala Harris as well. It is what it is. Like, it's just, this is how the modern Democratic Party is. And I don't know how to get them to start playing ball. We need more Zorans all around.
I think eventually they will coalesce. I think some are going to drag their feet a lot longer to get there. But you know, I think uplifting people like Zoran is the way to go for us as Democrats, and showing how to change the narrative around this, you know. And it's clearly getting under Trump's skin, you know what I mean? He's already calling for Zoran to be arrested.
Yeah, I'm already worried about that, because like yesterday's memes do turn into like policy, you know? Like,
what do you mean?
Andy Ogles came out with that insane statement. Initially being like Zoran should be deported,
and then it got to Trump, right?
And now Trump is talking about it, and now like the Homeland Security Council got together and we're looking at ways of like actually materializing what should have remained, what should have never even become a racist meme at all.
Right. I mean, I think at the same time that's happening, like Republicans are going to be racist pieces of shit all the time. But like at the same, when they're doing that, we need New York Democrats to defend Zoran in those efforts, right? If we're quiet about
Kirsten Gillibrand,
you know, it's not just her either. You know what I mean? It's not just Kirsten, and you know, she got a lot of heat, you know, for sure, and I think she felt it. But there's a lot of others who are just like who are quiet about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't want to insult their donors.
It's so unacceptable. There was I think it was,
I can't run against Richie Torres. I don't live in the Bronx.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, there was the ICE arrest of professional Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in California after he fought. Yeah, after he fought Jake. I was going to say Jake Tapper.
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul. Yeah, I think. But hold on.
Did he beat Jake Paul?
I don't know. Hold on. There was. Where is the Zoran thing? Chi, can you move?
Can I move?
To
Richie Torres' district? No, I
mean, there's other people there that should be eyeballing that seat.
People are saying Michael Blake. I know Michael Blake.
Yeah.
Michael Blake lives in that district.
Yeah, Waleed Shahid actually.
Waleed
Shahid actually talked about this or tweeted about this. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me turn off the messages as well. Okay.
Shout out Waleed.
Yeah, Waleed talked about this this new analysis that came out on the CNN broadcast on Zohran Mamdani. The CNN coverage on Zohran Mamdani from 6:24 to 6:30. The overall mention of Israel and anti-Semitism is far higher than rent, housing, groceries, childcare, and transit, which are obviously the major reasons as to why he was able to get so many supporters to go out and engage in door knocking.
It's why so many people voted for him.
Yeah, so many people voted for him for that reason. Same on MSNBC again. Israel and anti-Semitism being like the number one thing that people are focusing on and mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting because like the line of attack on Israel and anti-Semitism, in my opinion, and I said this even during the election cycle, like when it was when the primaries were happening. I said that this would be most likely beneficial to Zohran considering the Democratic Party's attitude towards Israel. Like constantly saying like he is anti-Israel, this is really anti-Semitic, did not actually hurt him. It probably helped him. Right now, in this day and age, I think Israel and coming out in opposition of Israel is a surefire way to show every single person that you are with it. Like you are uncorruptible as a force. And people are even cynically doing that. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is cynically doing that. Tucker Carlson is cynically doing that right now.
I think, go ahead.
No, go on.
I think, Zohran didn't make this race for mayor of New York City about Israel, right? That wasn't, I know he holds, very strong, justifiable politics around, Palestine, has been outspoken, everyone knows that, right? But he didn't make that a centerpiece to his campaign, right? He didn't even, when he came out of the gate, that wasn't something he was talking about. When he put out all those videos, when those door knockers knocked on doors, that wasn't a central component to his campaign. I think other people wanted to define his campaign as that. And I think New Yorkers just wanted to fucking hear about who was going to make their city more affordable.
Yeah.
I said that, after that first debate, when they were asking all the candidates what country they would go to, and he was like, I'm going to stay in New York. That was the most leftward version of Donald Trump ever, right?
Yeah.
He was like, America first, New York first. I'm going to dedicate my mayoralty to New York City, and people fuck with that, right? When they can't pay their rent, when they can't afford groceries, they really appreciate that. They don't want to hear about a foreign country, especially when war is looming. You know what I mean?
Especially, and the only time they do want to hear about the foreign country is when people say, why are our tax dollars going there instead of staying over here to fix the fucking roads?
Yeah.
And that is the most popular position.
Yeah.
So ironically enough, this constant media reformatting effort to try to whip people into shape on this issue is just basically a desperate way to cling on to the old ways of doing things. Because back in the day, if you said someone is anti-Semitic because of their opinions on Israel, that was it. You're done. Okay, no progressive would ever
even dare to run for something like this. You know what I mean?
There was a Ryan Grimm post that I refer back to showcase the ways in which, I mean, it's going to be hard to find it. Maybe Chad can help me. But in 2014, there was a post, I believe by, hold on.
You searching for the the tweet from 2014? Or?
No. He showed like a Facebook in order to showcase like how much things have changed on the issue of Israel. It was considered like a third rail when Jessica Ramos posted a Facebook post saying Palestine, like heart.
Smiley, or
in July 2014, Jessica Ramos posted a simple message on Facebook as Israel invaded Gaza. Palestine, heart. All hell broke loose. No, Fiona. Okay, you want to come in as well? Sure. Okay. Come on. Crazy. This is a real doghouse over here. All hell broke loose. This was the local coverage of the scandal. Dem official expresses sympathy with Gaza.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah. Like that is how dramatically different the media environment was back then.
Yeah.
And look at it now, where it's like there's a massive swing in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
As a direct consequence of how much violence people have seen.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of people knew that over the last year, especially in this year's New York City mayoral race, that a lot of Democrats were shifting their views on Israel, on Palestine. But even with a lot of the ads that were being spent against Zoran, they weren't speaking about Israel or anti-Semitism, right? They were saying he wanted to defund the police, raise people's taxes. It's never necessarily always about.
Well, I think that's what Andrew Cuomo fucked up on, because I think he genuinely thought that this would be like, these people, I think, believe their own lies is what I mean. Like they truly think this will put an end to anyone's campaign. If you just like imply someone is anti-Semitic because of their anti-Israel positions, then it's over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's done. You're cooked. Because why else would Andrew Cuomo spend so much time talking about this?
Yeah.
Ironically enough, you know who knows that Israel is not exactly the most popular thing to care about, nor is like cynically claiming people are anti-Semitic? AIPAC. When AIPAC went after even Jamal Bowman and certainly with Cori Bush, when they dumped millions, tens of millions of dollars into those primary races, they never once actually mentioned Israel. They only talked about how little these guys were playing ball with the Democratic Party, knowing that the Democratic primary, voters would care about that more than anything else.
Yeah.
So even they understood that reality, and yet for some weird reason, Andrew Cuomo and the like did not, and it actually ended up harming his chances of winning.
Do you think any of the, and maybe it's too early to tell, but do you think any of the squad members or squad adjacent folks are under threat next year?
The squad members?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
You think Elon is like, she's good over there?
They have literally come after her every single year as viciously as they possibly.
I think so, right?
Every single year they do this.
I just got a little worried.
Someone in the chat said, "Why did you threaten a YouTuber with a gun?" Dog, that YouTuber literally said, "I should be hanged," and I said,
"What?
Good luck."
When did this happen?
And I just showed this. I said, "Good luck with that." Why did you threaten a YouTuber with a gun? That YouTuber literally said, "Me and Zoran Mamdani should be hanged."
Who was this guy?
Some random fucking crypto dickhead. And then they got subsequently banned immediately too.
That's a toy gun.
Yeah, it's also not a real gun.
Right.
Don't worry.
What do Dems do now after this big ugly budget?
Going back to the big ugly budget, I don't think the Democrats are going to do anything. I think that they are going to basically do everything in their power to sit idly by the side and hope that people will recognize that the Republicans are cruel on their own, and maybe they'll get a marginal victory.
Yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough. We need people to be, we need our Dems to be making so much fucking noise right now on every single platform, channel, talk about how devastating this will be for future generations of Americans to come. But maybe they will, maybe they won't. You know, you think they will?
I dream of a future Democratic Party that is a real opposition party comprised of socialists, where like AOC is the centrist Democrat.
Yeah.
AOC is like the representative of like the establishment version of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And you have far more radical, outspoken leftist, socialist, trade unionists alike.
Yeah.
That are consistently fighting for bettering work conditions, giving, expanding the social safety nets that exists rather than allowing it to fall apart.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't seem like it at all.
I mean, but if people say that, right? And then like, look who we just elected as mayor of New York, right? Like if there has to be an appetite for that, at least a little appetite for that. And like, I think over these next couple of years when Zoran is our mayor and we see how he operates, leading the biggest city in this country, maybe that could yield to more people wanting to see leadership like that in federal positions. But maybe that's the optimist in me. But
I don't. But the problem is, I don't think they want to win, because if they did,
who wants to win?
I don't think the Democrats want to win.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Like, because if they did, they would at least be like doing things differently right now. If they did, they would be jumping on the Zoran bandwagon.
Mm-hmm. I think I disagree with you. I agree and disagree with you. I think some Democrats, maybe the majority of Democrats, don't want to win because they can't accept the views from someone like a Zoran because of whomever got them elected, right? But I think there's a large portion within our party that is filled with people who are excited about a Zoran, who are still excited about an AOC, who will take this opportunity as a chance to run for office themselves, and be able to beat the big money that is keeping in power the Dems that don't want to win.
I'll say it like this. Yeah. I think the Democrats want to win, but they want to win on their own terms. And I think this past election cycle basically proved that point once again, where there is this 75-25 issue with Israel, and Kamala Harris did not separate herself from Joe Biden in any meaningful capacity.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris did not try to chart a new path, knowing full well that this new path would most likely help her out.
Yeah.
Like, I think when Democrats say, oh, we're fearful of speaking out against Israel because like our constituents are going to get mad, I don't think that was the case. I think that they wanted to try and win in the ways that they want to by like implementing the Chuck Schumer method of winning over voters in the, white collar voters in the suburbs and losing out the blue collar voters in the process. Like that is how they wanted to win. And that was a failure. And now they're like, how do we get people back on board with our version of the Democratic Party, rather than do we listen to the masses? Do we listen to the voters? And change our message and change our platform in its entirety.
We might have to force them to change then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we don't need to wait on their terms to create the change that we want to see in this country. I think we're seeing a lot of, and this is what we were seeing in New York, and I keep on bringing it back to our mayoral race. Like, that wasn't just like far left people who were voting for Zoran, right? This was like Park Slope moms, folks across the city, that don't traditionally vote for a Democratic Socialist, candidate for anything, who are pissed at Trump, who are pissed at the response that traditional Democrats are giving to Trump. So they chose to go with something new and something exciting and something different, right? Yeah. And of course, New York City is different than many places in this country, but we do have, we do have a lot of liberals, you know what I mean? Who do vote, like folks in Michigan and Wisconsin, who did end up voting for Zoran and are excited about Zoran and are like standing him, which is a great precedent for how things could potentially change.
Yeah.
In other states.
I see the positives for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just
skeptical.
I am always going to be skeptical.
Of course,
until
me too.
Until proven otherwise.
I mean, I think this is what, and I think your skepticism is real because I think after AOC won, there was that huge element of hope that I'm sharing right now.
Yeah, with the Justice Democrats
and Dems responded negatively to that, right, and started creating this additional infrastructure not only to attack Republicans but to like fend off insurgent progressive candidates.
They did that, and then also another thing that they did, and they're trying to do that again right now, was, well, look at all the young moderate candidates that also won, and they tried to like present this like
Isaiah Martin.
Yeah, I think there was, then there's the CIA lady as well. I think that was another one.
Is that Slotkin?
No, Slotkin's this time around.
Okay.
What was it? What was the other one? Anyway, there's a bunch. There are a bunch of like moderate Dems that they try to prop up as like young. Oh yeah, Spamberger. That they tried to position Abigail Spamberger to position against the Justice Democrat wing, where they were like, no, you don't understand. Like we have young talent in the party that's like still in agreement with like the old ways of doing things, like third way neoliberalism.
But that's the whole point, though. I mean, did that work? Did that person get elected?
No, the people that had gotten elected, I'm saying that they presented as like a different vision.
Yeah, I know.
Who's this for? Says Ken Klibenstein. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader America deserves. It's for me. I'm horny for Hakeem. So that's what I want.
So is your chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're already seeing some budding examples of that. I threw out Isaiah Martin's name, right? I think I saw someone's like tweet. Someone tweeted right after Zoran won that was like, this is the pathway to win, having good social media. And like, that was just like their entire take of it, which is not the point, right? You can't be a moderate centrist Dem who's a corporate shill and have, social media of you like walking and talking at a fast pace with quick cuts and think that that's like the way to.
That was Harry Hasan. That's the one who said it.
Terrible take, right?
By the way, who's like, he has literally been doing the social media thing, but for the old decrepit institutional Democrats, and they all failed. So obviously, like Kamala Harris did the Brad Summers shit. Like she had a social media.
It was
team.
a very online campaign, right?
She did a fuck ton of social media.
Yeah.
Just like she had the money advantage.
Yeah.
And that didn't work.
Yeah.
Because if the message is ass, then you can put it everywhere, but it doesn't change the reality that the message is still ass. Like people were not receiving that message positively.
I think it's like the message is ass, and then also like if you are a puppet to like the same very donors that are standing in the way of our lives getting better, I think people can read through that shit, right? Especially if you are taking this untraditional route into communicating with voters. I think people can easily see through that shit, right? Like you clearly can't say things like freeze the rent when you are like bought out by the real estate industry.
Lobby,
you know what I mean? You can't, talk against the genocide in Gaza if like AIPAC is funding your campaign. So like those issues that a lot of maybe this new wave of candidates are going to hold or not hold. Like you can't communicate that just through social media if you're not, if you can't stand on business because of those who are funding your campaigns.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to this demon.
Yeah, I didn't even watch this.
Me and my son hold each other accountable for watching porn.
Yeah.
Michael Johnson.
Deep in the weeds on the changes, and they wanted to fully understand what those amendments were and how they would interact with
if you're closeted gay and Republican, you're evil.
Wait, you think he's a?
You don't think so? I have
I
have a gay vibe from him.
I feel like
him.
No, I think. Lindsey Graham's the obvious one.
Lindsey Graham, Mike.
Wait, who else?
I don't think I should say that.
No, say it.
I don't think I should. I think Mike Lawler is a hidden gay man too.
Mike Lawler. Okay.
I just think his like I think I said this on the stream last time, but the way he dressed in black, the way he dressed in blackface as Michael Jackson was like
the one black dude who didn't have to dress in blackface for.
But it was I swear, look up that picture of Mike Lawler in blackface on the New York Times. It's the fruitiest picture you've ever seen of someone in your life. But that's my only take on it.
SD. Josh Hawley is another one.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Josh Hawley kiss his wife?
No.
Oh my God. Okay. I have to show
Is that
this
fucked
to you.
up to say? I think there's like, well, I don't know if you're able to, maybe I can say that. Is it fair to say that if you're closeted and gay, then you end up, you know, especially in this day and age, as a Republican, you end up doing some really cruel shit to other people because you're afraid of being yourself or can't be? That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
This is a gay man.
That's
I'm
crazy.
sorry. There is no, like, he has sheer disgust kissing his wife.
Not only is this like a crazy picture because of that, but I've never seen two people with no lips kissing each other.
Yeah. No, he kisses his wife like he's in a K-drama. Okay. This is like no shot.
That's
shot.
Crazy.
He also is the most in shape man in the state
Really?
of Missouri.
I think that's a sign.
That's a
gay sign.
There's a photo. When I think of like Josh Hawley being a gay man, I think of like him with
Someone said that's ableism.
with his pecs at fucking Whole Foods in the middle of the day purchasing wine.
Josh Hawley?
Yeah. No, he
wow.
is like he was caught like at Whole Foods like buying wine or something.
Really?
Like someone took a photo of him, and I was like, that's a gay guy.
Yeah.
Like, that's just like he is in.
It's sad. I mean,
remarkable
I bet,
shape.
I bet if they were out, then they wouldn't be Republicans or wouldn't be evil. Maybe,
Like,
right?
come on. This
Yeah.
photo of Josh Hawley wine shopping at 2:30 on a work day pretty much sums up everything on this one.
Yeah.
Look at his pecs.
He's getting the Josh wine.
Look at his pecs.
Yeah.
No one in Missouri has this body fat percentage. Okay, get the fuck out of here.
Maybe I don't. Yeah, he wasn't on my gaydar.
No, he's.
Really?
I mean, come on.
Really?
On. These two images is all you need to know.
Isn't there that? Who's that guy? Is Brian Johnson? Who's that? He's like a Republican.
Florida?
No, not. He's not an elected official. He's that. Maybe I'm getting the name wrong. He's that Republican.
Byron Donalds is the Florida representative.
He's like a right wing Twitch streamer or maybe like Twitter
Benny
guy.
Johnson?
Benny Johnson.
Oh, Benny
That's
Johnson's
like,
gay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Benny Johnson. I know for a fact his wife doesn't allow him to go.
Oh, he has a wife.
He is a
Republicans call him gay, right? Like,
yeah,
didn't like
Benny Johnson is not allowed to go on work trips without his wife anymore.
Really?
I wonder why.
Wow. She doesn't let him, or like his
No,
agency doesn't
she
let
doesn't,
him? Okay.
She doesn't let him.
Oh my
She
God.
does not let Benny Johnson. Remember when he he has a lavender marriage. Remember when he was posting about
where AOC
he was
is from?
No. He was posting about like how there's like all these gay cruise asses on the ads on the military website, like military.com.
No, bro, those are your targeted ads.
Yeah, what is this? He was doing the onion meme of like, why are all these gay guys sucking my dick everywhere I go? Him and the Casey kicker who said women should stay in the kitchen of the graduation speech look like a gay wedding announcement. Oh, this is This was. There's also a photo of him looking at Harrison Buttkiss.
Harrison Buttkiss?
Yeah,
who's that?
His name is Harrison Butt something, but Harrison Butker. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a
there's a photo
Midwestern
of,
gay couple.
There is a photo of Josh Hawley staring longingly at Harrison. Like, and I've never seen him show that kind of emotion towards his wife ever.
Okay, go back to the Mike Johnson clip. I interrupted you and we went
on a
gay investigating.
No, so what I was gonna say is like you have the obvious like clearly in the closet gay men in the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also have like a different type of sociopath where I think like Mike Johnson fits the second category.
Mm-hmm.
Like to the Steven Crowders of the world who are closeted, there's always like a Matt Walsh who is just like a fucking psycho.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Mike
And
Johnson
he's in that
is like,
category.
I think he's just like a straightforward, only have sex to reproduce. Like, you know, God is great. God is my moral compass or whatever. Republican God.
Yeah.
Republican Jesus is my moral compass.
Ugh.
Like, I could see him like whipping himself at the end of the day for like doing something sacrilegious.
But why? It's so crazy. Like, he has black kids, right? Mike Johnson has black kids.
What?
Like adopted black kids, just like Amy Coney Barrett.
Wait, what?
I think from like,
just like Laura Ingraham has adopted Guatemalan children. Yeah, or El Salvador.
I think he has black kids. Him and Amy Coney Barrett.
Yo, the Jesus. Oh my God. Speaker Mike Johnson explained why his adopted black son is not involved in his bubble.
I think he's like
I did
Haitian
not know
or something.
What?
I could be wrong on that, but
Johnson and his wife took custody of a black teenager named Michael 24 years ago and raised him as their son. However, others raised questions when it became apparent that Michael was absent from Johnson's public life, including his absence from Johnson's family portrait.
Like, you can't run for office with a black son.
What? Johnson's communications director, Corinne Day, explained Michael's absence.
The blind side. That's crazy.
When Speaker Johnson first ran for Congress in 2016.
That's like Jordan Peele, this is the blind side. Like, that's his adaptation of it.
At the time of the Speaker's election to Congress, Michael was an adult with a family of his own. He asked not to be involved in their new public life. The Speaker has respected that sentiment throughout his career and maintains a close relationship with Michael to this day.
You didn't know this? This is like the first thing I learned about him when he became Speaker.
Bro.
Yeah.
What the
While testifying against reparations for slavery in front of the House committee, Johnson said that he understood. Scroll down a little bit. Maybe he spoke about it.
Discrimination because of his experiences with Michael. While testifying against reparations for slavery.
Yeah, this is Jordan Peele's remake of The Blind Side, Mike Johnson and Michael.
Dude, there's something really freaky about like a lot of these openly racist white nationalist Christians that go and like adopt black and brown children.
Yeah.
What is that?
Amy Coney Barrett has like 4 black kids, right?
Yeah, I know she had like I knew that she has like a bunch of adopted children and some of them are black. I didn't know exactly the number, but there is something. Like,
I don't know if it's 4, but
what is it? What the fuck is that?
It definitely has to be like a deeply rooted in like slave. It's like legal slavery. I don't know. I can't speak to these kids' experiences. Maybe they love their parents.
But I just like I don't.
White saviorism is definitely like a part of it.
I just don't understand how they like become so overtly racist or were overtly racist, and then they did that. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like they gave him like a get out of racist free card. Like I can't be racist. I have a black son.
That's too much investment for just like one talking.
And they don't care that they're called racist either, right? They're still called racist.
I don't think they give a shit. They're like, hell yeah, I'm racist.
Maybe they were once. I don't know. You think that maybe they were once good people and then became racist as they progressed?
No.
OG racist from the get go.
I mean, he is
from Louisiana.
Yeah.
There's no faking that.
I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. I don't understand it. It just like weirds me out. Because like if they weren't like, obviously if they were like granola ass, like, you know, Portland liberals or something, and they adopted like a black kid, I'd be like, that's still, you know, there's still some going on there, but like that makes more sense.
Right. You still have the Black Lives Matter sign in your window. You know what I mean?
Like these guys are literally
the Confederate flag is not on the lawn, you know?
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
I know.
He was 25 when he adopted his black teenager son. I mean, still. Yeah.
Wait, Mike Johnson was 25?
Mike Johnson was 25. His son was 14 when they adopted him.
What?
Which, you know, makes it even wilder, I think. This is the Butker picture. Oh, no, this is not even the one I was thinking of.
Wow, there's many pictures of them.
There are more.
Wait, who is Butker? He's a football player?
He's the kicker for, I guess... What was it? The Kansas City
butt kicker,
right? And he's like, he became famous in the
dipping his toe into politics or something.
Well, no, he became famous because he was like women. He delivered a speech. I forget where, but he was like saying how, you know, all you ladies that are graduating from college today, like you should be good wives to your husbands.
Oh my god!
Like it was. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is what I was thinking of.
That's crazy. That's
crazy. There's lust in his eyes.
Yeah.
There's love and lust. Anyway, we have strayed away.
I know. I'm so sorry. There's so much shit happening today.
Yeah.
I knew as the leader that we would have to take the time to do that. And so some of that went into late into the night. And I was not going to make anybody, I was not going to demand anybody's vote or their position on the bill until they felt that they had exhausted that opportunity. So we did it, and that's how we got everybody to yes.
Oh, they can see that too?
Probably. You see a camera. I'm just making sure you don't leak anything.
No, I mean, look, as I said, a lot of these members wanted to talk with the administration about how the new law would be administered by the Trump administration and the team. And I think they answered those questions. I don't think they exacted a lot of specific commitments or concessions or anything like that. It was just more an understanding how that would interact.
How do you
as you know, this president has been a bold leader. By
money. I think that it's nihilism.
Yeah.
Like
the world's
money,
gonna end anyways. Yeah.
Power, but it's definitely nihilism. Like I think about Clarence Thomas a lot and like his evolution.
Yeah.
And I think he's like a really glaringly obvious case of that because he's a black man who grew up in an even more racist past. And I think in that process, he just realized at a certain point where he was like, no, I want to fucking make money for myself.
Yeah.
And I don't care who suffers as a direct consequence of my decisions. And I guess he also got one-shotted by fucking what's his face, Thomas Sowell. Like he read one Thomas Sowell book and he was like, wow, this is amazing. But he was always like, I think he was like initially a black nationalist, and then he like moved into this weird place where he still has some of that mentality, but also is like deeply white supremacist at the same time as well. So I think it's just like throughout his career, he just got increasingly more jaded and realized like there is no fixing this process.
Right. So I might as well be a winner in this process and get something out of it. It's fucked up. This guy's a
At last count, he's issued over maybe close to 160 executive orders so far. We're trying to codify as many of those as possible. So a lot of the discussions were about what executive orders will be forthcoming as it relates to the new legislation, and how can we be involved as a House to codify that and do all that in a coordinated
Mike
fashion.
Johnson,
The beauty of unified government
circulated around Louisiana is that he used to frequent a gay bar in Shreveport called Central Station. They're gay-vestigating Mike Johnson.
Damn. You got shooters out there, huh? That's cool. I mean, you know what? Yeah, he does give off Rick Perry vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Who is another person that I think is gay.
He's on that list. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad. Just be a queen. Just be a queen. Don't be evil. It's so easy.
I can see that. Yeah, dude, he's on Grindr. It is known. There's also.
Do you believe that?
I don't know about that, but no, but there is that element of like I guess like the element of repression that he is like open about, because like he's the type of guy who says like he has openly revealed that him and his son have a porn app that they both use to keep each other accountable to not watch porn. And I feel like if you have this like if you're open about something like this, that means like you're looking at some stuff that you consider as like gross.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You consider as like indecent.
Yeah.
And maybe it's gay stuff.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Ironically enough,
did they ban porn yet?
I mean, they're working on it.
I think the Supreme Court did that. You have to show your age.
They're working on it. Every state is like going through that process right now.
That's next. Then we'll see some change in this country. The streets will be filled with people.
I don't think so. I don't think these guys are. I don't think anything's gonna move Americans.
Really?
Yeah.
Exactly how it can work and how it's supposed to work is that you have an interaction between the executive and the legislative branches, because that's what's best for the people, and that coordination is going to yield great results for the folks. So that was part of the discussion yesterday.
Last question.
Boomers better start voting.
I literally don't know anything about that. I mean, I wasn't privy to the conversation. So I would tell you there's lots of rumor and conjecture and innuendo that floats around, especially when you got so many people wandering around the building.
Congressman that sold stock right before the vote.
Yeah. He sold a Medicaid processor.
Stock, right?
Yeah. Like a Medicaid marketplace manager stock.
That's illegal, right? That's illegal?
Nothing is illegal.
Yeah, that's true.
What is the SEC going to do? The SEC has become even more toothless under the Trump reign. They're not going to do anything. If you're a congressperson, if you're a politician, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like, it's just not, you know. I don't even think that people will hold them accountable. Most people just won't even.
Yeah.
Most people won't even pay attention to that kind of stuff at this point.
I don't know if have you gamed this out on. I don't know if you've done this on the stream, but you know, I know that Trump is seizing power everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
We believe that he's going to attempt to do some type of third term type shit, right?
Oh yeah.
What are you doing in that situation?
I don't know.
You getting out of here?
I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna take it one step at a time. I don't think I'll be getting out of here necessarily. Yeah. Although people do keep telling me to get the fuck out early. Mm-hmm. But I feel like I'm too stubborn.
Yeah.
To jump ship.
You would fight like for your country back?
I think so.
You think so?
I mean, yeah, I think who knows? Who knows what happens? We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that I don't think that I think it's very likely that there might not be another general election, at least in the time frame that is supposed to happen.
It's crazy. Especially with this new, I mean, like, are we at risk with this new fucking ICE? This ICE with all this money? Like, are we targets on their list?
Oh, for sure. But I know that, like, as someone who has like some semblance, like a lot of financial security, as someone with a big platform, and as someone who is a natural born U.S. citizen, I'm like last on the pile.
Totally.
Like there are a bunch of other people that the Trump administration will go through before they arrive at people like myself, I think.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, I'm trying to stop it to the best of my ability with the limited, the limited capacity that I have as an American citizen with a platform. But before they get to someone like myself, I think they would most likely go after like first citizens that have been naturalized in the last like 5 to 10 years, and then they will move on to, this is what like the denaturalization process will look like by my estimations. Like they'll go after criminals and then decide what is a criminal and what is not, try to erode due process to the best of their ability. Oops, some people got arrested. How else are you going to deport 20 million people? We have to we can't do due process any longer. Don't be ridiculous. And then eventually they'll move on to like natural born U.S. citizens, but it's like last on the line, I think. But we'll see. I mean, they sometimes do have a tendency to jump over more permissible targets, more vulnerable targets, like they did with Mahmoud Khalil. Like Mahmoud Khalil, as a green card holder with an American wife and a child on the way, was not the best target to go after.
Right. But isn't there power somewhere within our judicial system that shows that, you know, Mahmoud Khalil, as much as he had, a newborn child on the way, like if they really wanted to make a point with him, then they really tried to, right? The fact that he was freed is a chink in their armor in one way, shape, or form, is it not?
Yeah, I still at this point, but look at what the Supreme Court is doing. You know what I mean? Like they're very clearly playing ball with the administration in ways that you wouldn't even expect. So who knows where that goes? Like I think, I mean, they already gutted the power that the lower courts have in terms of doing nationwide injunctions. So I think that they're gearing up for either no repercussions whatsoever, or even if Democrats were to win somehow in the future, that they wouldn't use the new additional clearance that they have to push for whatever agenda they're pushing for.
Yeah.
You're not priority right now, but you're 1,000% on the list. It almost feels like you're the example he's thinking of when he says people who hate our country, even though that's just Israel anchor baby shit. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm on some list for sure, but you know, I'm not. Yeah, that's not going to stop me.
Yeah.
Deliberating over their vote. So I don't know how much stock I'd put into much of that. But all right, last question. Yes, ma'am.
Bye, chat.
Look, I think a lot of the estimations about what this legislation would do in a negative manner to communities in my state or any other are far overblown. I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially. What's good for Louisiana is good for America. We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this pretty quickly. Wages will rise. I think household income will go up. I think the job participation rate will increase dramatically. I think unemployment will be low. We're going to duplicate what we did in the first Trump administration. Remember, at the first 2 years, y'all have heard me say 1,000 times, it's objectively true. We had one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and we're going to do that again, except this time much more comprehensively. We did tax cuts and regulatory reform, and that brought about a resurgence of the U.S. economy. That's what's going to happen here. It's about to happen on steroids, and we can't wait for that to happen. This is jet fuel for the economy, and all boats are going to rise.
Oh my God, they're literally fucking repeating the fake ass, like openly, the open failure of this fake Reaganite bullshit.
Workers across the nation are standing in.
Rising tide lifts all boats. American prosperity is imminent. Once the more productive members of society have more take-home pay, you will see an endless amount of prosperity for America. Hell yeah.
United today, some staging a brief 10-minute walkout to express their concern over proposed cuts to Medicaid in the big beautiful bill. While hospital staff at CHKD did not participate in a walkout today, they do feel strongly about the issue, saying they might not be able to provide the same life-saving care to their patients if this bill passes. 37 million children in the U.S. are enrolled in Medicaid. Cuts to the program would disproportionately affect CHKD since they primarily treat children, and over 57% of their patients are covered by Medicaid.
It could affect us as much as $18 million to our bottom line, which really is the difference from us being able to stay afloat versus going in the red.
The Senate version of the bill would cut Medicaid reimbursement to hospitals by at least $900 billion. Foley insists this is a nonpartisan issue.
Everyone, whether they're Republican or Democrat from our area, supports CHKD, and we've met recently with Representatives Kiggins and Whitman recently to see where they are, and they are supportive of what they initially thought the House bill was going to contain.
The Trump administration says they're not cutting Medicaid, but going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Just today, the Department of Justice announced the results of their 2025 National Health Care Fraud Takedown. According to their website, the initiative resulted in charges against more than 320 licensed medical professionals for health care fraud schemes, totaling more than $14.6 billion in losses.
We recognize that people are trying to get at fraud and abuse, and that's really not what we're against. And from our standpoint, there is no fraud and abuse taking care of children who need Medicaid coverage.
Foley says the most comfortable compromise would be to go back to the House version of the bill, which proposed over $800 billion in cuts.
In general, taking care of a Medicaid patient means you take care of patients at a discount. It often doesn't even cover our costs. But to cut that further makes it even harder to survive.
Of course, he says the ideal outcome would be to see no cuts made at all to Medicaid. You can learn more about this issue over at wavy.com.
President Trump's signature and massive piece of legislation is not quite a finished deal. The House taking another crack at this moment and could be added late into the night or even into tomorrow morning, leaving Americans anticipating how it will affect their daily lives for better or worse.
I'm Ryan Gamboa, and I cover topics in rural Cass County, Missouri. Congressional cuts to Medicaid can potentially leave rural hospitals and their patients vulnerable. I'm amplifying the voices of rural America and delving deeper into the potential impacts of the cuts. Dinner time in Harrisonville draws a crowd. Willie Ogden drove from Garden City, Missouri.
10-15 minutes.
What he really came to do was pick up his mom from Cass Regional Medical Center.
She just had some stomach issues, we'll put it like that.
Jessica Thomas is eating for two. She's expecting a new baby in November.
We are very excited. We prayed for this one.
Thomas tells me she's a Medicaid recipient.
It did pass.
Access
It's
to her
older,
local hospitals sometimes isn't
it's an
enough.
older video.
She's a high-risk pregnancy, and in her first delivery, Kansas City was her only option.
An hour drive can definitely change a lot of things.
The GOP-led Big Beautiful Bill that passed the Senate on Tuesday would cut over $1 trillion in Medicaid benefits. The Kaiser Family Foundation reported in May that 2 in 7 Missouri Medicaid recipients live in a rural area. Half of those recipients are children. The Missouri Hospital Association tells me changes to Medicaid will impact hospital service reimbursements, meaning some rural hospitals may need to cut services.
We could be looking at a fairly large crisis relative to overall funding for hospitals through Medicaid and then the structure of our rural health delivery system.
Dinner might look different for Thomas, as she could be forced to pay for health care out of pocket.
Lucky right now that we're able to have access to that.
Ogden, he worries about his neighbors and the food taken from their plates.
Put yourself in our shoes. Rural communities don't have a lot of money. We work hand to mouth. Put yourself in our shoes that don't make a lot of money, and maybe you'll understand something.
In Harrisonville, Missouri, Ryan Gamboa, KSHB 41 News.
There's no shortage of food here in the Feeding Tampa Bay market. You got fresh produce, you have frozen items, anything that you could want. But for individuals on SNAP, the allowance is just $6.12 per day. The shelves at Feeding Tampa Bay are stocked.
For children that want to learn, for seniors that want to stay healthy, for families to be active, we want them to have access to the best food there is.
Even with the help of a food bank, some need additional assistance. More than 250,000 households in the 10-county Tampa Bay region rely on SNAP benefits. Leaders at Feeding Tampa Bay say proposed cuts to the federal program could be disastrous.
So right now for SNAP, it's looking like a 30% cut overall. For a program. So when you look at numbers here in the state of Florida, we have about 3 million individuals that are on SNAP benefits. You have to imagine that there's going to be a reduction in a benefit and or a loss in benefit.
To sell their point, they put me to the test. Try to buy a day's worth of food with the average SNAP allowance, just $6.12. Don't think I'm going to need a cart. I'm pretty sure that everything's going to be able to fit right in one basket. I immediately picked up peanut butter, my favorite. This is $3.99. Got protein. Pretty good. I quickly broke the bank with bread. $3.99 and $4.99. We're over. So not that. My second attempt was more successful. Frozen pizza. $4.29. It's got pepperoni. It's got cheese. It's got carbs. And I can have a slice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Add an orange, and my budget was maxed out. And that's without any other essentials. Scout's not getting fed. Not doing my laundry. And going without is the only option for many in our area.
We all have to be a voice for those that can't or just don't know how to speak up for themselves.
So how do you think you could do? Feeding Tampa Bay wants you to try the SNAP Challenge. We have the links and information posted for you on WFLA.com.
Welcome back, everyone.
Guys, that's before the cuts. That's what they took away from hundreds of thousands of Americans. That's how fucked up this situation is.
As Mary Bruce reported earlier tonight, the Senate is still working through a marathon series of votes on President Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. His signature legislation that he's demanded be passed out of both chambers of Congress and on his desk by the 4th of July. The mega bill slashes federal programs and will impact the tax bills of millions of Americans. It's been in the headlines for months now, but so many still have questions about the nearly 1,000-page legislation. In tonight's Prime Focus, our Jay O'Brien met some of those people combing through this bill to determine how their lives might change. Here's what they had to tell him.
The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think,
amazing.
It's President Trump's biggest legislative gamble of his second term, his so-called Big Beautiful Bill, putting a laundry list of campaign promises on the line. But beyond the drama on Capitol Hill, we found many average Americans poring over the bill's more than 1,000 pages.
It's definitely going to help our firefighters.
Do you feel heard by the politicians who represent you?
No.
Trying to figure out how it could change their lives. That's what Tanya's been doing,
Zoe,
alongside her loyal service dog, Zoe. Despite living just a state away from D.C. in Virginia, she's never paid attention to politics quite like this before.
I'm sorry.
12 years ago, Tanya, who asked that we not use her last name, had 2 strokes that put her in this wheelchair.
I went from a normal life to nothing, to being a bother in someone's family room, and I didn't know what to do.
Do you sometimes think about the life you had?
Every day.
Tanya used to describe herself as a workaholic. She now lives off disability, government-subsidized health care, and SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, what used to be called food stamps. A federal initiative administered by each individual state, SNAP gives Tanya about $30 a month. She takes that money here to her local grocery store.
I'm paying with EBT.
To stock up on fresh fruits and vegetables her doctors say she needs to stay well.
Could you afford that diet without SNAP?
Not really, no. Not as healthy. There is not a lot left over in my monthly allowance for anything.
But that GOP mega bill currently cuts roughly $186 billion from agriculture programs over the next decade, most of it coming from SNAP. And for the first time in the program's history, it forces most states to pick up part of the tab for food assistance benefits. Republicans say they're making SNAP more viable and cutting down on waste, but all of it leading to concerns that support for those like Tanya could be squeezed even more.
How closely have you followed this bill?
So, very close at the beginning, and then I stopped because it is so scary.
Had you ever followed a bill that closely before?
No.
Between the 911 calls, like the one that came over the loudspeakers right when we arrived, firefighters here in Englewood, New Jersey, and across the country are also keeping a close eye on Congress. That's because this GOP mega bill includes a key Trump campaign promise: no federal income taxes on tips and overtime. And first responders work a lot of overtime.
Last year I put in about 500 hours of overtime.
500 hours of overtime. Now, what if that overtime wasn't taxed?
It certainly lightens the burden for your family. Pays for things like childcare and some rest, some vacations.
So this is a ladder truck, tower ladder. Each department's a little bit different.
The National Firefighters Union has endorsed the tips and overtime sections of the bill. Matt Caliente is a former firefighter and the organization's New Jersey president. He's also an accountant who does the taxes of some of his fellow first responders.
When they do their tax return at the end of the year, it could be in the thousands of dollars that a firefighter could get more of a refund when they do their taxes, for sure.
The officially titled One Big Beautiful Bill Act is largely about taxes. It makes Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent, meaning most Americans won't see a major change on their yearly filings, but also won't pay more. The most recent estimate from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office finds the bill will add about $3.3 trillion to the federal deficit over 10 years, largely because of Trump's tax cuts. Some Republican spending hawks pushing to pay for those tax breaks with steeper cuts to programs like Medicaid, health insurance for low-income Americans and those with disabilities. Many Medicaid recipients erupting in protests on Capitol Hill. Ruben Bastel is a lab technician at a New York hospital whose brother is on Medicaid.
He's able to live today
because he has Medicaid and health care coverage.
This mega bill could potentially cause an estimated 11.8 million people to lose their Medicaid coverage over the next decade, largely because of new work requirements and significant changes to how states cover their Medicaid costs. Republican leaders say their goal is to crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse in the system.
Eventually, the hospitals are going to have to close their doors.
What is that going to do to patient care in general?
Patient care is definitely going to delay it a lot. Patients won't be able to get treated.
The bill also boosts military spending by $150 billion, including money to kick off the president's Golden Dome missile defense program.
God.
Plus, earmarks nearly $50 billion to restart construction of Trump's border wall. But it's another obscure issue that could doom the package's chances in a razor-thin House GOP majority, raising the cap on how much Americans can deduct their state and local taxes from their federal income tax, nicknamed
SALT. The SALT cap.
SALT. It's a make-or-break issue for Republicans from high-tax states like New York and California. But in the outskirts of Philadelphia, it's another tax portion of the bill that's worrying Micah Gold Markell. He's the founder of Solar States, a solar panel company where business has never been better, thanks to green energy tax incentives passed about 3 years ago under President Biden.
This is an American-made solar panel.
Right now, Trump's signature bill gets rid of many of those incentives.
Come on up. Be careful. Don't fall off the roof.
Which Micah warns will lead to less demand and likely force him to let go of half of his 60-person company, some of whom he says voted for the president in this key swing state.
The hardest part of being a business owner is laying people off, hands down. You're sitting there telling them they got to stop their dreams. It's terrible.
Are you worried you're going to have to do that more?
Man, I'm really worried about that. Yeah.
The budget bill largely helps to expedite production for the oil and gas industry. The day before we met, Micah traveled to D.C. to plead with...
Listen, if he has to fire... If he has to fire and if he has to downsize, you gotta fucking fire the Trump voters. I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm not like a I told you so guy or whatever, but like this is one of those moments where like I know that's illegal, but you kind of know who's voting for Trump, right? Like you know who voted for Trump. If you literally have to fire someone and you're in fucking Pennsylvania operating a goddamn solar power company, this is one of the few instances where I think it's like, if someone's got to go, in the office and you got to move some numbers around, let's just say I would be looking closely at who came into work right after the election with a smile on their fucking face. Okay? It's like they did that. They did that to you. They work at a fucking solar power company. They did that. They did that to you and them to themselves. Okay? Sorry, Deborah. I saw your bumper sticker. Okay? Right next to Defend Israel, there was a bumper sticker that said, you know, MAGA, which means you got to go. You were not a good fit. I'm sorry. We are downsizing as a direct consequence of the Trump administration taking away some of these subsidies. We're no longer able to generate as much revenue. We literally are on the verge of insolvency. We have to let you go, Deborah. You're not a culture fit. You are not a culture fit for the company. I really didn't want to do this, but you're out.
Lawmakers to give the same attention to green energy businesses.
I think some think that the jobs are not real. And I don't know, other than to come in front of them and to tell them, I was born in West Philly. This is my job. I don't know what else to say to them. And some of them still look you in the face and they just don't believe you.
Do you think the average American understands that there are people behind the language in this bill? People like you?
Yeah, it's no, is the short answer. No.
Back on Capitol Hill, the political pressure is on. President Trump is watching closely, demanding Republicans stick together and race to pass his mega bill by July 4th. But many Americans looking on too. From this cozy apartment to a firehouse to a warehouse and all the other places across this country where politics becomes about people.
So many will feel it one way or another. Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that.
5 Georgians working in the restaurant industry are divided over one provision in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
Well, President Trump wants to slash taxes on tips, but officials in the hospitality industry say it may not have the impact that he's hoping for. Atlanta News First reporter Abby Koussouras explains what's causing the divide.
1 in 10 Georgians work in the food service or hospitality industry. In the Senate's version of the no tax on tips bill, it would create a federal income tax deduction of up to $25,000 for workers. Some experts warn the bill before Congress will only benefit high earners and complicate tax enforcement, all while punching a billion-dollar hole in federal tax revenue. The Independent Restaurant Coalition, made up of more than 500 owners and restaurant workers, sent this letter to congressional leadership. They argue the proposal is unfair and, quote, will do more harm than good to the industry. More than a dozen Georgia restaurant owners signed on.
You know, let's do something that's a long-lasting solution as opposed to just a campaign slogan.
Rosa Thurner owns El Ponce and several other restaurants in Atlanta. She would like to see the no tax on tips provision applied to the service charge model, which divvies up a server's tips to all workers. Federal law states that only workers in customer-facing roles can receive the tips, favoring front-of-house work.
Oh my God. Are they fucking mad because they can't get a cut of the tips this way? Because they say it's tip share, which is the claim that like Backhouse gets some of the share of the tips. But I'm pretty sure they mean like they also get, like the restaurant ends up taking the tip. Right? Like they take a percentage, right? Which is so psychotic.
Workers like servers, but not the support staff, like dishwashers and cooks.
No tax on tips sounds like a really great idea, but a lot of things.
I work in a, where is it? I work in a deli in Boston. My boss just says the jar is his because motherfucker named after the place. Not the restaurant owners, dummy. The chefs and the dishwasher. We do it in Europe. Dog, if you're European, see yourself out of this fucking conversation because you have no idea what I'm talking about. Not only am I right, tip sharing is sold as an idea that like, dishwashers get a percentage of the tips. But in the United States of America, it absolutely goes back to the fucking restaurant too. Also, who tips in European restaurants? I didn't even realize that was like, Americucks do. Most people really, just quite a bit less. I thought there wasn't tipping culture in the EU. That's like part of the thing that Europeans always get mad about.
sound great until you implement policy.
Tax expert Jonathan Levins with Moore Colson says whether or not this will help workers is a mixed bag. According to researchers at the Brookings Institute, 37% of tipped workers earn so little that they pay no federal income tax. The policy favors higher paid workers.
It really just comes down to their overall income level.
Workers in tip jobs across Georgia excited about the proposal. Tips are one way to get them to a livable, stable wage.
I do feel like we need to revisit how we're paid, especially in the service industry.
The measure would last for 3 years. The president of the Independent Restaurant Coalition tells me that restaurants need consistency, not instability. If Congress passes the measure and then doesn't reinstate it, restaurants like Thurner's would have to change their payroll model again. In Atlanta, I'm Abby Kasouris.
Like many restaurants during the lunch rush, workers at Central and Highland Park
Another Paloma?
take orders.
So 3.
Yeah, most tipped workers, their overall take-home pay is so little that they don't even get taxed. Anyway, that's the point. That like the tips themselves are not even taxable because your take-home pay is so low that it's below the level that it would get, even with the tips, it's below the level that it get taxed regardless.
Three checks total.
Relying on tips.
Thanks, guys.
For extra income.
It's all on our pay stub. We get all of our tips on our check at the end of the pay period.
And if the big beautiful bill is signed into law,
there's something for everyone.
Every dollar made in tips would no longer be taxed.
Any more money on our checks is going to be better.
The no tax on tips, I think, is a really good idea.
Linda Mose is a tax expert of 54 years.
I think that it's going to help a lot of the low to mid taxpayers.
She says when it comes to the no overtime tax, it's too early to tell how it would be implemented.
Are they going to have the employers still be able to deduct the overtime that they paid their employees?
I worked as a waitress before they raised the tipped wage to $2.13. And I can tell you, never once did I itemize my taxes. Because when you're making that kind of money, you don't itemize your taxes, you take the standard deduction. So all this no tax on tips, it really doesn't work for normal people who use the standard deduction. So it's just a talking point. And my constituents, the constituents who are going to lose their jobs in my rural communities, who are working on the wind farms, who are working on the infrastructure projects that just got canceled, who work in tourism, because tourism has really gone downhill because of tariffs and because international visitors are afraid to come to the United States. So our tourism industry is being crushed. All of those people can't eat a talking point. They can't pay their rent with a talking point. They can't buy birthday presents for their kids with a talking point. That's all this is a talking point. But still, we got the richest 1% that are gonna they're gonna make bank. I think trickle-down cruelty is probably the best way I've ever heard to describe it. And we all know it has been proven over and over again. Trickle-down economics doesn't work for working people.
Trump just eliminated taxes on tips. The idea is to provide relief for millions of struggling service workers, and they need it. Some say it's not enough, and it's glossing over a much bigger problem. So here's what's happening. The US government is making tipped income tax-free for up to $25,000 as long as workers made less than $150,000 or $300,000 when filing jointly in 2025. They'll have 90 days to publish a list of tipped jobs that are likely to include waiters, baristas, bartenders, and many more. Critics say
hedge fund managers,
it's expensive.
Twitch streamers.
And the impact isn't going to be that significant. Why? Okay, so imagine this is the total US workforce. just 2.5% work in tips jobs like baristas or bartenders. And within this group, these are the people who earn enough to pay taxes on their tips. To be clear, these workers would see an average saving of about $1,700 per year on their tax returns. But some think there's a better way. Hello. This is my colleague Enrique, who lives in Berlin, Germany. Germany is good at a lot of
Socialism.
things. Beer.
Oh no, they're gonna advocate for higher base pay for these fucking workers. How dare they? How dare they? That would be the collapse of society. Chat, look away. Don't believe they're lying. Don't believe their lies. They are lying to you. Surprised this is AFD propaganda? Okay,
Cars.
good. Thank God.
But one study shows that it's also a great place to be a waiter.
Germans tip very often, almost always in cash, although that's changing slowly, and waiters do not have to pay taxes on the tips. Yes, Germany did it first.
But one of the most important factors is that
here in Germany, waiters earn almost 13 euros per hour as a base wage.
That's
what? Wait, excuse me. That's unacceptable. The base pay should not be livable. The base pay should not exist. For those of you who don't know, in the United States of America, for tipped workers, in many states, your hourly rate can be as low as $2. Okay? It used to be even lower. You get like $2.13 an hour, and then your entire salary revolves around the tips that you're receiving. That's right. A lot of Americans don't know that there is a minimum wage beyond the regular minimum wage, the federal minimum wage. There is an even lower minimum wage out there in many states for tipped service sector employees.
twice the national minimum wage in the US.
And tipping is more of a bonus.
This is the case across.
But he's wrong when he said, oh, it's $7.25 in the minimum wage. It's not $7.25 for tip workers. As a Hooters girl, I was paid $2.46 plus tips. If you made under federal minimum wage, they would pay you the difference on your paycheck. Yeah. Our minimum wage is even higher in Australia. Yes, but if you don't make the equivalent of $7.25 an hour in tips, the employer has to make up the difference. I think it's fucking insane that tipping is a price offsetting measure that capital owners love because they don't have to pay for their employees. It improves their performance because now their performance is what will determine what kind of percentage they will get as a wage, because that's what tips are. And on top of that, they can justify lower prices on the menu because the 20% tip that you choose to give to your wage slave that's serving you the steak, that's up to you. As opposed to having to put that extra 20% into the menu and then pay a living wage to your to your employees. Is legally obligated to, big distinction, because they're most likely going to fire you if you're not making enough tips that they have to pay you more. To be honest, if you're an asshole owning class person, it's a genius scheme. It is. It's evil. It is truly evil.
Across the continent, where tipping varies widely. Swedish restaurant goers, for example, tend to tip 4 times more than French ones. And Norwegians are the least cash-friendly.
I'm often helpless when it comes to tipping, what the standard might be in a different country. My name is Stefan Gosling. Sometimes I do the odd study that's in my personal interest.
This guy's a professor of
tipping
tips.
Study is one of these.
Most European waiters earn less than their American counterparts, but it matters less here because of the minimum wage. Advocates say that a higher minimum wage protects them when crises hit.
Think about the COVID pandemic, where people couldn't eat out. All of a sudden you are without a job, without employment, but also without Social Security. In Europe, at the very least, employers still have to pay the minimum wage, and then that also provides Social Security to service workers.
Some US states are already on board with this, and they've set minimum wages that are higher than the federal one, which has been $7.25 per hour since 2009. But it can go as low as $2.13 an hour in what is known as the tipped wage, which is when employers are allowed to pay less than the minimum wage if servers earn enough in tips during their shifts, which in this case comes out to about $5.12 an hour. Critics say that this whole system just makes service work precarious and unstable.
In terms of stability, I think it's a better system when you have higher minimum wage and a lower tipping rate.
There's a bill in Congress that's trying to do just that, making them.
As a bartender / server, I tell all the new people that come in that serving is a gamble. You can make a lot, but if you're in the wrong place, you'll be overworked for almost no money or any benefits. Yeah, I mean, there are people who make really good wages. There are people who make really good wages by by bartending in like or you know, high profile restaurants where they're like working as like professional waiters. That's for sure a thing. You can be ballin' as a waiter or a bartender. However, that is not the norm. If you're cute, you'll make money. Most won't. The catch is you need to be conventionally attractive or extremely charismatic.
Minimum wage higher for everybody, called the Raise the Wage Act. But if past performance is any indication, the bill probably won't pass. And the no tax on tip law is moving on. Thanks for watching our video. Do you think tips should be tax-free?
I think this is one of the saddest days in modern American history. This is the largest withdrawal and ending of healthcare in American history. 17 million people in our country, 17 million Americans in our country are going to lose their Medicaid. They're going to lose their ACA insurance. Small business owners are going to have their healthcare costs skyrocket, and people are going to have their SNAP and WIC cut back. People are going to go hungry. People are going to get sick on a scale unlike anything we've ever seen. And it's all of it is just to finance tax cuts for billionaires and the wealthiest corporations who don't even need it. I don't think we have ever seen or are prepared for how catastrophic this is set to be for a lot of people. And I think it's devastating. And they're talking about this as though it's some tax cut. Even the stuff that they're talking about, taxes on tips, no tax on tips, that's only for people, that's only up to $25,000. And if you're making less than that, you're already kind of exempt from a lot of these things in the first place. So they're giving people crumbs and they're taking away the whole loaf. And it's just a genuinely really sad day for our country.
What about Leader Jeffrey's final message, looking ahead to 2026, 2028?
Well, you know, to Leader Jeffries' message, he's right. The best thing that we can do right now is press on And in order for us to salvage what we have and to build through, we have to chart a new course and a new path to our future. And we have to make sure that there are consequences. If you're on Medicaid, if you're on ACA, if you are on Medicare and rely on Medicaid to help with your long-term care, there has to be consequences to these votes. And we have to decide if this is just a joke or just for TV or if this is our real lives. And I hope people vote like it's our real lives.
Meanwhile, an Iranian woman detained by
It's really messed up. Yeah, think about the billionaires is correct. AOC consistently shows time and time again that she does not care about POC, people of capital. She does not care about POWs, people of wealth. Okay? That is, what is 1% if not the ultimate minority? What is the 1% of the 1% if not statistically the most minority you can get? Really messed up. Coming from a person who seemingly cares about minorities or POCs. Really, really messed up. Do billionaires have a right to exist? Yeah, it's terrifying that this is a question that we even have to ask nowadays. Do billionaires have a right to exist? Does New York City have a right to exist as a billionaire ethno-state? A lot of people are saying no. You're being quite... What is it? What's a... I'm thinking... Anti-Semitic, but for capital, what would that look like? Because that's just anti-capitalist. You're being quite anti-capitalist, sweetie. It doesn't hit the same because, yeah, it's true. You're being classist. Yeah, you're being classist. It's disgusting classism. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the one class. You're being wealthophobic, capital-phobic. It's really messed up. This is the new future. This is the new future that AOC wants. Disgusting. Terrifying. Anyway. Let's get back to reality, of course. MAGA mom detained by ICE. Her husband says he'll still support Trump. That is fucking insane. Okay.
Federal agents. She and her family, all supporters of President Trump. See the MAGA hats. President Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf live for us in Diamond Bar. And Matthew, those Trump flags staying up tonight.
Yeah, those flags staying up. This family still supports Donald Trump despite their mom being detained. The final moments home for an Iranian woman detained by immigration agents.
Okay. It's getting increasingly more difficult to feel bad for some supporters, okay? Like, it's getting increasingly harder to, like, every day I'm like, no, we must oppose this unconditionally. We must be loud in our opposition to this, okay? But when I see stuff like this, it becomes so hard.
Thank you. A mother Monday going inside to say bye to her 4 kids.
She came and kissed the kids and that was it. That's the last time I saw her.
A proud President Trump supporting family in Diamond Bar.
Election time was here. I had a full 3-4 flags out.
Even while their mom faces immigration questions. Has your opinion changed on this?
That's a good question. Somewhat it has, just because I'm going through it. I was very selfish before.
But I'm still selfish now? Dude, what? Dude, what the fuck? He's Persian. Last thing he needs to be accused to be working with the Shah? What? Bro, that is crazy. That is crazy, brother. What the fuck is he saying?
See right now is, okay, there's a reason for it.
Arthur Sahakian's wife, Arpaneh, was born in Iran and moved to the United States when she was 3 as a refugee.
She cashed a check, I believe it was less than $200, and this is all where it started.
Then, about 15 years ago, her green card was revoked over a conviction related to theft.
It's all misdemeanor stuff.
Arthur says they've been going through the legal process towards regaining citizenship with check-ins every 6 months or so.
She just went in April, and they said, okay, you're fine, you know, have a good day, we'll see you back in September or October.
Then last week, the United States bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran, increasing tensions and concerns of Iranian sleeper cells retaliating in the U.S.
Bro, there has never been a moment where a guy got every single one of his wishes. And it's like a real monkey's paw situation. You're like a pro-Shah Iranian guy living in California. You finally get your reactionary right-wing Shah-style, Reza Pahlavi-style president back. You're super stoked. Then on top of that, he fucking bombs Iran, okay? And you're extra stoked. You're just throwing ropes at this point. You're like, oh my God, every single thing. I am Persian and everything I wanted, President Trump is giving me. And then boom. In the aftermath of that, Trump is like, yo, pack up these fucking Iranians because they're all sleeper cells. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I'm very for of them seeing the Iranian nationals because of the sleeper cells. I understand that.
Federal sources tell Fox News that more than 130 Iranian nationals were detained in the U.S. this last week.
I think it will resolve a lot of issues because we all know exactly who's in here for what reasons. Even though I miss her dearly, but I think we could do a better job of you catch someone, you see there. And
dog, your children are crying because mommy's in the slammer. Are you fucking serious? That's your wife, dog. The fuck? Dude, this is next level. You can't even do a Fell for It Again award for this guy. He's still falling for it. He's still in the process of free fall. That's crazy, man. This is, I mean, is this even I think we've moved beyond onion bits at this point, okay? Because even the onion's like, no, that's a bridge too far. I feel like that's too much. You know what I mean? Like this is unimaginable levels of cult-like thinking. What the fuck? He's like, yes, finally my bitch wife is arrested so I can live out my dreams and what? Marry Donald Trump? Like, what the fuck is the dream? This is, bro, the only thing that's worse than this is if you were getting arrested and you were like, and I think this is valid. I think it's valid. I love my President Trump. If he arrested me, there's a good reason for it. I'm a real piece of shit. I'm a criminal. I'm glad that he's arresting me and taking my criminal ass off the streets. That's it. He said, Mr. Trump, President, take my wife, please. My wife is yours. I'm upset that you didn't take my children too. I was offering them up as well. Please take my children, Mr. President. You are the legend.
National and do a background real quick and see if they have ties.
He already said, oh, Mr. President, thank you for bombing my country where my family members live still. That was awesome. And now, thank you, Mr. President, for taking my wife away because you suspect her of being an Iranian sleeper cell agent, potentially.
To the community and ties with families over here and let them go.
What do you think's going to happen?
Oh, I'm on the list to be going to a different facility.
Arpaneh speaking with us on the phone, uncertain about her future. Any regrets with your vote?
None. Still supporting him.
while her family continues showing support for President Trump, hoping their mom comes home soon.
Trump is not trying to do anything bad. We understand what he's doing, and he wants the best for the country.
So right now, it's unclear if and when that mom could return home. Reporting live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
So the argument for getting rid of her would be what? That she's not in the country legally and she committed a crime?
Exactly. Basically, it sounds like she lost her green card about 15 years ago and since then has been fighting to get it back. So right now, she does not have that green card and is considered to be in the country illegally.
Yeah. Interesting. So this whole thing is a reminder that everybody has a different story and there's so many layers to it. And if you just talk in political slogans, it's not enough. You really have to listen to each and every person's story and try to make up individual decisions almost. All right, Matthew Seedorf, thank you for your reporting on this.
Financially as well as emotionally.
Trump voter and business owner whose workers were detained by ICE speaks out. Dude, what a crazy world we live in, man. I don't know what to say about that, dude. I don't know what to say about that. That's like, that really fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie. That was, wow. He's like, I still love my president. He's doing the right thing. He's getting these fucking illegals out of here, including my bitch wife. Is wild. He's like, not my wife. That's just a mistake. I'm sure that'll be fixed soon. It's like, I mean, that level of dick riding should be illegal, dude. Wow. He said he didn't regret his fucking vote, dude. He said he didn't regret his vote, dude. The admin literally bombed Iran and then decided that the mother of his children is a hostile entity, a sleeper cell, and packed her up. Friends. I know we always say, in the words of Michael Jamal Brooks, be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems. But like, as this one chatter also pointed out, it's like, it's getting increasingly more difficult to be kind to individuals. Okay. If you're that kind of individual, I can't like it's so hard for me not to just make fun of you. That's crazy. Like, I know the process of deportation is a uniquely cruel endeavor. But like, you and your Trump supporting wife are currently experiencing this like horrifying endeavor. And you're just sitting there being like, I don't regret it. It's fine. The fuck are we doing? What are we doing? How am I supposed to feel bad about a guy who doesn't personally feel bad about what took place? That person needs to feel bad from a societal perspective. If you're okay with shit like that, what are we but livestock? I mean, he's livestock. Like, he's not doing the one thing that human beings are supposed to do, conservative, Democrat alike. When it comes knocking down their door, the idea is, oh, the leopards are eating my face. How could this have happened? You're not supposed to go, I hope it's yummy for the leopards, while your face is being eaten. That's not, there is no subreddit for that yet. You know what I mean? There's no moment where you're supposed to, up until this moment, we have not had an experience where the leopards are eating your face and you're going, oh, that's fine. Here, take my arm too. What the fuck? Like, it is a thing that animals have is self-preservation skills, okay? This is getting to a degree where you're doing like, blood sacrifice rituals for your cult. And if you have that level of loyalty to a person who like fucks you over deliberately, okay, in broad daylight, and you still defend it, while you're in the process of getting fucked over, at that point, there is no saving that person. You know what I mean? There's no amount of cruelty that that person can experience that will shake him away from his position. At least, like, there are Trump supporters who are like, I didn't think my undocumented relatives were going to get fucking apprehended. And they very quickly realize, like, okay, we were duped. This fucking sucks. I'm going out in the streets and I'm going to protest. You know, great, fine. You know, it sucks that this happened to you. It sucks that it happened to your immediate family members. I'm right there by your side. But when a motherfucker's like, oh, my family members got deported, but I hated them. Honestly, they were fucking criminals, actually. That's good. Hopefully they arrest me too next. What am I supposed to do? I can't help you if you can't help yourself. This is like a person on Medicaid whose Medicaid just got removed, okay? And they're fucking running around being like, well, at least billionaires who are the most productive members of society are getting a tax break. That's fine. You know, I'm sure things will be better. It's like, okay, good luck. Good luck then. You're in a death cult. You're a fucking psycho. This is beyond, like, beyond absurd. It's not normal. Every night I go to sleep and I think to myself, I hope the Walton family is getting a higher return on their initial investment this quarter. Like, I hope they had a productive quarter. I'm working at Walmart. I need fucking SNAP benefits because Walmart's not paying me enough. That's annoying. Anyway, here's the other side of it, which is a very common story. Trump voter and business owner whose workers were detained by ICE speaks out.
Financially as well as emotionally. It takes a toll. You know, you get to know these guys. You become their friends, just not an employer, but a friend. And you see what happens to their family. It's quite a shock. They did everything right, and they all had their work permits. They all, a couple and few of them have driver's licenses. They worked with me on the Navy base, which had to go through intense security, and they found out all about their past. And
no, this is good for you guys to hear, because a lot of people don't understand. Like, there are a fuck ton of migrant workers, okay? There are a fuck ton of migrant workers in this country that have the proper authorization, that have gone through rigorous background checks. Their immigration status is in limbo, like the lady that we just saw. For something so marginal, so inconsequential, she cashed a $200 fake check, okay? And then had her green card taken away in the process. That's a cruel-ass system, man. That is a ruthless and cruel-ass system. And it's the lack of care that we have as a society for some of these most marginalized people, some of the most vulnerable people that are simply just making ends meet. You know, they're here, they're working, they are going to ICE facilities with regular frequency to check in routinely. They have their court dates, they have their paperwork. They're trying to put pennies together so that they can get a lawyer to help them out throughout this process. And they're making pennies on the dollar on top of this. And then they're being called fucking criminals and getting deported, ripped away from their families, ripped away from their neighborhoods, ripped away from their lives that they've developed here, that they've built here. Like, dudes who have been working here in this country for multiple decades. You know what I mean? White people don't give a shit. You're talking to a wall. I don't think that's true. I think that there are plenty of white people who do give a shit. But there are certain kinds of white people that don't, the racist kind. And Trump, and that number is much smaller than you think. That's my point. I mean, here's a white person who does give a shit now, because this is the leopards ate my face moment for him.
You become connected with them and more than just a boss employee.
You voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
If you had a chance to sit across the president like you do now with me, what would you say to him?
Well, you know, the buck stops there, right? I did not understand his wishes to go after people who are legally here and trying to do right by them and their families.
What's up?
And I didn't understand that that's what he was trying to do. From what I understood, from what he has said, and from what ICE officials have said, that is not at all what they're doing. And then all the representatives of them are stating the same thing. That's not what we're doing. We're going after the criminals. Well, what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, look, at a certain point, you also have to realize, like, when there is not a single this guy's not watching my broadcast, man. You know, he's not a HasanAbi head. You all feel the way that you do when you're like, these guys are so dumb. But you have to remember, like, think about your parents. Some of your parents probably also have the same exact mentality. Okay. And part of the reason why they have that same exact mentality is because they're watching Fox, or even when they're watching MSNBC or CNN. Up until Trump became president and started doing these deportations, there was very little coverage on how fucking violent this shit was going to look like. And that's the reason why I place a lot of this blame on the Democratic Party as well, because they did not say a single damn thing. They did not counter message against this. They counter messaged. Not only did they not counter message against this, they messaged for this. They messaged in the direction, maybe not to the same severity, maybe not to the same level of ruthless cruelty, but they certainly wanted a militarized border. They wanted to fundraise for a piece of legislation that was going to do Trump's 2020 border policies. They did this on the fucking campaign trail. They said, build the wall. They kept propping up. Nice to meet you, man. They kept propping up Biden's like deportations as a fucking benefit. Not talking about how devastating this shit actually was. The employer said they had their work permits. These are people here on an NTA before an IJ who entered illegally and were released pending immigration court. Yeah. On an NTA before an IJ, like immigration judge, you're saying, right? Like they got the proper authorization. There are a lot of people like this. There are a lot of people exactly like this. There are millions of people like this who come into the country, illegally. Yeah, notice to appear. NTA is notice to appear before an immigration judge, who entered illegally and were released pending immigration court. Yeah. Now, what's crazy about the immigration court is that it works as a function. It works alongside the federal the federal agencies. So it's not like a separate entity. So when there's a woke president, they can be a little less restrictive. And then when there's a president like Donald Trump, he can use the immigration courts system as a mechanism to literally steal people, to kidnap people. That's why you see so many of those like gruesome images of people that are just like going to their regular court date. Okay. They're getting their notice to appear. They're appearing in court in front of an immigration judge thinking like, oh, I'm just going to get an extension, right? I'm going to get an extension. I'm going to get my work clearance. I've been here for like 10 years, whatever. This is what I've done every single time. And now that opportunity is being used to kidnap this person. Trump ain't so great when he starts to hurt your life, huh? I mean, like this guy is the classic example of like a fucking dickhead business owner who also fell to the mercy of the overwhelming amount of like, there's so many fucking criminal migrants out there. Immigration court system within the DOJ, so a part of the executive branch. Yes. You can get a work permit after accruing a certain amount of days of filing an asylum application, for example. Yeah. There are so many people like this who we could just like expeditiously process and give the proper permanent clearances for, right? But we don't do that. We just keep their immigration status in limbo. And that is by design. Same with the fucking DACA. Same with the DACA recipients. Deferred action on childhood arrival. 90% approval for amnesty for this program. The program itself is crazy. It is crazy rigid. You can't even fucking fly out of the country and shit. You know what I mean? If you're on DACA, it's ridiculous. You have to have an unvarnished record, no crimes whatsoever. You have to go to college. You have to have a job, like all this shit. It is so rigid. And the fact that we don't give these people proper amnesty is insane. Dreamers is who I'm talking about. Yes. DACA, deferred action on childhood arrival. Remember, these are people who came into the country alongside their parents when they were a child. Okay, when they were a fucking minor. They had no say in this process. And this country is all they know. They don't know any other country. They grew up here. This is their country. It's functionally no different than birthright citizenship. Can you report both sides and show ICE removing criminals as well? I can't. You want to know why I can't? Because the fucking criminals that ICE is removing are already in jail. Because they're criminals. They've already been processed through the criminal justice system. That's why I can't show you both sides of this equation, because the people that they are removing right now, the people that they're deporting right now, the ones that have a criminal record are for incredibly minor shit. They're not like rapist decapitators or some shit that ICE is like bravely taking out of this country. Birth certificate says otherwise, says My Lottery. My Lottery is a great name for you. Yeah, you did hit the lottery, I guess. That makes you feel like you're better than these people. Chew My Bullets 1 says, can you report both sides and show ICE removing criminals as well? ICE is not removing criminals. That's why so many people turn around and say, well, they're criminals because they entered the country illegally. You know? That's why. That's why people have to do the classic goalpost shift. Trump didn't say he was going to remove everyone that fucking crossed the border, okay? He said he was going to go after these like rapist, drug dealer, vicious, violent types. They're deporting people that have been here for 20 years, who have been checking in with ICE on a monthly basis since the agency even made these sorts of checks a requirement. They have the proper clearance and the authorization to work, okay? And they're removing people that have like a trespass from like 15 years ago. You think that's a fucking rabid criminal that you have to get out of this country ASAP? Yeah, 65% of the detainments have no criminal record. And 93% had no violent convictions. Oh. And the 7% that I'm willing to bet, if we looked into it, the 7% that they have violent convictions are either like got in a fucking bar fight, or the ones that actually have the heinous crimes on their record were already in prison and they're being removed from prison and being deported instead of going through the entire fucking sentence. Understand that. Because in an effort to justify why they're doing this, like, for example, one of the things that they did was park ICE into Rikers Island in New York City. Why did they do that? Because they want to get people who have actually done any crimes whatsoever that are migrants to be deported so they can fucking beef up the numbers of criminals that they're apprehending and deporting. Okay? But even with all of that, because they have this ridiculous quota for, remember, a problem that doesn't exist, even with all of that, they have 7% violent convictions in the deportations. 7%. 7 fucking percent. And even before these numbers came out, this is what my suspicion was. I told you that the majority of these people are not going to have any convictions whatsoever. And that the ones that do have some kind of conviction will be for like mail fraud or wire fraud or like trespassing or something minor. And that a very tiny number, a very, very tiny number will be people that actually have like kind of like a violent felony on their record. And those people are already in those people are already inside of these detention facilities to begin with. Because when Donald Trump was claiming that there are hundreds of thousands of people being murdered by undocumented migrants and like no one's doing anything, that meant that the police force under the Biden administration was capturing criminals, right? Let's say like an undocumented migrant did a heinous crime. They did a rape and like they did a murder, right? And then the police would capture this person and then they would look at their background. They'd look at their record and go, oh my God, he's an undocumented migrant. We have to release him. Do you think that's what was going on? Because if you don't believe that, then the idea that the Biden administration was doing catch and release for like actual fucking rapist criminals is insane. ICE bookings are primarily non-criminals and non-violent offenders. I want to know what kind of violent crimes that they've done as well. This understates the change in interior enforcement against non-criminals. This is mainly because ICE also booked some people into custody who were originally detained by Border Patrol. Hence, the pre-Trump numbers include many non-criminals who had never lived in the United States before. Since then, the Trump administration has put Border Patrol in charge of mass deportation in California and is making interior arrests all along the border, all along both the Mexican and Canadian borders. This means that the pre-Trump and post-Trump numbers are not directly comparable. We cannot say for certain how many peaceful individuals are being whisked off American streets by government agents. Yes, resisting arrest is considered a violent crime, by the way. Would you say the people that Obama admin deported millions as well? They don't think there's an issue with this because Obama did it too. I had an issue when Obama did it as well. But the difference between Barack Obama and like when Democrats are in charge, the major difference is that they consider immediate removal at the border a deportation. There's a difference between internal deportations and border apprehensions. Okay? Both are still uniquely cruel, especially considering that these people are not here to do fucking crimes, okay? Having said that, the Trump administration will greatly escalate interior removals, okay? Interior removals are conducted on not people who are doing crimes, but they're conducted on people who have been living here for decades at this point, who are literally playing ball with Immigration Customs Enforcement. They do check-ins with ICE agencies. They have court dates that they're waiting on in front of an immigration judge. I spoke to a journalero in Huntington Park that had gotten detained in a raid at a Home Depot. He's a citizen. They take you to Santa Ana, verify your status, then they let you go. But now you are not at work outside of Home Depot. You're in fucking Santa Ana. Yeah, they do dragnets, and if you're Hispanic, you will get apprehended. And they fucking put you in a goddamn paddy wagon and ship your ass to a facility, and then they do some kind of check. And hopefully your paperwork is intact, because if they find anything when they run a background check, they'll still clap you. Is waving a gun around on Twitch considered a crime or breaking terms of service? This is not a real gun. Pussy. And not only that, but also, I like that this is the new meta. People are like, dude, I can't believe you were waving a gun around. Good luck, dude. Guy comes in here, says, I'm going to assassinate you. I say, good luck, and do this. And now the soy right is fucking crying about it. Okay. Good luck. What am I supposed to do if I'm the endless recipient of death threats? I can't even have a little bit of fun with it? Every single person that masturbated when Moist Critical did the exact same thing, okay, is now going, this guy needs to be banned immediately. Post haste, please. You should keep it in frame. I do. Here you go. Andrea, the 411 U.S. citizen that was picked up physically by ICE and kidnapped, Democracy Now! Covered it. Yeah. I remember trying to work with Congress to get you banned. I know. So fucking desperate, dude. And pathetic. Anyway, let's continue.
Situation is just totally, just blatantly not at all what they said it was. And the people that I know, the liberal people that I know really well, really close people, you know, that I know, warned me that that's what they worried about, that ICE was just going to go after every.
One threatens murder, two wishes luck, one two bully me. No, I'm not the one who threatened to murder. Are you stupid? The other person who was literally banned shortly thereafter was the one who issued a death threat against me. And I jokingly said, good luck. Oh, you didn't say it was me.
Everybody, arbitrarily, just grab them all, sort them out, and not really care what kind of damage they're doing to, whether it's a business locally or whether it's.
I work down the street from Santa Ana hot areas, and it's crazy out here. They're triangulating any Home Depot in this area. Currently, they're just walking around gas stations, car washes, picking up anyone who seems brown and may have an accent. As a Latina, it's not even safe for me to take a walk at work, and I'm a citizen. It's insane that we have to be in pairs and be scared for our own safety because of blatant racism. Yeah. What's also crazy is, as a citizen, you do not have to actually cooperate with ICE. Did you know that? Like, when ICE says, give me your fucking ID, as an American citizen, they have no legal right to demand that from you. But at the same time, because this is a legal gray area, they can still detain you. Isn't that crazy? And the only reason why they detain you is because, like, ICE doesn't have jurisdiction over you. You're an American citizen. The fuck? Right? They don't have jurisdiction over you. But they will still detain you. And if you try to go out of your way and sue them, as people have, American citizens have sued ICE, it is a long and arduous process, and the penalties are so marginal by design that nobody even attempts to do this. There is no way to, like, put them under a shit ton of paperwork, even though any ICE detention against an American citizen is quite literally an illegal detainment, and you can sue them. Isn't that wild? But we have designed the system. We have designed the system in such a way that even if you were to sue ICE for falsely detaining you as an American citizen, that they have no right to do, and also they did it racistly, obviously, because, like, what's the purpose of this detainment? You're an American citizen. They're fucking ICE agents. They don't know you're an American citizen, technically, right? So what leads them to believe that you are undocumented? I wonder, right? So when they're engaging in racist profiling and they detain an American citizen, you could still turn around and sue them after they free you. But because the paperwork is so long, so convoluted, and the awards are so marginal that it doesn't matter, and most people don't do it.
The families that they're destroying, actually, by doing this. I would argue, like I said, I would argue that that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. Well, now I have to rethink a lot of things. Buyer's remorse, I don't know, a little bit. Yeah, it's going to reflect on what I did and who I voted for. And I'm going to wonder why they did what they did. And I'd like some kind of explanation if they cared to give it at all.
And we also want to get to some breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security says a famous Mexican boxer has been arrested by U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agents and will be deported. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was arrested for overstaying a tourist visa that expired last February. Last week, Chavez was in the ring with YouTuber turned boxer Jake Paul. The DHS says the former middleweight champion will be sent back to Mexico, where he faces organized crime charges involving weapons and explosives. Officials say he's believed to be connected to the cartel.
Yeah, from what I understand, the guy was also a a Trump supporter as well. If he won, he wouldn't have gotten deported. There's the both sides chatter was asking for. Yeah. They wouldn't arrest him before the fight because that would have fucked up Jake Paul, who's famously a Trump fanboy. I don't know enough details about this guy, but it is crazy that he went from being a Trump supporter to being deported by the Trump admin back to Mexico. I guess the warrant is real, though. Mexican authorities confirm Julio C. is wanted for organized crime and arms trafficking. It says U.S. officials are in the process of handing him over. I don't get it. How the fuck was this guy running around with an active arrest warrant from the Mexican government? Dude, this is exactly the type of person that Trump fantasizes about deporting. And the one time they actually get one, it's a fucking Trump supporter who is friends with another Trump supporter, a very famous Trump supporter, who is just like an influencer. He's like a famous person. He is a famous Trump supporter. How is this possible? Like, it's not like this guy was running around being like, I'm hiding. I suspect that he was very openly training for this fight, whether it was in the United States of America or in Mexico, but like he was out there. No. He's the son of one of the best Mexican boxers. His father trains Canelo. Yeah, he did like a press tour, no? What the fuck? Lose to Jake Paul and deported in 1 week is an all-time down bad. He fought at Honda Center in Orange County. ICE seeks to deport Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. alleges links to Sinaloa cartel. $5, Paul family turned him in so they don't have to pay him. They said his visa expired in February, probably because he didn't want to go back to Mexico and get arrested. Okay, but like he's been training for a Jake Paul fight visibly, openly, in broad daylight since February. Like, this is a wild sequence of events. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Also, in accordance with the June 17th Department of Defense statement, U.S. Northcom announces 200 Marines are going to Florida to provide administrative and logistical support to immigrations and customs enforcement. So now they're sending Marines to Florida as well. I don't believe there actually is mass voter fraud, but couldn't the argument be made that since DJT is deporting his own supporters, that he had illegal votes cast? Okay, calm down. I don't think that guy voted. I think he was just a supporter. Wait.
I was wondering if you...
Anyway, we're gonna do more. We're gonna do more of this Zoran mania. We're gonna talk about this Zoran Mamdani momentum. Scoop. Benjamin Ryan writes, Scoop, Mamdani identified as Asian and African American on college application. I report with Dana Rubenstein. Zoran Mamdani, Democrat running for mayor of New York City, was born in Uganda. He doesn't consider himself black, but said the application didn't allow for the complexity of his background. Wow. Brilliant. Thank you. Wow, you guys did it. You guys did it. What a scoop. Lol, this weirdo would get a byline on this. He's one of the people who remains hyper scandalized, but when I told Jesse Singal to do the honorable thing, I could see his sense of judgment remains perfect. Wow. What is this? Good morning, New York. While you were sleeping, this was the most read story. Zoran Mamdani's wrong. We need more billionaires, not fewer. As As Marxist enjoyers of Financial Times, this puts us all at odds with our favorite newspaper, the real paper of record, Financial Times. Their opinion editorial segment is going to still obviously they're still obviously going to reflect the majority opinion of the readership, which I suspect are not anti-imperialist Marxist-Leninists, in spite of the reality that Financial Times is, and I stand by this, a far better newspaper on their regular reporting side, especially as it pertains to global affairs, than the New York Times by a very wide margin. That remains to be true. This is the New York Times source on the story, who they euphemistically describe as an academic and an opponent of affirmative action. Let's see what else he believes. Last month, wait, what is this? Last month's cyber attack appears to have been carried out in order to see if Colombia was still using race-conscious affirmative action in its admission policies after the Supreme Court effectively barred the practice in 2023. While Mr. Mamdani was not a target of the hack, the information about him was included in a database of millions of student applications to Colombia going back decades. The data was shared with the Times by an intermediary who goes by the name Cremio on Substack and X, and who is an academic and an opponent of affirmative action. The Times agreed to withhold his real name. An anonymous poster obsessed with race and IQ. Musk has replied to at least 2 posts this month from an ex-user who goes by Cremio. The account has more than 200,000 followers and is known for writing about purported genetic differences between racial groups. A typical post from the account claims that black NFL players have lower IQs than white NFL players. Other posts strongly imply that black people are genetically inferior to whites. As my former colleague Ali Brelin noted in The Atlantic, Cremio has been praised on the far right for tracing the genetic pathways of crime and explaining why poverty is not a good causal explanation. Referring to Medicare payments, Musk wrote in response to Cremio on Wednesday, "This is where the big money fraud is happening." What a source. Lead author on this low-effort New York Times Mamdani hit piece a few days ago, just making value-neutral observations, no bias at all. Fewer than 5% of New York City residents cast a first-ranked choice vote for Zohran Mamdani in the Democratic primary last week. Lots of people are still very eager to do some serious, oh yeah, well, quote tweeting of the above tweet, as if I laced a mathematical observation with commentary and spun it into a chest-pounding political treatise, which I did not. Mamdani received top choice votes from about 8.5% of registered voters in New York City. Yeah. For a Democratic primary, he performed above expectations, as a matter of fact. I have private information on a public official who is currently running for an important office. This information shows they engaged in professional misconduct. No one but me and a hacker has this info right now. Is it unethical to release it? I'm glad that he ran a fucking Twitter poll before figuring out the ethics of releasing this thing. And the thing that he released, this damning piece of evidence that he released, is that a man who was fucking born in Uganda, who is of one of the most unique backgrounds we've ever fucking seen, is literally incapable of correctly identifying himself on a form. Fantastic. Wow. Here's Zohran's quote for the New York Times. This feels like something that started as a catchy racist headline that couldn't live up to its promise journalistically. He's Indian Ugandan. Millions of Americans face the same issues with identity checkboxes on applications. Only a newsroom at this 1950s Jim Crow segregationist level of whiteness wouldn't understand this issue. Most college applications don't have a box for Indian Ugandans, so I checked multiple boxes trying to capture the fullness of my background, said Mr. Mamdani, a state lawmaker from Queens. The application allows students to provide more specific information where relevant. And Mr. Mamdani said that he wrote in Ugandan. Even though these boxes are constraining, I wanted my college application to reflect who I was, he added. While neither Mr. Mamdani nor Columbia University could provide the template for the application form the college used at that time, a copy of it was archived online. Mr. Mamdani said he filled out all of his college applications in the same way. Yeah, the U.S. Census sees Middle Eastern and North African people as white. Many don't. Wow, brilliant journalism from the New York Times. Definitely not grasping for straws because they must eliminate all critics of Israel. Fantastic work, guys. Congratulations to the paper of record once again. Absolute masterclass on how news media should conduct itself. If there is a very popular politician that resembles the or echoes the sentiment demonstrated by the overwhelming majority of Americans, and actually ends up winning an election in spite of these attacks against him, you know, on the issue of Israel, then we will do everything we can to try and tar and feather this person and try and tarnish this person's reputation. Would you say that Zoran is the most represented you've felt by a politician? Yes. And I don't think there will ever be another politician that I feel as represented by. Obviously, it's not just his background, but it's also his policies. It's more important. His policies are obviously significantly more important to me. But yeah, of course. A 33-year-old cosmopolitan Muslim socialist. It's crazy. We're the same age.
You could address some of these comments that the president made earlier this morning. He was talking about Zoran Mamdani saying that we'll have to arrest him if he interferes with ICE. And he also talked about you and saying that you were.
If he interferes with ICE, arrest Mamdani.
If he interviews with ICE.
Interferes.
Interferes.
Yeah, if he interferes with ICE, he'll have to be arrested. Just wondering, where do you stand on that? And he also talked about how you were a good independent option, and he obviously supported you. So where do you stand on both of those?
Well, no one should. I've said this over and over again, and I'm going to continue to say it until it resonates and people may appreciate it in a period of reflection. ICE is a federal law enforcement agency. It is not some illegal entity. This administration will collaborate with our federal agencies when it comes to criminal behavior. We're not going to collaborate if it comes down to civil enforcement. The law doesn't allow us to do that. And anyone that is an elected or not should never interfere with federal authorities carrying out their function. Because if someone doesn't like ICE, what happens if you don't like the IRS? What happens if you don't like the environmental protection? You just can't pick and choose. And, you know, my pet peeve is disorder. I don't feel comfortable around disorder. You know, maybe it's my blind side that I just don't like disorder. We can't have systems of disorder. And so I will encourage anyone not to interfere with federal authorities.
He's not trying to win the election, I don't think. Like, that's crazy. He's speaking like a man who cares about not having the Department of Justice decision come down on him, and not as a man who is desperately trying to win the mayoral race. He looks like he's under duress.
Legally carrying out their actions. And so the president makes his determination what he's going to do. I'm not a federal elected official. I keep saying that over and over again. I'm a city elected official. I'm the mayor of the greatest city on the globe, and that's New York City. And I have enough things to improve on in this city that I'm doing than to talk about what they're doing on the federal level. We got federal authorities. Federal authorities need to do their job.
There is literally pre-existing state and city law that gives the mayor and also state officials the responsibility to not collaborate with ICE in the way that Eric Adams is collaborating with ICE and cooperating with ICE right now. Now, of course, the reason why Eric Adams is cooperating with ICE is not because he thinks, you know, he's law-abiding or whatever, and he doesn't have the authority to override federal mandate. It's because he had a Department of Justice case due to his corrupt affairs, due to his corruption charges, working with Turkish government envoys. And then the Trump administration took that away and are now dangling that as a fucking carrot in front of him. They took those charges away, and then they said, we can bring these charges back at any moment if you don't cooperate with us. Incredible stuff.
Right now, the drama continuing on the House floor. Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been using his magic minute to delay a vote on the One Big Beautiful bill for over 7 hours. Jeffries claims he's, quote, taking his sweet time on behalf of the American people. No thanks. Whenever he's done speaking, House Speaker Mike Johnson will take the podium for what's expected to be a brief speech. Then we'll see a final vote to decide whether the OB3 reaches President Trump's desk or sends lawmakers back to the drawing board. We'll be keeping a close eye on the House floor all hour long, and we'll bring you the news as it happens. First, we are getting an idea of how New York City Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani, who also self-identifies as a Democratic socialist, may address the Big Apple's affordability crisis. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, and joining us today, Carly Shimkus, Fox & Friends' first co-host, Lydia Hu, Fox Business correspondent, Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News contributor, and Charlie Hurt, Fox & Friends weekend co-host. Now, resurfaced video from 2021 shows the socialist candidate pushing to limit private housing and increase public communal housing.
No. Bombshell. Guys, did you know about this? This is scary. Dude, I hate when Fox News does this and doesn't issue a trigger warning beforehand. What? Wait, is it the Gravel video? Oh my God, it is the Gravel video. I'm gonna die. Oh my God. You mean to tell me that Zohran Mamdani thinks that we should have government housing just like in Vienna, which is, as everybody knows, Red Vienna, that's what they call it. It is a socialist communist state. It is authoritarian, okay? If you want a strudel, if you don't eat a strudel, they beat your ass. Do you understand? If you don't eat a schnitzel, they beat you. 65% government-owned housing. Shocking video resurfaces. Shocking.
Housing. Watch.
Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of developers or landlords.
No. Stop. I'm so I got goosebumps. I feel so unsafe right now. Chat, can you believe he said this? This is turning into that fucking meme of like, look at Zohran being awesome and right and very cool for 5 minutes. Okay? What a radical, dude. What a fucking radical. Oh my God. Someone has to deal with this guy. This is terrifying.
Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right.
But history...
That's fucked up. You hear that? You hear that shit? I'm not seeing a lot of terrified emojis in the fucking chat. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, I'm nutting. Seems like this guy's sarcastic. I'm terrified of these amazing things. Excuse me. You shouldn't be sarcastic about that. This is terrifying. Okay? Imagine if houses are not seen as a speculative asset and that everyone gets sheltered. That's fucked up, I think. I haven't really thought this out. Let me think really quickly. What about the landlords? That's right.
Shows that public housing has been plagued by chronic underfunding, leading to major problems in both big and small cities across the country. From New York City and Chicago.
Mamdani and Waltz are the same. Big smile and hand over heart. Both are unwell. New York somehow wants to be a mess, it seems. As a truck driver, I can tell you it's industry-wide that trucks avoid city areas with housing projects, especially at night because of the high crime poverty associated with the area. The best companies for jobs will leave New York if he gets into office. Be careful, New Yorkers, and think about what you're doing. We need cheaper housing, not free housing. Send them to Cuba and go take a look at how successful socialism is in Cuba. I mean, you can't even go to Cuba directly. Like, there are limitations placed upon people who want to travel to Cuba, not by the Cuban government, but by the American one. So, yeah.
Chicago to Boston and Pittsburgh, horror stories of problems inside public housing units capture just how bad some of the conditions are. Cancer-causing chemicals, mold and neglect, infested with mice, rats, roaches, and toxic mold. Those are just a few. President Trump, vowing to act as a safeguard against some of Mamdani's more radical proposals, wrote this on Truth Social, quote, "I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. Rest assured, I hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did with the good old USA." Charlie Hurt, lots to unpack, and I see you delighted by his Truth Social post.
Yeah, no, Trump has a great way of putting it. You know, the thing I love about Mamdani is that what this is more than anything else is a complete rejection of Democrat policies and Democrat control. Democrats have run New York City for decades. These are all Democrat policies, and they have all...
Yeah. It seems like... this is a different kind of Democrat who wants to change that, no? After all, he won in the Democratic primary going up against the institutional Democrats. So yeah, you got it. You're not wrong. Just not in the direction that you think you're right. You know, you're right, but in the wrong way.
Failed. And the idea that now they're going to turn to more cowbell because socialism light wasn't enough, so they're going to go full communism. It's not going to work out well. If you think that the subways are bad, wait until you have the city-run grocery stores. And if you think city-run grocery stores are bad, wait until you have forced public housing for everyone. It's going to be a catastrophe. And I pray New York pulls back from the ledge.
And it's so rich, Carly, no pun intended, coming from the guy that lives in a $3 million Chelsea apartment.
Yeah,
is he going to move to public housing too then?
And that's probably why he believes what he believes, because you have to be affluent to have the privilege to say the things that he does. And I recently interviewed last week Republican Assemblyman Matt Slater, who serves with Mamdani right now. And he said that Mamdani once joked with him saying, "We are both red, just different shades," meaning you're a Republican and I'm a communist. That was Matt Slater's actual interpretation of the joke, which I think should be an article written in a major focus in and of itself. So Zoran Mamdani is not hiding who he is and what he believes in. He was just...
Yeah, exactly. Which should tell you something about the way people perceive him. Because they hear those things and they go, a better future is possible, question mark? Yeah, people hear that and they go, I like this. I didn't realize. I like this. I didn't realize that politicians said things like this. I had never heard of a major politician saying things like this. I wish more politicians would say things like this. Is that a $3 million apartment in Chelsea owned by him? He probably rents. Yeah, I highly doubt that he actually owns the apartment himself.
Asked, what do you think of capitalism? And he said, I don't like it. And he...
But also, that'd be really funny if he also owns a $3 million property. He lives in Astoria. Oh, yeah, he does rent. That's true. Dude, that would be so funny if he also fucking owned a $3 million property. That's so cool. He literally took Bernie more left and became more popular. It's fucking epic. Yeah.
He wants to be the mayor of the largest financial center in the world. The Wall Street Journal recently described him saying that Zoran Mamdani is the living embodiment of the summer of 2020, which I think is a totally accurate description. And it's also why I'm not bullish on his ascension to power, because I think that most people and most Democrats are over that. And the proof is that Donald Trump gained 95,000 votes in New York City this past election, and Democrats lost 500,000. So I think the only way Mamdani wins is if the other candidates split the vote, which is why Andrew Cuomo needs to get out of the race and why Bill Ackman just endorsed Mayor Eric Adams. So Zoran Mamdani may have the vocal, young, energized, white portion of the Democrat Party, but it's now Mayor Eric Adams' job to keep it in the minority.
Yeah. All right, Lydia, so strategy aside for a moment, anti-Semitism aside for a moment of this candidate, talk to us about the economic, disastrous potential to the city even more, because we haven't recovered from COVID. Midtown's still empty.
Mamdani? Wait, Midtown is still empty. What?
Still empty. People are still leaving. You know, one thing that I think is...
Bro, what? You guys are in New York. What do you mean? New York is empty. Dude, Midtown is empty is so funny. You're literally in New York right now. Like, we can see behind you. Aren't they in fucking Midtown? What the fuck? Look at that. What is happening? No. They are literally in Midtown. You can see the crowded streets behind them bustling, okay? What the fuck? This is the best representation of how Fox News operates, okay? Where they're basically saying, do not believe what you can see immediately behind me. A live feed of Midtown as a TV screen, oh man. Yeah, what do you think it's showing? What do you think the TV screen is showing, chatters? Is showing a fucking live feed of Midtown right outside of the fucking Fox News studio. That's so funny. It's showing Midtown in the 90s. That chatter is why Fox exists. I know.
So appalling is that
like there's literally, while she was saying that, you can directly see traffic and people walking on the street.
Potential to the city even more, because we haven't recovered from COVID. Midtown's still empty.
Look, there's a fuck ton of people walking on the sidewalk. Look at it. It's right there. It's literally next to her, which makes it even funnier.
empty. People are still leaving. You know,
like it's the background.
Disastrous potential to the city even more, because we haven't recovered from COVID. Midtown's still empty.
She's pointing to it. She even points to it. Oh my God, she even points to it. That's crazy. That's just all the people leaving, Hasan. Yeah. They're walking to leave, Hasan. Man, you don't get it. Do not believe what is, I assume, a live feed of Midtown right behind me. This is a live feed of Times Square. Stop! This is a lie. This is a lie. This is artificial intelligence. Classic lies from the lying Democrats, dude. That's AI. There's no one there. I went. See, it's busted. It's not even showing correctly. It's not even showing correctly. See, it's like patchy and glitchy because the AI is glitching.
Empty.
Still empty. People are still leaving. You know, one thing that I think is so appalling is that Zoran Mamdani knows about the quality means for several years. I
formerly was a reporter, a local news reporter here in the city. So I've had the opportunity to do a lot of stories focused on public housing, having visited residents there to talk to them about the dire and
New York City office vacancy rates are 17%, higher for longer. New York office vacancy rates from May. New York office market is on a recovery path as of Q1 2025, driven by improving foot traffic and projected office using employment growth of 0.5% over the next 2 years. Although the historical correlation between office using employment and occupied office stock has weakened over the last 2 decades, the labor market remains resilient. Nonetheless, this recovery is not without challenges. While the U.S. office vacancy rate increased by 10 BPS, quarter over quarter, to reach another all-time high of 20.4% in the first quarter of 2025, the New York Metro is on a path to recovery as it saw its vacancy rate cumulatively decline by 70 BPS over the past 2 quarters, which last occurred in the first half of 2019. At 12.7%, New York's office vacancy rate is the second lowest among the primary 82 office markets tracked by Moody's, with Palm Beach, Florida ranking first at 12.3%. Is the second lowest in the country. New York City is the second least empty like business capital.
Disgusting and frankly sometimes unlivable conditions in some of these buildings. You're talking about infestation, you're talking about mold, lack of ventilation, claims that they're being made sick from living there. And then on top of that, there's just recently a huge investigation by the DOJ that unveiled years of fraud and corruption where
overall, Midtown New York City is much higher. For the record, fuck Fox News and I support Zoran. I'm just saying retail and office vacancies are high. It's the article that you sent me supports the opposite argument. Am I misreading something? I'm from Vienna and I'm literally dying from mold right now. Send help.
where people that were working at the public housing developments were taking millions of dollars of bribes. Even after this was uncovered, what did the public housing do after folks admitted to this? They went back to the same contractors and allowed them to continue to work.
Yeah, I can't believe Zoran Mamdani was the president and also the landlord and also the mayor and also the governor at the time. So I can't believe that he did all of those things. It's really fucked up how he was responsible for that and not like representing a clear change from that kind of business as usual politics.
Work with these same folks. So if you are for unlivable conditions, if you are for unhealthy apartments, if you're for fraud and corruption, then yeah, maybe Mamdani's plans for public housing and commune living sound great.
This article is so racist, it finally got Jamel Bowie to publicly criticize his employer. No way. Jamel Bowie criticized the New York Times? That's wild. That's not normal. Still waiting on his take on Israel-Palestine. It's coming any day. He is a South Asian man born in Uganda. And the source is a eugenicist who opposes affirmative action because he thinks brown people are an inferior race. Cool. I just think you should tell readers if your source is a Nazi. I have no issue saying Ben Ryan is basically more or less a gay dude who basically wants to be a log cabin Republican so bad. Everything I've seen about him screams a guy with little to no actual brain activity. Wait, what the fuck? Is Jamel Bowie no longer working at the New York Times? This is unique. Because I'm a little surprised, I'll be honest. I am definitely... Damn, he's straight up calling his paper's own reporter an imbecile. He still works there. He just went full Andor over on Blue Sky. Yeah, the guy who wrote that article that you guys are talking about is literally a fucking race scientist. Like, he's like a eugenicist who spends most of his time tweeting about how black people are genetically inferior, by the way, and also more predisposed to doing crime because of their low IQs. So, good source for the New York Times on this hit piece. This is the source. The author of the article, on the other hand, is one of those like COVID denialists, kind of. He's one of those. He's one of those like vaccine efficacy critics. Like, he's like a weird guy. The guy who wrote the article is weird as well. Anyway, the guy the New York Times agreed not to name in exchange for hacked materials was already outed as a white supremacist by The Guardian months ago. Jordan Lasker, a.k.a. Cremu. One of the speakers of the conference is billed under a social media alias, Cremu, but The Guardian has corroborated the account is apparently run by Jordan Lasker, a longtime proponent of eugenics. The Cremu Recuel X account has been boosted or engaged with dozens of times by that platform's proprietor, Elon Musk, also a eugenicist, often on the topic of falling birth rates. I'd love to see the editorial process on the slop that would have been questionable to publish by the New York Post compared to, say, an article on the confirmed fact of ritualized massacres at Gaza aid sites. That's crazy. The New York Times trying to rat fuck Zoran so hard that they find a eugenicist, a racist eugenicist who received hacked material from the Columbia database. And this is their like big reveal. And the bombshell revelation here is not even worth the reputational damage that they will incur. That is the fucking gamble at the New York Times right now. They are so fucking desperate to like take out critics of Israel that they will literally destroy what remains, the shred of reputation and credibility they have, in an effort to turn into the fucking New York Post, dude. New York Times' reputation, yes, chatter. New York Times still is the paper of record, is still considered the gray lady. It's still considered a reputable newspaper by a lot of powerful people. They, as a matter of fact, they serve exclusively those wealthy liberals that want to read about what's going on in the world from this interesting framework. Yes, the New York Times' reputation is dog shit here in this community. If you think that you resemble the average American power broker, you are delusional, okay? Your perspective is off base. Also, I still defend the New York Times. So what are we talking about? The New York Times is still incredibly important as a piece of newspaper, as a piece, as a way to understand the world. It's just you have to have like you have to have some hand holding in the process. You have to have like one of those little glasses that changes certain words into others in order to read through the you have to filter it basically. Yeah, you have to have a decoder ring. I mean, I still work with the New York Times. I literally gave a reporter working on a story this morning some quotes for fucking 30 minutes. Okay? There are still great journalists that work at the New York Times as well. It's just that if we're talking about Israel, no. Big no-no. One of the worst. Hasan, please stop lying to your audience. I'm writing this from Midtown Manhattan. I have not seen another human being in over 6 years. I'm surviving solely on eating rats and drinking rat piss. The closest encounter I had with another living soul, except the rats, was fighting over a feral cat in the empty subway for an especially large rat. Every day is a nightmare. The sounds of the streets is nothing but my breathing, occasionally interrupted by rat squeaks. Help. I heard that, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that there were a couple people that were pushing the subway trains. Like, there's no more energy. The energy grid is completely busted. So the trains don't work. So now they have to pull the trains. Yeah. Electricity is gone. Rats do not have swag. It's on me, York. Fake news, they're rat powered. But yeah, there are obviously still good reporters at the New York Times. These guys that are on the byline here are not any of them. And also simultaneously, the editorial board has tremendous control over what kind of good reporting gets put out, unfortunately.
I would be concerned if you're worried about how, housing, how we're going to get out of this affordability crisis across the country. Mamdani's, plan might be something you should take note of, because that's what the Democrats are going to be pushing now.
Yeah. And so, Kaylee, talk to us about that. So the breakdown, really the minority communities, the underserved, the lower income communities here did not vote for him at all, right? He got the rich, white, Upper East Side vote. But how does this bode for the Democratic Party moving forward? What are they going to do with this socialist wing? And I have to admit, guys, when I saw the president's Truth Social post, I was like, oh, thank God. I mean, as a New Yorker, I was like, yes, thank you. Please, someone, we need a Batman to prevent this.
He is going to make New York hot again. It's interesting. Democrats are really embracing Zohran Mamdani, endorsing him in the general, which is quite shocking. And I think they're doing so because he was able to tap into the young adults vote. They know that is a demographic that they are struggling with, and they want to be able to tap into that. And unfortunately, Mamdani's plan for public housing, this is a great example of the larger progressive delusion that true socialism will work. It just hasn't been tried before. But that's exactly the kind of message that young adults fell for. And the reason why is pretty simple. Young adults are struggling economically. And they are being persuaded by quick fixes and temporary solutions that actually do nothing to address the long-term crisis they're facing. It's just a fact that Gen Z adults my age are struggling to break into the housing market, for example. There was a recent article that found that the new first-time average home buyer is about 56 years old. Back in the 80s, it was 26 years old. There are massive barriers to entry for Gen Z adults, and very few political leaders on either side of the aisle are talking about those issues, let alone proposing solutions to them. And in the absence of that, they are going to be persuaded by people like Zohran Mamdani, who are at least willing to listen to and engage with the issues that young adults are facing. And so I think Peter Thiel actually put it pretty well. He was talking about why so many young adults are being persuaded by socialism. And he said that if you don't have any investment in the capitalist system, you're more likely to turn against it in the first place. That is something that both political parties are going to have to wrestle with.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Zohran is a Democratic socialist who just won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City. Now, Zohran is the first ever Muslim nominee for this position, but he was also not even a U.S. citizen until 2017. His family immigrated here from Uganda, and before he started his career in politics, he was a rapper. Shirtless.
Damn, 55,000 views. Washed.
It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your natty. Spin the rack.
She likes it. She likes it.
Like, not only is he rapping in a food truck, he is also rapping shirtless with old people surrounding him holding falafel wraps. I genuinely do not know what is going on. But I will say, the one place where I will give this man credit is that he has no shame. Like, he has gone on CNN, MSNBC, and they talk about his rapping career, and he's like, yeah, it was a rapper.
Zohran Mamdani, he's a self-proclaimed Democrat socialist.
Wait. Ain't no way, dog. Asking New Yorkers if they will vote for a communist for mayor. Zoran is over now that his rap videos have been leaked. Also, I don't get it. I mean, Femme Shabibo is a failed artist as well. So I thought she would be a little bit more sympathetic. She wanted to be an actress. She failed to do so. And now this is what she does. Zoran Mandami. Wait, he wrote his name wrong. Bro can't even get it right for the algo. He's so racist that he got the name wrong, which is not even helping his fucking algorithm. Mandami. Amazing.
Some people are calling him a communist. Do you think communism would work well here inside of the largest city of America?
We're going to go full communist. This is not going to work out well.
This is enough of these old white men. It's time for a change.
Government grocery stores.
Let's go.
Good idea or bad idea?
Where's that money coming from? Taxes?
You think New York City will fall if this guy is elected mayor?
Oh, there's no question. It's already barely surviving.
Today, I'm here in New York City, and today we're going to be asking the New Yorkers here who they're going to be voting for their next mayor. Right now, just recently, a man by the name of Zoran Mandami just won the primaries for the Democrats here inside of New York City. He's a self-proclaimed Democrat socialist who's running on ideas such as freezing the rent, $30 minimum wage, defunding the police, government-ran grocery stores.
I can't watch this guy because, look, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I feel like he has like a learning disability. Like he can't even speak correctly. Like he looks like a type of dude who like chews on his fucking hoodie strings. You know what I mean? Like I can't. I feel like it's too much. Like this is, I don't want to hear from John Fetterman Zoomer version about fucking Zoran Mamabadabadoobie. Like, dude, let's run this back.
Self-proclaimed Democrat socialist who's running on ideas such as freezing the rent, $30 minimum wage, defunding the police, government-ran grocery
defunding the police, government-ran grocery stores. Like, no, I can't do this. He's Democrat socialist. No, we're not doing this. Not everybody needs to be listened to. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got a fucking Rode mic and a camera. Okay, but I'm sorry. I just, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's just a lisp, man. No, it's not just a lisp, dog. What the fuck? Yeah, John Fetterman just has a lisp, right? Joe Biden just had a lisp. I love this fucking Instacope. No, man, some people are just fucking built different, okay? And there's nothing wrong with them. There's a lot of wonderful people who just don't have the same neurological functions that you might have, okay? He is not one of them. Well, the neurological functions are broken, but also he's not one of the nice people that I'm talking about. Okay? At no point is it a lisp that makes you go, he's a Democrat socialist. If this was your friend, you wouldn't say that? Yeah, this guy wouldn't be my friend. Because if he was my friend, he wouldn't have these kinds of opinions. You can be dyslexic or have an intellectual disability, okay? But that doesn't mean you can be a fucking racist asshole. All right? Pick a struggle. You know? Sorry. You're ableist if you don't watch the video? Okay, well, I'm ableist.
A former
then.
security guard who worked at controversial US-backed aid centers in Gaza has told the BBC that he witnessed colleagues.
New York Times readers respond to the newspaper's big scoop about the Democratic mayoral nominee. This is insanely low, racist, and desperate. Glad to see they've just decided to be a tabloid. It sounds like it clarified it well enough with it writing in Ugandan. Truly insane and just unacceptable that this was framed like this or reported at all. Who cares? Please do not do hit pieces on this man who is one of the few sources of hope that most of us have in this country. Just stop. This really does not feel newsworthy when you see he made his best effort to clarify the checkbox identity markers he was offered. We'll do after we do the guard at U.S.-backed Gaza aid center say colleagues fired on hungry Palestinian civilians. There's video of it as well. And then we'll get to the ceasefire talks.
Opening fire on civilians who are waiting for aid. Since the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation centers opened in May, the United Nations says more than 400 Palestinians have reportedly been killed near the sites. And this week, hundreds of charities said that Israeli soldiers routinely open fire on Gazans seeking aid. Israel denies this. But the whistleblower says that staff working for the foundation also used machine guns to fire on Palestinians who pose no threat. The foundation has said the claims are categorically false. Lucy Williamson sent this report from Jerusalem as Israel has barred international journalists from entering Gaza independently.
Days after Gaza's new aid operation began, one US security guard was already having doubts. He gave us this footage from inside site number 4, showing colleagues firing on a departing crowd of Palestinians, he said. First machine gun fire from a watchtower, then more than 20 shots from a nearby guard.
When this guy was shooting into this group, this man dropped to the ground and was motionless. Then the other contractor who was standing there was like, "Damn, I think you got one." And then they laughed about it.
The former security contractor, who asked that we hide his identity, said his complaints were ignored.
I brought this to the attention of the leadership directly. I was like, I don't. And then the leadership said to me, well, you have no way of knowing that person was hit with a bullet. Maybe they tripped. Maybe they.
Did they show the part where the guy goes, "Hell yeah"? I might have missed it.
Maybe they were tired and they passed out.
He said he witnessed several occasions when contractors shot at or injured Palestinians, including one woman who was lifted limp and unconscious onto a donkey cart after being hit with a stun grenade. Team leaders referred to Gazans as the zombie horde, he said, and instead of clear rules of engagement, had given this advice to contractors.
You have the inherent right of self-defense. If there's anything that you feel uncomfortable with, shoot and ask questions later. If you feel threatened, shoot to kill and ask questions later.
That's a direct quote.
That's a direct quote. And if we're on a site and somebody, is any way aggressive towards you, take them out.
GHF said the claims were false and that civilians had never come under fire at one of its sites. But an internal report seen by the BBC suggests significant numbers of Gazans were harmed in some way during distribution over a 12-day period.
The GHF narrative that no one at a site has been injured, hurt, shot at is an absolute bold-faced lie. And they know it. It's not we didn't know that, or, we weren't aware of that. They are aware of it because I made them aware of it and they've seen it.
This new distribution system, which Israel says is designed to stop aid going to Hamas, has been widely criticized for forcing vast numbers of people to walk through active combat zones to a handful of overcrowded sites, condemned by international aid organizations and Gazans themselves. It's also now being accused of negligence from within.
Yeah, even the paid mercenaries are calling out the sadism and wanton cruelty of the occupation forces starving people so they can shoot them for sport. Like, that was the coverage. You got American war criminals turned mercenaries going to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and going, this is a bridge too far for me. That's how crazy the situation is. And we have footage. It's on camera. And people are fucking quiet about it. I don't know. Press statement issued by the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas. The massacres and crimes of the occupation against our people from all walks of life continue. This morning, a new group of freedom fighters, liberated prisoners from the Wafa al-Ahrar swap deal, were martyred in a cowardly Israeli assassination that directly targeted them in the Gaza Strip. As we mourn the martyrs Mahdi Shawer, Ayman Abu Dawood, and Bassam Abu Sunaina. Hello. Who were released in 2011, Wafa al-Ahrar prisoner exchange and forcibly exiled to Gaza. We affirm that the occupation's crime in assassinating them and those who preceded them among the martyr prisoners and freed detainees is a desperate attempt to eliminate national symbols and break our people's will and commitment to the path of resistance. We stress that the blood of the martyrs will not be in vain. It will remain fuel for the continued path of resistance until freedom is achieved and the occupation is defeated, regardless of the cost or sacrifices required. We renew our call on the international community, human rights institutions, and all free people of the world to break their silence and exert pressure on the occupation by all means to stop its aggression and hold it accountable for its ongoing crimes. There's also another statement on the potential ceasefire. As you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is supposed to be making a trip to the United States soon, where they've outlined some kind of ceasefire negotiation that Hamas had said they had not seen. Here's their new statement. Hamas says it is not yet delivered its response to Trump's ceasefire proposal, says it's holding consultations with the Palestinian leaders and groups. But their full statements so far, and there is a final proposal we'll take a look at in a second. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, as part of the movement's commitment to ending the Zionist aggression against our people and ensuring the free entry of aid, the movement is holding consultations with the leaders of Palestinian forces and factions regarding the offer it received from mediating brothers. The movement will submit the final decision to the mediators after the consultations conclude and will announce it officially. This is the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas. Here is Drop Site's coverage of it. The devil in the details of Trump's final proposal for Gaza ceasefire. A Hamas official accused Trump of aiding an Israeli deception operation, but the movement says it wants to bridge the gaps and make a deal. Tuesday is when Donald Trump touted the new U.S. promoted Gaza ceasefire framework as the final proposal, which was only for 60 days, if you recall. And the plan was still allow Israel to resume its genocidal war against the Gaza Strip after an initial 60-day truce. Trump is a crucial part of Israel's deception operation, a Hamas official told Dropsite News. The official characterized the proposal, which also obtained by Dropsite, as containing mostly rhetorical changes, though he acknowledged that some of the amended language describing Trump's desire to end the war was clearly aimed at convincing Hamas to support the agreement. The United States and President Trump are committed to work to guarantee the continuation of the negotiations with goodwill until they reach a final agreement, the draft says, according to the Arabic language version given to Hamas. The Hamas official said the new draft was largely a repackaging of terms that the U.S. and Israel tried to strong-arm Hamas into accepting in late May. That deal would have allowed some Israeli forces to remain entrenched in Gaza, offered no clear guarantees for a permanent end to the war, and allowed Israel to effectively maintain control of food and aid distribution in Gaza. Among the apparent concessions to Hamas in the document, one involves the timing of the release of Israeli captives held in Gaza. Israel had wanted 10 living captives released within a week of ceasefire taking effect, while the new proposal would see 8 released on the first day and the remaining 2 on day 50. Hamas has expressed concern that Israel would resume the war after retrieving its captives. According to another section of the potential agreement, once Hamas agrees to a ceasefire, then deliveries of food, medicine, and other aid will commence immediately and will be distributed through agreed channels, including the United Nations and the Red Crescent. It states that this would be done in accordance with an agreement to be reached regarding the aid for the civilian population. A Hamas official said the phrasing would continue to allow Israel to treat humanitarian aid as negotiable. It makes no mention of the U.S.-Israeli aid scheme run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. In an official statement on Wednesday, Hamas struck a diplomatic tone. The mediator brothers are exerting extensive efforts to bridge the gap between the parties, reach a framework agreement, and begin a serious round of negotiations. I think this reads in the same way as reads in the same fucking way that the previous negotiations read. The only difference in this circumstance is that there is more internal pressure. Hamas officials have come under increased pressure from Palestinians in Gaza, including members of their own families and tribes, to make a deal. All of Hamas's representatives outside of Gaza have lost family members during the genocide. Several Hamas representatives have told Dropsite in recent weeks that they feel a heavy burden to find a path to an agreement that does not amount to a surrender of the Palestinian liberation cause, which is why they've sought to draw red lines around the issues of full Israeli withdrawal and a permanent ceasefire. Israel refuses to do a permanent ceasefire and a full withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. They just will not do that. Understandably, however, that is what the goal of Hamas is. Because if Israel continues to maintain a military occupation of the Gaza Strip, they are going to do the exact same thing that they've done to the West Bank. And the reason why Israel wants to do that is because they want to also permanently militarily annex the West Bank as well. The goal here is, once again, a full-blown ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians. Okay? The goal on the Israeli side is full-blown ethnic cleansing. They have revealed this reality on numerous occasions, and they show this reality to all of us every single day with their actions. So, it seems like that's what they're doing. New reporting. Secret Trump side letter would let Israel resume war. Israel's Channel 14 reported Wednesday that the current ceasefire deal would include a secret side letter from Donald Trump giving Israel permission to restart the war. The leak, attributed to a member of the political echelon, a phrase used almost exclusively to signal Netanyahu's direct involvement, says Israel can renew the fire if our demands with regards to the disarmament of Hamas and the exile of its leaders are not met. I mean, this is just like, this is so silly. Like, who is this even for at this point? Like, oh yeah, we want a ceasefire, but also not really.
The 8 points run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, are controversial. Critics call them death traps. The IDF says it is examining reports of civilians being harmed, and GHF...
Oh, the IDF is examining reports. Never mind.
GHF itself says there's been no incidents or fatalities at or near its sites, and that this is all Hamas disinformation. So we've got incidents, reports, disinformation. But we have found a clear pattern in the data that shows that Palestinian deaths increase when GHF sites are open. This is what we're talking about. This footage is of an incident near the Netzarim corridor. It shows people taking cover from gunfire in the middle of Gaza last week. We've geolocated the instance near a GHF site over here, and we've done the same for multiple other incidents where fatalities were reported. As of July the 2nd, the Gaza Health Ministry, run by Hamas, has said that 600 people have been killed. Israel and GHF say that this is disinformation, claiming that no one has died at these aid sites. But we've analysed the reports of deaths and injuries on the days that the aid sites have been open, and we found that deaths and injuries in Gaza are higher on days when more of the GHF aid sites are operational. In other words, when more sites are open, more people die. You can see that here. On days when the GHF conducts just 2 distributions or fewer, health officials report an average of 48 deaths in red and 189 injuries in yellow. But if we look at days with 5 or 6 GHF distributions, authorities have reported almost 3 times as many casualties as this chart over here. We also found that, on average, 30% of aid distributions have ended in violence. Between the 8th of June and the 1st of July, there were 77 distributions across GHF's 4 sites. You can see those marks over here, SDS's secure distribution sites. Now, 23 of those distributions, at least, there were reports of fatal shootings. That gives us that average of 30%. We've also spoken to eyewitnesses.
All along the way, you're hiding. You hide here, then run, then hide again. At any moment, they might shoot you. You might make it back, or you might not. I witnessed death firsthand. Bodies lay bleeding on the ground all around me. This is not right. Food should be delivered to UN warehouses, and this entire operation must be shut down.
We asked the IDF for comment, and this is what they said. The IDF did not instruct the forces to deliberately shoot at civilians, including those approaching distribution centres. To be clear, IDF directives prohibit deliberate attacks on civilians. They also added, in light of reports of incidents of harm to the civilians approaching the distribution centres, the incidents are being examined by the relevant IDF authorities, and further action will be taken as necessary. Recently, over 200 NGOs have signed a letter calling for immediate action to end the GHF scheme, which they say is led by Israel, and to go back to the existing UN-led coordination mechanism.
I do love it when there's breaking political news on a programme, and James, you're going to be interested in this. You probably know this already, I suspect, but Zara Sultana, the Coventry South MP, who's been suspended from the Labour whip since last September, has just announced that she's resigned from the Labour Party after 14 years as a member. And she said this: Jeremy Corbyn and I will co-lead the founding of a new party with other independent MPs, campaigners and activists across the country. Reaction, James?
Well, that's a very interesting development. He says, slightly stalling for time. But that...
did you know?
I did not know that that was about to be tweeted just now, but that is... if that's true, if what you're reading is correct, then I think that's quite exciting news.
But what implications does it have for the Labour Party? Because...
I hope this works so bad. We need this to work, boys. We need this to fucking work.
If I know there have been various discussions, should the what I will describe as the hard left, you may have a different description, but should the hard left take over the Green Party, for example? I know that's been a matter of discussion, but this is a very, very interesting development, I think, and it will have major implications for Labour's electability. I mean, if this new party takes off in local elections and national elections.
Well, I don't think there's been such a big opening, such a big space in British politics, probably since the formation of the Labour Party, for an alternative. When you see that 12% of people trust political parties.
It works when you get Farage. That's really interesting because we're getting Farage whether this happened or not. Even if this didn't happen, we were getting Farage. And by we, I mean you in the UK. Because Labour is so garbage and people don't even want to back the Tories anymore that the Reform has been growing, and Reform has become the most popular party under the Labour ineptitude, under the Labour leadership. As Labour's victory, its telegraph victory, only led to I guess, lighter version of the Tory regime. This is about anecdotes, I think, about Corbyn. My cousin's husband's aunt wrote to him once about an issue, and her landlord, instead of writing back, he showed up to her house to have a cup of tea and speak to her. At least his constituents appreciate him for who he is and the incredible impact he's made. He's fought tooth and nail for a friend of mine when she was homeless. Jeremy Corbyn was very nice to my great uncle after he was in an attack. and actually sent him a letter saying about how he wanted to put an end to knife crime and that he was sincerely sorry for the court's decision for only 5 years of the perpetrator. Once he came to an event I was helping host, like Jeremy Corbyn is like a unique politician in the way that like it just sounds surreal. Like there are a million stories like this. It's not even a joke. I've read so many fucking stories like this about Jeremy Corbyn. I know I'm a bit biased, but can you ever imagine having anecdotes like this about Starmer? No. It's remarkable a guy like this even made it out of labor alive. I have my own thoughts about the party he's starting with Zara Sultana because there's been some pretty promising efforts by non-idiots to steer the Greens. They're way better positioned than the U.S. Greens into a party for people sickened by labor, and it very much predates this. But I just love the guy regardless. I hope something can be figured out because there are really a lot of people who don't want to vote for reform or conservative but will never go near labor again. Yeah, from what I understand, Greens have also made some remarkable gains. Greens won some council seats in a decent large city and have been pushing good policy. A friend is part of the efforts to take advantage of the Greens' surprising strength. Well, surprising to me as a stupid American who hears Green and thinks Stein are bizarre German Greens, and excise anyone who is missing the moment, so to speak. It's really exciting. Yes, UK Greens are not the same as US Greens. US Greens is a scheme, as you know. I know that the UK Greens, especially as of late, especially in this last election, have made some pretty decent gains and have gotten a lot better. Honestly shocked the new party under Corbyn took this long to take shape. I think people yelling at Corbyn and Sultana and others that they're never going to win are wrongly assuming that they think they'll actually win in the next election in 2029. It's enough to get off the sinking ship that is both Labour and the Conservative Party. Reform's numbers ebb and flow, but the trend is clear as day. You have to offer voters something. It can either be pure spite or it can be a firm anti-war message, but it has to be something. Nobody can say that Starmer and Badenoch actually offer something truly convincing. There is an interesting momentum happening here where I do suspect that like the previous duopoly are being called into question as like a establishment versus anti-establishment ticket. And I do suspect that the anti-establishment ticket will become more and more popular as things get worse for everyday voters. Trump was able to, of course, capture that momentum of anti-establishment politics while still simultaneously being a part of the Republican establishment. But he forced his way into the top within the Republican framework because it relies heavily on the primary structure and listening to some of their more radical elements. The Republican Party does, as opposed to the Democrats, who have designed their electoral politics in a way where they never have to listen to their voters at all. So this seems exciting in general. I'm going to follow Zara Sultana back. I think there's a plan to do a coalition government between Corbyn and the Greens in 2029. That could be cool. It's pronounced Badenoch, but I don't care. She deserves to have her name mispronounced. I've been calling for this ever since the genocide started. This strategy worked perfectly in Mexico and decent in France. We should 100% push this here. Look at how the Dems are treating Zoran. Yeah, I feel like the American system is designed very differently than the French one or the UK one, though, because it's not parliamentary at all. I see so many more hurdles in front of any sort of third party initiative. But if there is one guy who could do it, it would be AOC, Bernie Sanders, and like the progressive wing of the Democratic Party for sure. But yes, having a parliamentary structure is a massive difference. Why are you supporting a democratic socialist as a mayor? Genuine question, not trying to rage bait or anything, because we want to understand all democratic socialists eventually capitulate to liberals and liberal thinking. I get that Mamdani is hopeful, but what stops him from being another AOC and Bernie who ended up a bit liberal? I get that leftists need to work together, but from what I get, is democratic socialists will never get any actual real progress towards socialism. Brother, I'll take whatever I can get. The fuck? I don't care. You just said the UK is doomed, which is correct. America is even more doomed than the UK. There is no alternative, you know? What are we supposed to do?
National
Israel's foreign aid, but for conservatives, we should put this country first, not other places like Israel, because that's all I've heard about for days. 70% of Tory MPs were members of conservative Friends of Israel before 2024.
unifying politics, which puts Britain first, not Pakistan, not Gaza, not any other foreign policy thing. Britain first. Not Israel.
Dude, what's happening with GB News? Like, is GB News like weirdly fucking slanting themselves as like reactionary, but also pro-Palestine or something? This is the second Fox News equivalent that I've seen. GB News is the Fox News equivalent in the UK. And this is the second clip that I've seen that's like kind of, I guess, not immediately reactionary to pro-Palestinian politics.
Israel? Well, not Israel. The media's just been talking about Israel and the IDF for the last 4 or 5 days. That's what they talk about. You wouldn't think that high streets in this country are on the, are on the way down, or public services aren't doing well, or people are struggling with their bills. I hear so much about Israel.
Is that a fair point?
Well, my personal view is Israel is a very close ally. Well, until recently, it was a very close ally of the United
Until recently, it's no longer a close ally to the United Kingdom, right? Fucking hell. Not right.
Kingdom. We should look after.
Yeah, I know who Aaron Bustani is. I've literally been interviewed by him, chatters. I know who they are talking to. I know him personally. Calm down. Yes, I am very familiar with Novara Media.
They're our allies,
I'm
unfortunately.
just saying that GB News keeps having like leftists on.
We shouldn't.
Unfortunately,
we should look after Britain.
Unfortunately, Israel no longer feels that we are a reliable ally, thanks to the Labour government.
Oh no. Unfortunately, Israel no longer sees us as a reliable ally. Fucking hell, no. Oh no. The horror. Not beautiful Israel. Not beautiful Israel. The greatest country on the earth, on God's green earth.
I care. And
Why?
lots of British Jews, a lot of British Jews in the country care about that.
The point of politicians in the UK should be to look out for the UK. That's it. That's something, by the way, that the right always used to say. And I used to look at them as somebody on the left going, you know what, I think they've got a point. And large parts of the right, Matthew, have just gone away from that because they just keep on talking about Israel and Tel Aviv and the IDF. They're making the IDF a protected characteristic. Need to go to the human rights, watchdog and maybe protect for, IDF lance corporals because they're being discriminated against by the UK, media. It's silly. You had it right. You had it right 5-10 years ago. Look after this country.
It's not silly to say Israel has a right to self-determination and to protect its own people.
Every country does.
That Britain's, particularly British Jews, also feel profoundly unsafe.
Oh no, do they? Do the British Jews feel profoundly unsafe? Your problem is that you think everyone that's anti-Israel is also pro-Palestine, while a lot of right-wing anti-Israel people are also Islamophobic. You think I don't know that? Dog, your name is Gary. Mine is Hasan. Who do you think gets a? Who do you think hears that more frequently? For the past 2 years, I've been called a fucking terrorist, demanded that the federal government throw me in jail, like endlessly. Okay? You think I don't fucking know that? Welcome, man. I get death threats every fucking day. And then sometimes when people say I should be hanged for treason and that a crusade is imminent on Gaza, and I say, good luck with that, and I fucking wave a airsoft gun around, the very same Zionist forces in their fucking communities will turn around and try to get me banned for making a joke about someone who issued a death threat against me. Trust me, I fucking know. Okay? I know. Gary, I know Gary.
Safe about the direction of travel in this country.
So hold on. You started this by saying British politicians shouldn't be talking about other countries. I say nor Israel, and then you say no, actually no, they should be talking about Israel. You need to make your mind up.
I'm not saying they should be talking about Israel. I'm saying I have less of an issue with them talking about countries that are our allies,
right,
than people who.
Obviously, the idea protects British Jews. So calling for their removal means removing Jews. Yeah, totally. That's what the IDF does. You're right. That's famously what the Israeli occupying forces' primary focus is.
Who are actively trying to organise politics along sectarian lines, which is what this independent group is going to do. Let's be frank. It's
Bro, your clip 5 minutes before law, just before, because he said, wait, what? No, I'm talking about GBN, the British Fox News equivalent, consistently having pro-Palestinian voices on their broadcast, even in opposition. There's a reason why the BBC usually does not have pro-Palestinian voices on their broadcasts. Okay, the only place that you see this is on Channel 4, Piers Morgan, or I guess now GB News, which is surprising because GB News is literally the Fox News equivalent. It would be like if CNN did not offer any pro-Palestinian, any voice whatsoever, and then the only time you heard a pro-Palestinian side, even if it was in opposition to the host, was on fucking Fox News. The person that he's talking to is Aaron Bastani, who is the founder of Novara Media. It's a leftist outlet in the UK. This is surprising. That's it. It's surprising that the Fox News equivalent would give any fucking space, any talking room to a obviously pro-Palestinian voice.
Than people who are actively trying to organise politics along sectarian lines, which is what this independent group is going to do. Let's be frank, it's going to be pro-Gaza, anti-Israel, anti-British state, anti-military, pro-Palestine action. It's going to be all the things that this country should not really have.
Do you know, in the last parliament, do you know what percentage of Tory MPs were members of Conservative Friends of Israel?
How many?
70%. Be friends of your own constituencies.
Breakthrough over Novara? Yes, breakthrough is American. You mean double down over Novara, which I agree. Double down news is the best. There's a Trump rally. Trump attends Salute to America celebration in Iowa. Oh my God.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly
This guy can't even sing it appropriately, dude. God bless the USA. Hogwatch, I'm on my way over. All right, Austin. See you soon.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up.
Yo, this guy is singing off key and shit. Like, what's happening?
Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love
Like that lady, one hundo P, no longer receiving SNAP benefits. You know what I'm saying? Like that lady, no longer getting Medicaid. I'm seeing so many people who Trump just signed off on the death sentence on. It's crazy. I know it's Des Moines, Iowa. I'm just saying, like, there are so many people in that crowd that are gonna get fucked because of Trump's big, beautiful bill. He's about to fucking tell them straight to their faces that the fuck and murder all the poor bill is actually not gonna fucking murder all of you. I promise.
I just want to say a very special hello to Iowa. We have had a good time. Iowa. We won so much here. We didn't know what to do. There was so much winning here. But we love Iowa. And we won all 3 times. So that's pretty good, and won by a lot, but I'm thrilled to be back in a state that I love, and I really do love it too, with thousands of proud, hardworking patriots at the world-famous Iowa State Fairgrounds. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, he's fucking, his busted
18
ass
months ago, the people
veneers
of
are
Iowa
acting
braved
out.
sub-zero temperatures. You remember that night? Oh, that was cold. It was cold, but we were warm inside because we won by a landslide to turn out the first in the nation caucuses, and you delivered 98 out of 99 counties. What the hell county didn't? What's the name of that county? Let's get them out of here.
Let's get them out of here.
98 out of 99. That's not bad, Susie, I guess, right? We'll take that. But for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, thank you very much, everybody. Then in November, we won Iowa by a landslide, 13 points, and it was the single largest presidential victory in your state's history. That's not bad. And now we're back where it all started to celebrate 5 months of incredible success for our nation and wish the Iowans and all Americans a very happy 4th of July. It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor. You know, a lot of people wanted us. When you're president, they want you. And if you're not president, they don't want you so much. But they really wanted us. And I said, nope, I'm going to Iowa because I promised I would go to Iowa. Sorry. I said, no way. There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again. Right? And in the last election, the people gave us a historic mandate to cut taxes, raise take-home pay, bring back jobs, stop the invasion, that horrible invasion. Who would do that? Who would do that? That horrible, who would do that to us? Who would do that to us? Deport the illegals and slash hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud, and that's what we're doing. With this bill, every major promise I made to the people of Iowa in 2024 became a promise kept. You know, they had a report today on some crazy fake station, but it wasn't fake in this regard. They said, you know, this guy actually did more than he promised.
Did they actually pass the bill? Yes. He's killing half of these people.
And I have another hat back there. It says,
in a couple of years,
Donald
half
Trump
of these people
was
are going to
right
die
about everything. And I said,
because they can't get fucking health care, and
I
they're
said,
celebrating it right now.
That sounds a little too conceited, but it happens to be true, I must tell you. This bill includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, the largest border security investment in American history, although I must tell you, if you saw last month they had 0 people coming through our border. 0. I'm not sure that's even possible. You know, I'll take it, but somebody must have got it. The other character had hundreds of thousands of people every time. Sometimes in a day, they'd have over 100,000. We had 0, I don't know, for the month. So it must be a little wrong. Maybe they had 2 or 3 or something, but I'll take the 0. And the group that makes up those stats, you know, they're radical left Democrats, so it's probably true. We did a great job on the border. The largest welfare reforms and military upgrades in modern times, that's what we're doing. We rebuilt our military in 2016, in their first term. We rebuilt it. They gave some of it away to Afghanistan on the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. You remember that? We remember that? We don't have days like that.
Yeah,
we have days
God.
like we
Our
just
days are
had
so
in
good now.
Iran. That's the kind of
all the
days we
days,
have.
the best days.
Complete obliteration. It turned out that was complete obliteration. Think of these guys flying way up in the air on a dark night, no moon, no nothing, and they hit every single target. It's the size of 1/2 a refrigerator door, a little size, 2 by 2. But this is a declaration of independence from a really national decline. We had a national decline. We were a laughing stock all over the world. We had a man as president who shouldn't have been there. You know that. He shouldn't have been there. But we really had independence now over the, if you look at it, the overtaxation, where we were being taxed out of our lives, independence from overregulation. We have independence now from radical left bureaucrats and independence from the largest alien invasion that I think any country has ever seen. We've never had anything like that. These people were fools. They allowed it to happen. You know, we've already cured inflation. Your gas prices are way down. Everything I said is done. But the one thing, it's hard. It's hard. Think of the time we spent on having
My brother had a total
murderers
leopard ate
and
my
gang
face moment
members
last night. I
and
mentioned the family
prisoners
shed
from
that
all over the
300,000
world
kids in
coming to
Iowa
our
are on
country. We're
Medicaid. They
getting
will
them
all
out
lose
fast,
coverage. My
but
brother's like,
it's a
well, at least it's
terrible
not
thing
touching
what they've done to our
Hawkeye.
country, and I
That's
hope
what my
you
kids
remember
are on.
What they've done to our country, our beautiful country. 11,888 murderers came into our country, and some we've already gotten out, but it's terrible. Many of them, more than 50%, murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? And they let them come into our beautiful country. Just as I promised, we're making the Trump tax cuts permanent and delivering no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, right? Front row Joe. We got a lot of front row Joes here. That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you. And we have Mr. Wall. Someday I'm buying that suit, I'm telling you. I like that suit. I'll walk up one day, I'll be dressed like a Wall, just like you. I think he's come to about 200 rallies, and that means you like us. And I think he's a very successful guy, too, believe it or not. He's a top accountant. Can you believe this? And he comes to rallies, he likes the rallies. Front row Joes, they're all successful. But this is what they do for entertainment. But now it's not entertainment. We've saved our country. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, as said by many, many leaders of other countries. And we will ignite trillions of dollars in economic growth, increase take-home pay for the typical family by more than $10,000 a year. And very importantly for Iowa, this bill rescues over 2 million family farms from the so-called estate tax or the death tax. In other words, before Trump, you were losing farms to the banks. Before Trump, you were losing the farms like nobody's ever seen before. You love your children. You don't feel so well. You pass away. You leave everything to your children, and they have to pay a big estate tax or a death tax, as we call it. And they couldn't do it. They go out and borrow money, and all of a sudden the bank is foreclosing on the farm. Not going to happen. You have no more estate tax. You have no more death tax to pay. Now, that's if you love your children. If you don't love your children, it doesn't matter. Just forget about what I said. Not going to help you. But if you love them, or if you love somebody that you're leaving it to, think of that. No death tax, no estate tax, no going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people. But they took away a lot of family.
What?
They destroyed a lot of families but we did the opposite. So just remember, to me, it's
What
so
did he
important.
just
and
say?
it's mostly important for places like we're at right now.
Wait, what was that?
At the same time,
Isn't that a bad word?
$1.5 trillion in spending. So wasteful spending is being cut by $1.5 trillion. And I got to tell you, I want to thank Republican congressmen and women because what they did is incredible last night, and the Senate, the Republican
Isn't
Senate,
Shylock
we
like
got-
most
not with
commonly
all of
used
the
as an
things we did with
anti-Semitic
the tax
term?
cuts and rebuilding our military. Not one Democrat.
I know
brought
it's a
it to us,
character
and I think we
from
use it
Shakespeare,
in the campaign
The
that's
Merchant of
coming up, the
Venice. He's a
midterms,
Jewish
because we gotta beat 'em.
moneylender.
But all of the
He's a
all
Jewish
of the things that
merchant.
we've given, and they wouldn't vote
The
only
OG.
because they hate Trump. But I hate them too. You know that.
The OG Jewish merchant.
I really do. I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? But it kicks illegal aliens off of Medicaid and food stamps and allows us to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol agents and 10,000 new ICE agents, and they are great patriots, the Border Patrol and ICE, to carry out the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. And
ADL says it's
and I don't
nuanced.
like saying that. I don't like saying that, but we have a country. We have a country to run, and we have so many people coming in that shouldn't be here. And they did. They came in from prisons, and they came in from drugs and gangs and drug lords, the worst in the world. They came in from mental institutions. They emptied mental institutions into our wonderful country. And I know exactly what's going on in Iowa. You had some horrible crime in Iowa caused by illegal aliens, but we're getting them the hell out of here. We have no choice.
VP Joseph Biden refers to those who make bad loans to members
And
of
our
the
great,
military.
big, beautiful bill it will
Shylocks.
build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. We're going to have the best shield. And you saw that just the other day where the missiles are being shot down one after another. You know, they called me to tell me they have to take a shot at us. This was Iran, very respectful. That means they respect us. Because we dropped 14 bombs, they said, we'd like to take 14 shots at you. I
We
said, "Go
respectfully
ahead, I
bombed
understand."
them, and they respectfully
They said,
bombed us
where
back.
they'd do it. I said, good. We emptied out the fort. It was a beautiful military base in Qatar who treated us really fantastically well. And they said, sir, 1 o'clock, okay? I said, it was fine. We could make it later. And we had nobody but 4 gunners. We had 4, they call them gunners, and they shoot the Patriots. They shoot the missiles up. It's hard to believe. So all of a sudden, they said, we're ready. And they were a little nervous about doing it, I want to tell you. Can you imagine? They were nice enough. This is Iran, to call me and tell me that they would like to shoot me at 14 times. So they want to shoot us. And I said, go ahead. And they shot 14 high-grade, very fast missiles. Every single one of them was shot down routinely by these 4 unbelievable gunmen. And
I
they
feel like
did
should
their
be
job.
classified. I mean, his retelling of events is a little embellished, but it is pretty much how it goes.
Nuclear facility.
He's not wrong.
People did. And you know, they're going to be in Washington tomorrow at the White House. We're going to be celebrating. We took not only the pilots, but the people that flew the other planes, but also the mechanics that had these planes going for 37 hours without a stop. You know, we had 50, it was so far away, we had 52 tankers. Think of that, 52 that's loaded up with oil. I wouldn't want to fly one of those suckers over Iran. I say, what happens if they're shot at? Well, sir, that's a tough situation. It's not a pretty sight, but they were unbelievable. 52 tankers to load them up. They followed the planes in, and they never had to stop for fuel. They went 37 hours, actually. And how incredible. What equipment. What equipment. And, you know, China, Russia, they were all watching. Everybody was watching. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. We have the greatest people anywhere in the world. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. But we're going to fully modernize our air traffic control system and expand school choice and really so much more. By the way, the air traffic control, you probably don't have that problem here. You know, you have planes land like they... But in some
nobody
congested
goes
areas,
there.
you see
They're
what
fucking
happened with the helicopter.
backwater
and the plane and a lot of
town.
other things. If we had great equipment, and we
Nobody
should have had
comes
it,
to
it was
your
all set up
backwater
to
town.
go.
You don't have that
and
problem
then Biden
here.
canceled the order when he came
You
in.
suck.
But he canceled a lot of orders because he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
When I came in here, people were thinking I'm an alien. They've never seen a plane before.
Very simply, the one big beautiful bill will deliver the strongest border on earth, the strongest economy on earth, the strongest military on earth, and ensure the United States of America will remain the strongest country anywhere on this beautiful planet of ours. 165 days into the Trump administration, America is on a winning streak like, frankly, nobody's ever seen before in the history of the presidency. I said, they said, you know, sir, you're going to go down as one of the greatest presidents.
We have the largest skate park in the country. Damn your lies. That brings tens of people a month. Sorry. My apologies to Des Moines, Iowa, and the one HasanAbi head there.
I said, better than Honest Abe Lincoln? They said, yes, sir. I said, I like this guy that said that. That's a smart guy. He's up for a big promotion right now.
Also,
But just a few months ago, our country was cold.
I'm just making a joke about what Trump is saying about Des Moines, Iowa, okay? I'm not saying it's a backwater town.
We were laughed at. We were a bunch of clowns. They were laughing at our president. They were laughing at everything having to do with our country. I was in Saudi Arabia. I was in Qatar. I was in UAE. Great leaders, strong, powerful, very rich leaders too, by the way. But great leaders, very smart people. And they said to me, the king of Saudi Arabia, but the three said the same thing essentially. They said, you know, a year ago we thought your country was finished. We thought it was dead. Dead. Horrible word. Dead. And they were right. The country was close to death. And he said, and you know what? You've been in there. At that time it was 4.5 months. It was a couple of months ago. He said, right now, you're in the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country in the world. You talked about all over the world. You got the hottest, smartest, sharpest country. And by the way, look at our stock market. We're taking in.
Everyone's talking about you, man. Everyone's talking about you. Not in the way that you think, but.
And today we just set another record, the highest stock market in history. No inflation. And one of the great economists from the Wharton School of Finance, where I happened to go, he apologized. He says, you know, I think Trump outsmarted us all. And yesterday was the poll, and out of 77 economists, I came in second. I want to find the guy that came in first. Somebody came in first. Can you believe it? But we said what was going to happen.
He's talking about the stock market recovering from what, you might ask? Oh, from the last time it dipped spectacularly because of his actions. Because he decided to implode global trade in its entirety, only to try to quietly piece it back together to the point that it was before he broke
the gasoline is way down. See what's going on with eggs. Eggs are way down, eggs. Remember I came in my first week, the fake news, those guys right there, look at all of them. Wow, that's a... Wow. No, a lot of fake. No, but we like them. It just shows you, when you can get every story, 100% of the stories, no matter what you do that's good, they make it as bad as possible, and then you win in a landslide. There's something wrong. But the fake news hit me with eggs. Remember, first week, 4 days, eggs are through the roof. I said, I just got here. What's going on with eggs? Tell me. I didn't hear about it. They're up 5 times higher than they should be. They were going through the roof, but they were blaming me. I said, I just got here. And within 2 months, our great Secretary of Agriculture, who I think is with us tonight, Brooke, where's Brooke? Oh, look at you. Look, she is here. She flew all the way she comes from Texas, but I think she likes Iowa maybe even better. Look at her. You did a good job with groceries and with eggs. We'll tell you, it's true. They said, we have them this time, finally. It took an egg to get me, but that didn't happen either. Now they're down to a normal price. And people are ordering like crazy, but inflation is dead. 401ks and retirement accounts just hit an all-time record high. Did I hear what I think I heard? But we've achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, 0 illegals. Think of it, we had 0. And as I said, and I'll say it again, I love it because I have never seen any country suffer. No country has ever. There's never, don't worry, it's only fireworks, I hope. Famous last words. My famous last words. Trump said, don't worry, it's only fireworks. You always have to think positive. I didn't like that sound either. You know?
What the fuck?
But last month, American-born workers gained 830,000 new jobs, a record. That's American-born. While the illegal aliens lost 340,000. And we don't want bad for them, but look, we have a country to run, and we want to have them come in, and we want to have them help our farmers. You know, you probably saw I got myself into a little trouble because I said, I don't want to take people away from the farmers. And we're going to do something I think that's going to be good because we want all the criminals out. Everybody agrees that we're finding the criminals, the murderers, the drug dealers. We're getting them the hell out of here. But the farmers, some of the farmers, many of you sitting right here, I have 4 friends right in the 5th row. But some of the farmers, you know, they've had people working for them for years. And we're going to do something. We're working with Christie. And we're going to do something that we're going to sort of put the farmers in charge. And if somebody, if a farmer's been with one of these people that work so hard, they bend over all day. We don't have too many people can do that. But they work very hard, and they know them very well. And some of the farmers are literally, you know, they cry when they see this happen. If a farmer is willing to vouch for these people,
pull up, bro.
In some way, Christy, I think we're going to have to just say that's going to be good, right? You know, we're going to be good with it, because we don't want to do it where we take all of the workers off the farms. We want the farms to do great, like they're doing right now. So, Christy Norm has done a fantastic job, and Tom Homan.
About slavery.
Oh God, he wants to bring
and
it back.
we're working on legislation right now, Susie. Right?
We're
working on legislation right now where
we're just not going to pay
farmers.
them,
look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases
where
not here, but just even over the years where people have worked for a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously.
Don't worry, it's only fireworks. It's crazy.
Just before you got here.
And people that have hotels and leisure properties.
Happy 4th of July.
We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart.
What a disaster,
and we're going
man.
to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible.
What a disaster
and I
this
think that
is.
that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious
Am I
radical
rightfully
right people
upset
who I
by the
also happen to
Democrats'
like
response
a lot,
to this?
they may not be quite as happy
To the big beautiful bill.
Well, no, like what's his name, Hakeem Jeffries or whatever. Like the Democrats are obsessed with procedural victories. Like, oh shit, I talked for 8 hours straight, as if that fucking means anything. And they're like celebrating him for that bullshit. Like, just go on Twitch, you'll find a million different people talking for 8 hours straight. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
And
Nobody's celebrating me.
The quote-unquote party leaders like Kamala Harris only come out, and Joe Biden, or I mean, I know they're not the party leaders, but they come out to say something after the fucking bill has passed. Like, the bill is already passed. And you're like, they're like, oh, shame on the Republicans for taking away health. Where the fuck were you?
They will write it.
Where the fuck were you? Why are you now just showing up?
When you
right,
can't
bro.
be sarcastic.
Let
as
the
a
man
poly-
yap
Well,
a
if
little
you're
bit.
me,
Oh,
you
sorry.
can't be if you're.
Good take, though.
I just had to.
So I want to say I was only kidding.
Get that off my chest.
No, the fake news will write it. Donald Trump wants all farmers thrown the hell out of our country. The audience booed the hell out of him. There was no boo. No, they're fake news. That's why nobody watches them anymore. Violent crime is plummeting, and we're on track to reach the lowest murder rate ever recorded by the end of this year. It looks like we're doing way good. And that's knowing that we have a lot of people in the country that we didn't have in the country 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, we have a lot of people that they allowed into the country that are serious criminals. A lot of them are on their way out, however. Iran's nuclear enrichment has been obliterated. Remember when CNN said, it wasn't obliterated. It was maybe damaged or damaged badly, but obliterated is too strong a word. No, it was obliterated. That's now been proven. The Atomic Energy Commissions, everything that's been obliterated.
He's just lying.
And they were trying to demean me by saying that, but they were really demeaning those great
the brave
pilots and people and mechanics.
One of them
that
was a
got those
woman.
Planes over there.
Oh,
and
God.
were able to shoot from
I
high
love
up in the air,
fascist
going
women.
very, very fast, with
As
potentially a
long as
lot
they're
of
a
things
woman.
being shot at them, and hit every single one. Every single. They're trying to demean me, but to me they were demeaning them. And they got out of the plane and they said, "What the hell? We hit every
DEI
single target."
bombers.
They know better than anybody. But now that's been proven. It's CNN fake news and scammers that work for them, scam writers that work for them. But we understand it, and we fight it back. And a lot of people say, sir, don't criticize it because they're beneath you. No, they're not beneath me. Nobody's beneath. You got to put it, otherwise people don't understand. If you don't say something about it, you got to say it. These people.
It's like me talking to my long-term community members about why I have to address drama sometimes.
And I want them to be appreciated for it. So they're coming to the White House tomorrow night.
Iowa?
And I'm signing the bill with the Speaker of the House. And by the way, Mike Johnson did a great job.
What a cuck, Mike Johnson.
John Thune did a great job.
Oh,
Everybody.
God,
This whole 2 weeks has been incredible, hasn't it? You know, when you think of all of the victories, we stopped 5 nations from going to war, and somebody else will get the Nobel Peace Prize for their writing about Donald Trump.
86,000
a professor at some school that you've never heard of
will lose Medicaid.
has received the Nobel Prize for
according
his
to the Kaiser
writing
Family
about
Foundation's
Donald Trump and
estimations.
what Donald Trump did. I'll say, what about me? I don't get it.
When will
but
they
that's
start
one of
feeling
those
these
things.
effects?
But think of it, we stopped.
Oh, so they won't feel them for
we
2 years?
stopped
Well,
India,
they're already
Pakistan,
some rural hospitals that are already in a dire state
Kosovo,
are shutting,
Serbia, they've
like
been
they're
fighting
shuttering
for
their
a long
operations ahead of time
And a lot of it was
because they just
trade.
know
said,
that they
"You're not
can't
gonna trade
withstand
with us
it.
if you're gonna go to war." And
So
India
some
and
closures
Pakistan
have
was
already
big,
taken
very
place. Like
big
one
for
in, I think it was in
different
like
reason. I mean, they
Nebraska
have
that
things called
that
nuclear
shuttered its
weapons. You would've had
operations.
Pretty soon, a nuclear war. We stopped that. In Africa, you look at what was going on in the Congo with Rwanda. That war was going on for 30 years. 30 years.
Holy
and we
shit.
stopped it, and it was vicious. 6 million people killed. And it was a bad
I
one.
bet there's people
It was
losing Medicaid.
killed and killed
Medicare
badly.
right behind
Machetes.
them. Like,
Machete. You know what a
This is
machete is?
crazy.
You
No,
know
that's
what
what
I'm
I
saying?
said. Like there's like that
And
guy.
we just did a
That guy
really
needs
great job. And then,
Medicaid
of
for
course, you
long-term
cap it
care.
off with
Yeah,
the
well,
hit,
look at the
perfect
woman
hit
next to him.
in
The
Iran,
woman.
where
This lady
Yeah,
definitely. She's
Jesus,
gone.
holy
she needs,
shit.
she needs those SNAP benefits. They're gone.
I'm surprised she's not on oxygen yet. I mean, not to be, you know,
You're
insensitive.
gay. You can butt shame a little bit.
But my God,
It was your month. You didn't get
she's
to
one
celebrate it.
chin away from a ventilator. I'm not
Okay,
even.
okay.
What, is
Dial
that,
back
is
to
that
fat
too
shaming.
much?
Dial back to fat shaming. Oh my God.
I mean, but I
it's
feel
no
like
longer
you
your
can
month.
I feel like you can fat shame fascists. I feel like you can.
It's no
I
longer.
feel like it's safe.
It's no longer your month. Okay. It's no longer your month.
Is
Your
that
month
too
is
much?
over. Your month is over.
I feel like
Pack
you
it up, Skittle Squad.
I can't believe.
We have Matt Whitaker from Iowa. I wasn't going to hire him, and then I said, Matt,
Sorry,
you come
I
from Iowa,
apologize.
don't you? Yes, sir, I do. Okay, you're hired. Anybody comes from Iowa, I hire. And every branch of the U.S. military is setting records
gosh,
for
she
new
sat
enlistments.
down.
You know,
Oh God.
remember a year ago, it was embarrassing.
She
They
heard
couldn't get
you.
anybody to go into the military.
too
They couldn't
much?
get
I
anybody
mean,
to go
come
into the
on.
police.
She heard
or
you.
fire
She
department.
heard you.
Voted to
They couldn't
take
get
away your.
anybody to go into
All right,
government.
fine. I
She
guess
voted
it's
to
too
take
much.
away her
Now we
health
just
care.
I
set a
guess- I'm
record,
sorry,
a new
I'm sorry.
record Of enlistments
got
in
woke
every
scolded.
single branch of the military.
I just got
and
back
in
from the
all
protest
police
outside the
forces.
Savannah. Nazi got punched in the
One
face,
year.
and like 4 people got hit by cars, and the
One
cops
year
didn't
ago,
give a
I
damn.
remember saying to our great First Lady, I said, you know, First Lady, I call her First Lady because it makes me feel good. First Lady, isn't it terrible? You're saying, good night, First Lady, my darling. Because it reminds me that I'm president. That's why. Now, I said, First Lady, it's terrible. Nobody wants to join our military force. And you know, that was very demeaning to the people that are in there, that have been in there for a long time doing a good job. And then all of a sudden, like, we get elected and there's a spirit in the country and we start doing well. We have victory after victory in so many different things, especially economically. We're doing so good. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from other countries. We have plants being built all over.
Oh, my
I mean, a little
God.
less here because you have enough with your farm. Oh, by the way, but I did get beef and I got ethanol into Europe. You saw that. You saw
Yeah,
that.
we're making them eat our shitty beef.
United Kingdom, they didn't want to do it. You know, they never took our beef. They
Yeah,
never took
I wonder
our
why,
ethanol,
dude.
and we said, you got to do it, and they did, and they were great. We made a wonderful
Wait,
trade
so-
deal with them. But
Yeah, no, literally.
we're doing that all over.
Wait,
Is
so what did he-
ethanol
what
very
did he do
important
to-
so far?
Oh,
away?
he forced the UK to lower their food standards so that they will buy our beef. I was joking about this is like
That's crazy.
this is the only way to make up for the trade deficit with any country.
So he's.
That's right. You're gonna have to eat the poisoned cattle. Mad cow disease. Our cows are more mad than ever before.
different forms of vegetation coming in at prices that were very, very bad for you. And a lot of it comes in because
Chlorinated chicken was a big talking point around Brexit, but it seems the U.S. wants to make it real. The U.S. already is making it real, baby.
Iowa, to
America
Nebraska,
first, not Britain.
Wisconsin, and all these other places that have been so great. And in breaking news just yesterday, we reached a historic trade agreement with Vietnam to open their markets to American exports with zero tariffs. They get zero tariffs. And you're going to be giving them vast amounts of farm product, including beef, pork, poultry, dairy, and pure Iowa ethanol. You're going to be giving all of those,
ethanol.
products. And the fact is, I could go on, but the fact is really strong, and it's stronger than it's ever been.
Dude, it's so funny. So, like, people sometimes get mad when I say Iowa is all corn, and here is Donald Trump proving that. They're celebrating pure Iowa ethanol. Like, you're just, it's corn folk, okay? I'm sorry. It's just all fucking corn, okay? That's all this is.
And this is going to blow it away. This incredible national resurgence is happening just in time
feed the world corn, whether they like it or not.
Exactly 1 year.
They're gonna eat our corn, folks.
That's right. Bond me now with corn. They're going to be pooping out little kernels every day, folks. The Vietnamese. They're making the banh mi with corn. Pho! They're making pho!
Right here at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. And tonight, here I am. Okay? Promises kept. Promises kept. It's an honor, too. It's an honor because you've been with me from the beginning. Thank you.
Gross.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
No, it is an honor. You've been with me from the beginning. It was without doubt. In fact, I had some moments when I said maybe they might not, fake stories were put out there.
It's cool that they found the only black
don't like
person in
corn.
Iowa to stand right behind Donald Trump.
He's barely on the screen, too.
That's like, that is literally, like, statistically the
numbers
one
went up.
black guy in the
I don't
entire
know. I
state.
can't figure you
And he's
people out.
right there.
This evening, we're officially launching America 250.
100% of the black vote in Iowa. They called me racist. And
really
here he is, right behind
a
me.
great American flag and our glorious American freedom. Did anybody see the beautiful flag I put up in front of the White House? Right? Everyone's liking it.
Oh, he's such a fucking
Everyone's
dildo.
liking it. I actually put two up. I put one in the front and
is
one
this
in the
generally
back.
what all these like?
I didn't want to go too
Is
crazy.
this
I
all
thought
they
that
care
would be
about
enough.
is like
Yeah, they put
optics
two
with the colors.
Two
and then-
flagpoles,
As big as you can
88
get. We're
feet,
proud of it.
and
We
the
will be
rope goes
announcing
through the
many
pole
more
as
details
opposed
in
to
the weeks to
outside
come,
the
but
pole.
there are just
Back in the
some of
day, they used to have flagpoles, and the rope would get rusty and dusty and terrible, and then the flags would fall, and America was falling. But I put the best, beautiful poles. I know that is literally how he described the poles. By the way, I'm not making this up. He actually talked about how big and beautiful the poles were and how the ropes are actually inside.
I feel like he's constantly messaging to the dumbest guy.
Yeah. Yes, they are also 88 feet tall. Yes.
Did he talk about
crowd
the
just like we do
fact
tonight.
that
That's a
now
big crowd. I
there's
can't
no
even see
pride
the
flags
middle.
in the White House,
So
and we
thank you back
instead
there.
are putting
I'd like to
snow.
move the press back.
They just kind of
They
so they
love
could
that.
see
I've
better.
seen that on Twitter.
They
But
don't
the
even
Great
talk
American
about-
State
they didn't
Fair
even talk
will
about
bring
Pride Month at all
America
this-
250
I feel like this time
programming to
around.
fairgrounds
No, I
across
saw-
the country,
I saw a tweet
culminating
about
in a giant patriotic festival
A new
next summer on the National
animated
Mall,
figure punching
featuring exhibits from
an
all
animated
50
figure
states,
dressed as
all
the American
50
flag,
states are
kicking
excited. I was excited.
a pride animated
when I,
figure in
did
the figure in the
250, so
balls.
there's nothing I could do.
What
It
the
was
fuck?
250, it was
What are you
250, so I
seeing
can't
on your
see.
timeline?
It was
That was my
Gunther
baby.
Eagleman.
Because you happen to be
Remember that guy? You know
250
that
years
stupid
old,
guy on
Yeah, I
Twitter?
do.
What I
Yeah,
did
he
do is
blocked
during
me.
my
He
first
blocked you.
term,
I
I
don't know
got
why.
the Olympics, and I got the great soccer. You know that whole deal, right? We call it
I don't
soccer, they
follow
call
him.
it
He just-
football.
he got fed.
I got them
It's-
both. I got the Olympics.
Yeah,
It's the platform.
First, I got
Austin's
the
a-
Olympics.
Austin's a
and
Gunther
I got
head.
it.
No. OG.
I was president, and I said, it's a shame. It's a shame. I got the World Cup, and I have the Olympics, and I did it. And you have no idea. President Obama didn't want to make a call to the Olympics. You know why? Because he went to Switzerland or wherever, and he said, if a president goes to get the Olympics, you have to have a deal. You have to be chosen. He went there, and he came in fourth, so he hated them, I guess. And he was unwilling to make a call, and they called me up. Democrats called me up, actually, from Los Angeles, and I said, I'll do it. I made the call, and I couldn't get the people off the phone because they were so starved for love, because nobody would call them from. Anyway, we made a deal. I got the Olympics. Then we got the World Cup.
I kind of believe that the Democrats called him,
and I got them both, and I looked at my people. I said, isn't it a shame? I got these two, but it wasn't in the next 4 years. It was right after that, and the one after that.
Mr. President, we secretly love this bill.
I
We
got the
can't
World
tell
Cup,
anybody.
and we also
Please
had
don't reveal this
250,
information.
Pretty wild term. But I got these two things that are incredible. Nobody else could have done it. I'm telling you, everybody wanted it. Nobody could have done it.
Not one, but two polls.
And I said, and I won't be president because I'll be president for 4 more years, but it won't be. And then they cheated and rigged the election. They rigged. You know, they don't even turn off the cameras when I say that now because now they know it's true too. But they knew it was true before. Remember, the cameras used to immediately turn off. You see all those beautiful red lights go off. Now I can say whatever I want because they know it's true. But they knew it was true before.
What?
It's fake news. That's what they call it. But you know what? This term is much more consequential than if I had done it the more traditional way. This was slightly harder, believe me. It's slightly more dangerous because there are criminals on the other side that tried to put your president in jail and went after him, just like they do in third world countries. And we all beat them together.
Which is why we're doing Gestapo and concentration camps, which is not done in a third world country style way. We're eroding due process. Also not third world country style, okay? Very different, cool style, America style.
Television, I did whatever you had to do. I had to explain it. Then they say, wow, that's fake stuff. It was fake. They're a bunch of bad people, but we kicked their ass and we're going to continue to do well. And I appreciate it. And there was nobody more loyal than Mr. Kaufman, who's fantastic, and Iowa, and his son, who's maybe more fan. Where the hell is he? Stand up. Where's your boy? His son is better than him, I'm telling you. And he doesn't mind. I have a lot of fathers who would be very insulted if I said that, but they're bad people. He's a good guy. He's got a son who's fantastic. You know that. I think he's probably here someplace. Where is he? Oh, he's better looking than you, too. Good. Thank you. Great job. Nobody more loyal than the people of Iowa during that period of time when we had to show our stuff. But we just celebrated the 250th anniversary of the Army at Fort Bragg. You know, they changed the name, and we changed it back to Fort Bragg.
That sucks.
The people of North Carolina came up. They said, sir, we want to really have the name of Fort Bragg back. Everybody was saying that. They kept calling it Fort Bragg. I changed it back.
We want it back.
These radical left lunatics changed the name of Fort Bragg. So we won World War II. We won World War I. We won other wars. We won everything from Fort Bragg and other places.
What is he?
So we were also changing
Oh, my
them
God.
back.
Back-to-back
We
World War
decided to change
champions.
the name now. I tell people, you know, it's incredible. We're the only people
He almost
who
did
win
World War
2
III.
world wars from a place, and then we say, let's change the name. So we changed it back, and the people are very happy in North Carolina right now. And we just
Wasn't World War
celebrated
II like the last war
because
we
the
won?
250 was for the
Yeah.
Army, was 1 year earlier than which makes sense.
The rest
We had a
is-
little Army, we did well, and
The
we have a
rest is just
nation.
war crimes and
So it was
genocide
1 year
compilation.
earlier than the nation itself, and
The rest
we
of
had a
them just
beautiful
never
parade
ended.
in Washington, D.C. the
Right.
other day.
There
It was
was ongoing
fantastic. You know, it was
conflict.
amazing.
Korea War.
Because it was so, the
Forgotten
weather was
War.
so
But kinda
overcast and it looked
ended
so
in a
bad.
truce.
And a week before, they said, oh, it's
I would
going
say
to
that
rain.
was a
I said, oh,
genocide.
man, we're bringing all these Army tanks. We're
With
bringing
a
all these
stalemate.
people, these men and women. They're going to march down Fifth Avenue or wherever. This is terrible. It's going to rain. And then on the day, we woke up. Rain is projected all night long, heavy. Oh,
He's
man,
saying
I'll
that
get
was a
my
lie,
hair
fake
soaking
news.
Wet. My hair's gonna
God,
be soaking wet.
God lied.
I'll be-
Oh God,
I'll
that's
be-
gross. Oh,
I'll
they're
be
cheering.
crazy.
They're cheering for
I'll
him.
say-
They're
I'll
cheering
say,
for
you
him
know,
taking his hat
this
off.
is terrible. It's going to rain 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The thing was at 8 in the evening. 1 o'clock. Rain is forecast at levels you haven't seen before. I said, oh, this is... And so the generals called me, sir, we could change it, but this is the Army. We're sort of used to bad weather. I said, no, don't change it. I'll wear a raincoat, and I'll wear a big fat hat so I don't get totally drenched. I'll be okay. I'm such a tough cookie. And then what happens? We get there, and there's no rain, and we go 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of watching these great guys marching down Fifth Avenue. It never rained. And then I thought to myself, global warming, They're telling us what's going to happen in 250 years to our planet, but they can't tell us it's going to rain 3 hours before the event. In 250 years from now, the planet's going to burn up or freeze up. And you know, remember when they said they called it global warming, then global cooling? They had all different things.
None of these people are going to be alive in the next 5 years, especially after in the next 2 years when you kick them off of their healthcare coverage. They're super dead. They don't give a fuck about no warming climate, dog. Don't worry.
In 100 years, the oceans are going to rise 1/4 of an inch and everyone's going to be wiped out. No, you're going to have more ocean
at the end of his speech.
If that happens, it's okay. Not the worst. And think of it, with all of the
It's probably
nuclear
100
weapons.
degrees out there.
Remember Biden had always used to say, it is it's an existential threat. He loves the word existential. It's an existential threat. What is? I don't know, climate change. Remember that? Always, that's dangerous
NOAA,
too, because they're going to take
which is
that.
cool, of course.
And they're going to say, he couldn't say existential. So you can't imitate people either. Remember I used to imitate Biden, couldn't get off the stage, and I'd walk into walls? And I called my wife, because it's always on television, and I said, how was it, baby? How good was that? We had 44,000 people. Nobody else could do it. I have to brag a little bit, you know, because what the hell? There's a little truth to that. But I brag a little bit. I say, how good was I? You were really good, but, you know, what happened? You couldn't find this. You couldn't get off the stage. I said, no, I was imitating Biden. No, well, that's not the way it showed up. They showed you hitting walls, bunking your head on walls. So even like the word existential, when I imitate him saying it, tonight it's going to be on CNN. He couldn't speak. He couldn't say the word.
Biden couldn't speak when he tried to say there's an existential crisis due to anthropogenic climate change. Like he's undermining Biden, and he's also sometimes undermining the fear mongering, as he's saying, about climate change.
States Marines. They're all good.
What did he say? The crowd only.
And I'm a little prejudiced.
Runs one of
and
his
one of them
hits,
is going to be really
like
great.
USA
It's called
chant
Space Force,
or
because that was my baby.
Deportation reference.
Remember, they wanted to terminate it.
They tune out the rest of it.
First year of Biden's administration, they wanted to terminate Space Force, and the military wouldn't let them. And it's turned out to be one of the most important there is. I was very proud of that Space Force, and they're doing great. In addition, just as I promised 5 years ago tonight in my speech at Mount Rushmore, where a certain governor at that time, who's now our Homeland Security chief, Christy Noem, stand up, Christy. Now I don't have to introduce you later.
Dog killer.
You know, I hired Tom Homan for the border, and I said, Tom, I want you to give me who'd be the best to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, which is essentially his boss.
Is that the woman I got to look at every time you go through TSA?
Yeah,
Christy
Noem. Says you need a true ID.
You got to be kidding.
My God. Real ID.
She's a
I
great
feel like
person.
I'm on
She's
like
smart,
a
but
fucking
I mean,
amusement park ride.
Is she tough
And
enough?
she's like one of the
Sir,
fake
she's the
actors.
toughest person around. I said, you, and she is.
She killed
She's
her
tough as hell.
dog.
I've
Killed
learned.
the puppy right
I'll tell you,
dead.
a lot of bad
Shot the
people have learned
puppy
that she's
right
done a
in the
fantastic
head.
job. Thank you. Thank you. But we're going to be officially opening the National Garden of American Heroes, a vast outdoor park featuring statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. You know, they took down a lot of our
Robert
statues.
E. Lee.
They took
Call
down
me
the
Christy
statues of
Noem, the
some
way
of
I'm
the
about to
greatest
kill some
people that we've
dogs
ever
tomorrow.
had. I stopped them from
Jefferson
taking
Davis.
down Thomas Jefferson. They wanted
That's
to take
right.
the Thomas
Some of the greatest
Jefferson
Americans to ever
memorial. They
live.
wanted to rip the hell out of the statue inside. You can imagine who they were going to put
Benedict
up. Let's get rid
Arnold.
of Thomas Jefferson.
Real
So
good
we
guy.
stopped them.
Misunderstood.
We signed a law. Do you remember that night? It was crazy. And they were marching toward the Jefferson Memorial, and I took out an old bill from 1909, and it was a bill that if you so much as touched, old, because today they don't do these things. They don't do it like they used to. Today you could never get it passed. It said if you so much as touch a monument or a statue, you go to jail
Oh, here he
for a
goes.
10-year period. No anything.
Here he goes.
So they were marching down there, and in the middle of their march, I gave a news conference. I said, anybody that touches, and I'm signing, immediately goes to jail for a 10-year period. That march broke up so quickly you've never seen. They said, it's a miracle. What happened? I signed a little bill that said you go to jail for a 10-year period. It was a great thing. It was an old bill that wasn't used. In fact, I don't know. I hope we don't have to use it again. But they're learning that, you know, we saved Los Angeles. If we didn't send in the National Guard, I would have said in the military.
Thank you,
if they
Mr. President.
needed it.
That was sick.
But if we didn't send in the National Guard,
that's right. It was on fire.
Los Angeles would have been burned down to the ground, just like half of their houses were burned down to the ground because they didn't give water.
He's talking about the wildfires.
I'm pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill includes full funding for those statues, and we're going to do statues to our greatest Americans, and we're going to let the people choose who they are. You better choose me. No, I'm only kidding. I should take myself out. I think I should take myself out, Susie. Our great chief of staff, the first woman chief of staff. Can you believe it? Susie Wiles, stand up.
Woke, DEI, woke.
That beautiful exterior, don't let it fool you.
I don't know why they like to outwoke.
She got rated
they
most
love
powerful
wokeness.
woman anywhere in
they
the world.
Love wokeness when they're doing it. They're liberals. They're all liberals. Everyone's a liberal.
Actually, it's very true in her case, and she's done a great job. We're doing okay, Susie?
He's like angling the Mount Rushmore shit like you talk about us being in a secret relationship. He like keeps bringing it up. He's like, they want to put me on Mount Rushmore. I say, don't do it. Please do it. Many people are saying they want me on Mount Rushmore, like Austin Show and HasanAbi are in a secret gay relationship. That's what they're saying, folks. Austin is embreg.
Televised, and it'll be led by our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's really doing it.
They want to rename the mountain to Mount Trumpmore. More Trump for 2028.
They keep saying it. Everybody's saying it, in fact. They really shouldn't be, but they are.
I guess 18 years, 10,000, think of this, out of 10,000 people, okay? 10,000 people, and I'll go a little different way. Right now, out of 10,000 people, 18 people they're safe. 18 people. We have a statistic on autism that's the worst I've ever seen. And he's going to change it. He's going to change it. It used to be 20 years ago, you just didn't have it.
Wait.
And now it's numbers that are
Has he been pushing RFK's autism?
Unbelievable. Where
oh my God.
The numbers are so bad, it's got to be artificially induced. And we're going to find out what it is. When we're going to find it out as soon as possible.
I can't believe it.
No more autism.
Think about it. The numbers have increased by 200-fold. And that's
200-fold.
really something, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. That's a terrible situation. Likewise, under the leadership of Secretary Burgum, who's here right now, he was a great governor of North Carolina. Great governor of North Dakota. Where is he? Where is he? Mr. Secretary. And he's in charge of energy plus a lot of land. He's the biggest landlord, I guess, in the world. But he was a great governor of North Dakota, and he was very special in so many ways. He became an energy expert, and he came to me, and I said, I want you to be the head of energy. He said, no, we have one man that's better than me, and that was Chris, right? And put him in charge, and we merged the two, and he's got all the land with all the oil, and the other one has all the expertise to get the oil out of the land. And Chris is doing great, and you're doing great, Doug, and I appreciate it. And say hello to Catherine and everybody.
So done.
We're doing a great job. We have a great capital.
Everybody's going to eat. China's going to eat us for lunch. It's not even close.
So every one of our national park,
so done.
battlefields, and historic sites are going to have special events in honor of America 250. And I even think we're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have. Does anybody watch UFC? The Great Dana White.
Cooked. I'm just looking at the people.
We're going to have a UFC fight.
And I'm like,
we're going to have a UFC fight.
God.
Think of this on the grounds of the White House.
This is the best we can fucking do. Are you kidding me?
We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little.
Oh, God.
We're not. Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. We're going to have a UFC fight.
Your friend
championship
is slow?
fight.
You
full
talking about
fight,
me?
like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible events.
Why is he doing a UFC ad? As the president in fucking Des Moines, Iowa.
To fund improvements and enhanced experiences across the park system. For this anniversary, I've just signed an executive order to raise entrance fees for foreign tourists while keeping prices low.
China did a surgery by satellite today. Like first successful surgery by satellite. I think it was like 5,000 mile range or something.
Wait, so like they were remote?
And these are just a few of the many programs,
They were- I'm
initiatives,
sorry,
celebrations
what do you
that
mean?
will renew for our national pride. We're going to have great pride. I think we do have great pride. I think we have more pride and more spirit in our country right now than we've had in.
Like they did it over Zoom or like the satellite? I'm confused.
Utilizing the App Star 60 broadband communication satellite positions 36,000 kilometers above the Earth in geostationary orbit, China has demonstrated that complex surgical procedures can now transcend geographical barriers.
Ensure that America's 250th anniversary is the single greatest year in the history of our country. We'll have a lot of great
Maybe I'm
things,
just
a lot
dumb
of
as
the
hell,
things
but I
that
don't
Bobby
get it.
and Health and Human Services are doing.
Like,
are going to come up
how
during
did the
that period
surgery
of
get
time, and we're going to
conducted from
come
that
up with a
distance?
lot of.
I'm just
tremendous
confused.
things for
I need
health
more
and safety
clarity.
and
According to the South China
economically,
Morning
we're gonna have the
Post,
strongest-
doctors from the People's Liberation Army General Hospital remotely operated
Oh, well, that makes more
from
sense. Okay.
Tibet, Yunnan, and Hainan to perform 5 surgeries on patients
that makes
located
sense.
in Beijing.
Okay.
These procedures involved organs such as the liver, gallbladder, and pancreas were made possible using domestically developed robotic surgical systems. All patients reportedly recovered and were discharged the following day.
That makes sense.
On a patient 5,000 kilometers away. Any news from China is basically, we created an elixir that stops aging. Any news from America is, we're going to kill 1 trillion people. So, yeah, China can do surgery on Americans remotely.
Now, the Agricultural Secretary, Kristi Noem, great governor also.
Yeah, our literacy rate declined to like, what, sub 70%.
When? This year?
It's been declining.
I mean, yeah, I imagine that's just a
Most Americans read
continued-
it, what is it, like a 6th grade level?
Look at me. I'm the literacy rate. Okay.
We're really.
I'm a living, walking, breathing example of the literacy rate in this country. Okay. Just look at me. I have a college degree.
Oh, we're
okay?
not sub 70. Sorry. We're sub 80. We're 77% literacy.
Agency. He's the head of it. Great guy. He was a great politician, a tremendous
USA also
congressman. He
did
ran
this
for
2 weeks
governor
ago.
of New
You can
York, which is
chill.
tough. And he almost won. I'm glad he did.
We did it too, bro. It was just $7 million. Dude, shut up, dude. They did it. They did it already. America did it too, bitch. Shut up. On a grape. They did a surgery on a grape, and it was $7
Also,
million.
Governor Kim Reynolds from Iowa. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Lieutenant Governor Chris Corner. Where's Chris? Chris Corner. Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job. You have Senator Chuck Grassley and Joni Ernst. Chuck! Hi, Chuck.
Chuck can't hear him. Chuck's deaf as a doornail.
You know Chuck Grassley is the oldest congressperson.
Yeah, he's like 100 years old.
He tweets so great, though. He's the goated poster. I love the way he posts on Twitter.
Very good. Good job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joni. And you have members of Congress.
Don't excite
Ashley
Chuck. He's
Hinson.
gonna have a heart attack.
Marionette Miller Meeks. Zach Nunn. Randy Feenstra. Good group.
Yeah. The other person he called out is Joni Ernst, who recently at a town hall said, everybody's going to die someday. When her constituents said, we're going to die if you pass this bill. And she literally responded with, everybody dies at some point. And then also turned around, went to a fucking cemetery and did a call out post where she said, you know, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and I simply meant everybody's going to die one day and meet him. But some of the woke losers.
Wait, how does that change anything?
No, nothing. Like she was just doubling down. She was just doubling down.
What is she just doubled down and said,
everybody,
you're gonna die and you're gonna meet Jesus sooner.
Yeah, she did an apology double down, which wasn't
Former
an
State
apology,
Senator
in a graveyard.
Brad Zahn. Oh, my man, there he is. I haven't seen you. He was the first man in the entire country that endorsed me, right? Not just from Iowa. He endorsed me.
Awesome looking
3
bro. Like,
months
how many
before I
millis
ran.
are you blasting? You
He
look
said
like
that
you
guy
throw
from New
twinks
York-
around.
What, millis?
So
Like,
I
what
want
do
to
they
thank
They think you're
Really?
doing
You look.
That's
It won't let me click. It won't let me do it. Oh, okay, we're back.
Major Tom to
That was
ground
weird.
control.
I don't know what happened, chat, but we got kicked out of coverage for a second. But we are back.
We are back.
Yeah,
Celebrating.
right as we were talking about fucking China's ISP victories. Right as we were celebrating China's ISP victories, we once again received. Yeah, you can take them out. Okay, calm down, dude. What the hell?
And strengthened by prayer. So important. If we bring religion back stronger, you're going to see everything
one
get
of the
better
guys
and
in the
better and
background
better.
for another guy.
Another guy. They want to show all the guys in Des Moines, Iowa that are losing their health care.
The next 250 years, let us rededicate ourselves to one nation under God.
Oh, thank you,
Right?
Mr. President. Yes, thank you. That's what I've been missing in my life. That is, we need
And
more
as you know,
God.
recently we've seen some of our political system attempting to overthrow the timeless American principles
Less trans
and
people,
other
more
pillars
God.
of our liberty,
Less gays,
and replace
more
them with
God.
some of the most noxious
We're just
ideas
talking
in human
politics.
history, ideas that have been proven false.
That's what
Members
we need,
of
Mr.
Congress
President.
and even former presidents have been openly embracing vile creeds such as socialism, Marxism, and straight-up communism. In New York, they're trying to elect a communist, Zoran Mamdani, the guy who wants to defund the police, take over the stores and run the stores, and have the people hand out goods. And when everything falls apart, it always does. It always works that way. It never has worked any other way. Anarchy and dictatorships prevail.
Oh.
This guy is a communist at the highest level, and he wants to destroy New York. I love New York, and we're not going to let him do that. Generations of Americans before us did not shed their blood only so that we could surrender our country to Marxist lunatics on the eve of our 250th year. As President of the United States, I'm proclaiming here and now that America is never going to be communist in any way, shape, form, and that includes New York City. And under my administration, we're bringing back freedom and liberty,
Like the word
law
communism. I
and
don't think
order,
anybody
and
even
above
knows what it
all,
means,
we're
or
bringing back
Marxist. I don't
common
think they know what
sense,
that
right?
means at
Common
all.
sense. On day one, I stopped the weaponization of government against people of faith, and we created the Department of Justice Task Force combating anti-Christian bias. And I have to tell you, Pam Bondi is doing a great job.
I couldn't
Pam
define
Bondi
it.
is doing
Like
a
real,
great
like truthfully,
job.
you put a gun to my head, I'd probably
Attorney
it
General.
would go off.
I ended the Green
think.
New Scam and terminated the
I'm
insane.
people.
This is insane. The electric vehicle mandate, where everybody had to have
Yeah, it's
a
our
car
president, Cutie.
that happened to be all electric.
Yeah,
in the
Cutie
next
loves it.
Oh my God,
MAGA
Cutie
Cutie.
just said that's the guy I voted for.
Mandate.
That's crazy.
Some people
Cutie's in
want
the
to have gas
background. She doesn't
engines
wanna-
powered. Some people want to have hybrids.
Okay, now she literally is
Maybe
saying I
even
love that
someday
guy.
hydrogen.
loves
Right
him.
now, I don't like it because when they blow up, they don't ever
I
find
think he
the
probably
body.
did. I think he used wrinkle
They find
release
the body
spray.
about
Have you heard
5
of that?
blocks away. That does not
You can
sound
buy it at
promising
the
to me.
store.
They said, no,
And
it's
he just
getting
sprayed it
better.
on his
I
face
said,
and it
that's okay.
de-wrinkled
Let
him.
somebody else use it. But we're not going to have all electric. We're going to
I
have
know.
electric if people
It's a
want
spray
it.
tan.
Electric is great.
It's a spray tan.
Gasoline,
He
people
needs
like
that-
better in
that
many cases. But
Clibella
you
or
can have
whatever, where
whatever
they
you
inject
want.
into your
But
neck,
it's
it melts
ridiculous
the
to
fat.
mandate
Yeah.
that everybody's going to
He
be
needs
driving
that.
an electric car in 5 years from now. So I ended it. I signed an order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to the states. That means Iowa's going to run their own education. You're going to have to run your own education. Iowa, well, I use you in my thoughts. Whenever I always say Iowa and Indiana, and I'd mention certain states, but you want to run your own education because you don't
Really?
want the bureaucrats in Washington doing it. And I made English the
Really?
official language of our country.
Oh, here, you should come over here so they can hear you. You don't want to be over here.
You would think that would be an easy
Okay.
one. It was not as easy as you think. I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate, returning them to their former rank with full back pay. And I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military.
See, it always gets the. It's so gross.
And I
It
made
always
it
gets the
official
biggest
policy
cheer.
of the
It's so
United
gross.
States that there are only 2 genders,
Oh, my
male
God.
and female.
I know, Cutie. This is crazy. I know. Is this live right now?
And if it's
This is
okay
happening
with
live.
Iowa, we are keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay?
Oh my God, this is what they care about. It's crazy.
I also renamed
Crazy.
the Gulf of
This is
Mexico.
happening right now.
I renamed it to the Gulf of America.
Wait, what do you mean? Why are you saying that?
That's so crazy.
This is
And
your
we're
favorite
restoring
president.
the
You would
name
watch
of the
Hasan
greatest
before bed every
president,
night.
one
You
of
would
the
know
truly great
what's going
presidents,
on.
somebody that made our country very
That's so
rich,
sad.
William McKinley to Mount McKinley in Alaska. So in conclusion, in everything we do, we're once again defending the values, traditions, and beliefs that made every generation before us so very proud to be American. You know that better than anybody in Iowa. And here in Iowa and across this land, we believe that America is an exceptional nation, blessed by God. It's really destined to be the freest, strongest, the greatest country ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're going to make it that way much more so than it's ever been. We believe in the wisdom of our founders who declared that our rights do not come from
Like, it's actually
bureaucrats in
impressive.
Washington. Our rights
How much
come
he's
from
done.
our Creator in
Like, it's
heaven.
so
That's where our rights
crazy.
come from. And we reject government discrimination and so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates. They're just about washed out the window, actually. They're just about over with. We're just about finished. In this
You know what
country, we
DEI is?
believe in hard work and we believe in merit. And by the way,
It's like you and
we're
me on
allowed
the
to have
podcast.
merit. We're now back to being a merit-based
Oh,
system.
did you see
We had a
this? Okay, wait.
decision in
I
the
got
United
one way to
States.
get Cutie off the fucking Trump train. Are you ready?
Wait, but I support
One
him
provision,
so much.
one provision that didn't make it into the big beautiful bill should have. If you're over the age of 21 and you go to Disney World, but you don't have children, you go straight to Alligator Alcatraz.
But has
That's
you
I
ever
just-
been to Epcot?
I think we need restrictions on if you're over the age of 21 and you go to Disneyland or Disney World and you don't have children, straight to Alligator Alcatraz, El Salvador.
But
and
have
the
you
world.
ever been to Epcot?
I'm just saying, this is weird, and
That guy?
Oh my God. That pisses me the fuck off. I was just there yesterday.
Alligator Alcatraz?
I take that guy
Disney.
to Disneyland one time. I changed his mind. I could change him.
You are a better human than me.
I could fix him.
I got more mad about this.
This is the only thing that Hasan agrees with.
I got more mad about this in your stead than you did. How is that possible?
I'm so confident I could fix him.
So
you can't. He's a demon.
I fixed you. You're a demon.
No, I am not a demon. I am a nice and kind individual. All
Since
jokes
when?
aside.
Hold on. I disagree. I think there's a Disney adult and then there's adults that go to Disney. I think they're two separate things, right? A Disney adults are kind of like you know what I mean? The weird people. And then there's adults that go to Disney, which are like, you know, like cutie, like respectable adults that go to Disney. Right?
Right?
I think there's two separate groups of people. We all know who we're talking about when we talk about Disney adults.
I think every Disney adult is basically referring to other Disney adults that do the exact same thing that they do, which is fine. Everyone gets to have their treats.
No, we don't have my bathroom's not themed like the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah, see? I do buy a lot of merch when I go though. Like I wear a Disney sweatshirt and Mickey ears.
Oh yeah.
And I get the first time at Disney pin even though I've not been there.
That's gluttonous. You shouldn't do that.
I shouldn't do that? You think that's inappropriate?
Yeah.
Is that like looked down upon by Disney?
Yeah.
By Disney park
I'm gonna turn
goers?
you in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I did do that.
All right. Well, Trump is the president, cutie. I don't know if you knew that.
Today, with your help,
He stole the
America is
election.
free, America is proud, and America is sovereign.
Since he stole
once
the
more.
election.
And this 4th of July, our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before.
We
are
do
one
with the gun.
people,
Don't
one
hold it.
family,
They'll
and one
try to get you
united
banned
American
too.
nation.
Oh, really?
That's the
We will
new
never
meta.
give in. We will never give
People
up.
are-
We
people
will
are
never
upset
back
that
down, and we will never,
Someone
ever,
was
ever surrender.
saying that I should be hanged.
We will fight,
Like I
fight,
should be
fight.
killed.
We
Someone's
will
like-
win, win, win because we
Yeah,
are
and I was like,
Americans
good
and
luck.
our hearts bleed
And
red,
they're like, he was
white, and
threatening
blue.
to kill a chatter with a weapon. I was like, dude, what do you mean?
Oh yeah,
It's
here.
America, damn it. I
Here,
have a right
let's-
to self-defense.
Here, let's.
And together, as
Okay.
we look forward to the 250th
What did you
year
order,
of
you
American
bougie bitch?
independence, we will make
Look at this.
America
Yo.
powerful again.
This is a nice restaurant.
We
that you
will
ordered
make
from.
America
Yeah.
wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America
Rich
strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make
It's like
America
reading a bedtime story
safe
to a child
again.
at the end of the night.
And we will
Make
make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iowa.
Take my wife, take my firstborn child.
Is that
Great again.
bulletproof glass?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's normal for
If
presidents.
only we had
No.
something to do about gun control.
Yeah, I know.
No.
See, yeah, no, they have, yeah, they always have bulletproof glass. They may have a little bit more, but
Why the fuck's he in Iowa? Is he running again in
oh,
2028?
here he goes, the double jerk.
The double dick suck.
Yeah, here we
That's
go.
my favorite. Oh, he sometimes gets more zesty with it. I wonder if he'll do it this time.
Where he
He's done
goes like this.
He's done like different. He did one of these before. That was crazy. That was a crazy move. That's why he won, I think.
Yeah. Look at the crowd behind him.
It's hard to.
Lady dance.
It's hard to
know.
love this country when you see this. I'm sorry.
It really is.
It's just
No. Can
I feel a deep sense of shame.
Can I be real? I used to really enjoy the 4th of July as a liberal voter. I used to love it. I used to dress up in
And
colors.
then you became a HasanAbi head.
I used
Now
to
you
listen
hate
to
it.
country music, and now it just feels gross. I can't even do it. Like I'm gonna wear all black tomorrow.
I don't think you're alone in this. I feel like a lot of young people especially feel this
Just
way.
like ugh.
Where they're just like everything sucks.
It just feels so.
There's nothing to like feel patriotic about. Like honestly, what the fuck could you feel patriotic about?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I enjoyed it more when I was less informed.
What has the United States of America done like recently? In the last 5 months, can you point to, with the exception of Zohran Mamdani's New York mayoral primary victory, which Trump has now advocating to fucking literally deport him. Like, what have we done? What makes people feel patriotic? That we spent like $100 million defending Israel and then bombing Iran just because Israel wanted us to? Wow. Resounding success. Like, the only thing we're receiving independence from as of late in our new revolutionary war is the treacherous health care that is afforded to some of the poorest Americans. That's what we're receiving freedom from. It's great.
That's awesome.
Are you celebrating the 4th of July tomorrow?
Are we phasing up tomorrow?
I don't know.
Why not? Why?
I don't know if I have time.
Wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Working.
Doing what? You don't have a job?
He's just starting
Building the Wine About It set.
He's just starting to talk to everybody like me.
Yeah, I just treat everyone. Dude, they're like, yeah, he's got the fight shirt on. They're such fucking piglets, dude. Jesus Christ. Our local YMCA sent an email saying they're 100K short since the federal funding was pulled for childcare program they run, and they asked us for donations. Good luck, chatter. What is this? Cutie caught Austin?
There was an episode in 2023 where I went to Japan and I brought Cutie a gift, and it was my first visit to Disneyland, okay? Tokyo Disney. Well, I gave Cutie a sticker, and that particular sticker, she never kept it. She returned it to me, rightfully so, because it was a terrible gift, but that sticker is on my laptop. That is the infamous gift to Cutie Cinderella, my first visit.
That's crazy.
It's the wrong sticker.
Wait, really?
No, that's not the right
that's a
sticker,
different
Austin.
sticker.
Wait, what do you mean?
That's not the right sticker.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Austin, you
If
got
you're
a
gonna
double.
say I left your gift.
Oh.
I'm gonna prove to you
Oh, no.
that I did not. That's
my
a different
God.
sticker.
Oh, no.
Buster.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh, no.
Yeah, sassafras.
Bro, you're crazy for this.
Well, I wasn't.
You just outed yourself. You
No,
double outed
she should've-
yourself.
Like, it's a sticker. Nobody's going to hate her for not keeping the sticker. I just thought that was a sticker.
Oh, you weren't trying to hate for me? Okay, I don't know what it was.
For a
That was our
sticker?
problem. That's what it seems like.
No. I was just trying to
excuse me.
hate
Excuse
farm
me.
you.
You don't get to talk about getting hate farmed.
What are you talking about?
Your entire clip compilation before and after this is probably a hate farm of me.
I literally said, though, rightfully so, you shouldn't have kept the sticker because it was a bad gift.
Oh, it doesn't look too good, does it? Doesn't feel too good when you fucking hate farm.
Yeah, that's funny when I do it to you.
Oh, yeah, it's so funny. Love it.
Yeah, go look at the Wine About It title.
How long ago was this?
Wait, what? Wine about
Wait,
a
did the first episode drop?
What is the what? Wait, wait,
Wine
wait.
About It title when Hasan was on was.
Oh, I saw that.
Hasan is the most insufferable human.
Wait. Hold on. Let's look at it. Hold on. Because there's some other things to look at as well on that one. Wine About It, the end of an era. Wine About It 132. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Hold on. Hasan is the most insufferable person on earth. 295,000 views in 2 weeks.
I mean, it worked.
Yeah, I'm about to. I need to pass the yard. I need to pass the yard. That's crazy. I was on a rocket ship to pass the yard, and now they have 100K on me, but they also have 2 weeks on me.
Yeah, they have 2 weeks on you. There's a chance. There's a chance, but we did get them to click. We got them to click.
It's crazy.
Worked out.
It's crazy.
But they, yeah.
It's good though.
Replace Cutie with Maya on Fear and the worst part about that is I would love to do that, but she also would not actually be sad about that.
She wouldn't.
She would love that. She'd be like, "Oh, great! I don't
Now
have to
I
do
have
the
my
icky,
Thursdays back."
Yeah, I don't have to do this icky, gross boy podcast."
So wait, where's the sticker thing? I want to see what happened. I thought that was the one I gave you.
So
Where did I get that
long ago.
one
You'd
then?
think it'd be in the title. Okay, so it was definitely before this. Oh, it's this one. Because Will,
No,
yeah.
it was before that one. I feel like.
No, it's that one. That's the one.
To remind you of your American side.
Wait, so is this from Japan?
I thought he made.
So
me
I'd like to
dress
go.
up in
I got
those
gifts.
pictures.
I actually got gifts for everybody.
Oh my God.
God, you're such a ass.
Okay,
I have to
jacket.
go. You know
That's
that?
a nice jacket.
You would. You
my
fucking
God, I was
brown
so
noser.
excited
You
to
would
get
get
to
a
you
gift for
too.
every single person.
Well, I got us all kickaroonies.
What's a kickaroomy?
Book.
A kickaroomy.
You don't need. I don't need a
Deprived of
speech.
going
Okay,
to.
sorry.
You've been deprived of going to Disney for so long. Tokyo Disney.
Yeah. Okay.
And I
Wait, I
experienced a
went to
lot of
Disneyland last
things,
week.
and I felt like as I was experiencing these things, I was experiencing them for you.
Wow. Well, I can go someday.
And so I was sitting in line, and I walked up, and I asked
for free.
Oh, it's a different sticker. Whoops. Oopty. Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, you were.
I wasn't trying to drag you.
No,
Not only were you trying to drag her, but you were wrong. You got yourself a selfish sticker, and you didn't even give it correct.
So I must have gotten that sticker, and I put it on my laptop like that day, and then got you this separate one. But you don't have that sticker anymore, do you?
No.
Yeah. So,
Oh, wow.
which is fine. Which is totally fine. I get it.
Wow.
I don't hate women. Nobody supports women more than I do.
No, I don't know about that. You don't even have sex with them.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what they don't want men. Ew, gross.
You can't
So
even.
that's why I don't have sex with
You
them.
don't
'cause
even. You don't
men are
even
gross,
kiss women.
and they don't like.
You don't even.
They don't
hold
like
women.
men.
You don't
So
even
that's-
date women. That's how much you hate women.
We don't like men. He's right about that.
Yeah, so they don't like men, so I'm not near them. Okay. Oh, Kaya.
Oh, Kaya.
Maya just dropped your collab video. Two truths and a lie with this idiot. Oh, this is just
Good
the.
title.
Yeah, this is the stream. Quizzing an abnormally large child. That's crazy. I am nothing to you guys. What is this?
You're not nothing. You're a punching bag.
Yeah, I am just a punching bag.
I love this arc because I used to be the punching bag and now he's the punching
Yeah,
bag.
it's awesome.
It's completely turned around. Now they bully you. How does it feel, asshole? Huh?
It doesn't feel good. I think I was always a punching bag. To be fair, you
No.
are a
You
menace.
got
got invited to YouTube prom, or Ludwig got invited to YouTube prom?
Oh, this was.
Oh, the comment section is gonna look spicy this week.
You know what? You don't have to listen to him or tolerate him.
Who got invited to YouTube prom?
I did, you motherfucker! I did! Ludwig is my date! Ludwig wasn't invited to YouTube prom because him, just like you guys, turned down all these invitations. You only get a few chances in life,
was
okay?
telling me
You bitch! That's why you say yes to things and you appreciate your invites.
That's why I said yes to going to phase.
Pete said that our edits are everywhere.
I never see them.
Yeah, neither do I.
I saw one. They sent me a couple, and I'm gonna. Don't worry, I got them lined up for the pod today.
Wait, I have a funny one of you that I saw the other day.
Okay. Discord it to me.
I'm not.
No, we're not gonna do the reaction to the Always Sunny parts right now, chatter. We're gonna do that on the fucking goddamn podcast. Okay, calm down. You're so horny to get this immediate reaction that you want to do it. You want to do it before we do the pod, before Will's even here. Are you the real reason Maya left? Whine about it. Find out on the next episode of the Fear On podcast. We will be discussing this extensively. That's right.
You need a new jingle for Whine About It.
Whine about it.
It still exists. It's not over.
Whine about it. Oh, ow.
Better be in the free section. I'm not paying $5.
Maybe
Okay.
you saw this, but I commented on it and I said, you just earned me 10 more mean things to say to him.
Wait, what is it? I have a response from you that I screenshotted, I think.
Oh, really?
Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
I sent it to you on Discord.
Oh, you did? Wait, what the hell is this?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save 50.
Some things are better just raw.
Right now, you can save.
That's crazy.
I commented on
You just earned me a coupon to say 10 mean things about him for free. Wait, what? Why? Why?
it. People posting TikToks like that.
Yeah, well, I'm liking it. How about that?
Wait, repost it.
Why are you like this? What did I do? I didn't do this.
Exactly.
What the fuck did I do?
I think they're saying you're enabling their behavior by liking it. Now they're going to make more of them.
Yeah, oh no.
And then your friends have to see that.
Oh no.
And some of our mothers have to see that.
Okay, wait, where was the cutie thing I saw?
Oh yeah, I was defending Extra Emily in the comments.
What the fuck is this?
It was. I'll send you the TikTok.
This is.
It was someone crashing out saying that Extra Emily was using agent and that she actually has a man, and I was like, no, that's my friend. Extra Emily doesn't have a man. Get off her back.
You're on TikTok too much.
I was defending Extra Emily.
You're on TikTok too much.
You can't blame me. I gotta defend my girl. I can't what
That's
do you want me to
crazy.
do? Oh.
You're in the comments of parasocial TikToks doing battles. Another thirst talk dropped.
I think the bigger thing that I did today wasn't the cold plunge. The fact that I took my shirt off on my own stream.
After school, she ran to me, jumped in my 5.0. This is the.
I don't like this anymore. I'm like 10 pounds heavier.
Why wouldn't you do it back then?
I thought I was fat, and I
can't
wasn't.
believe it. You're never going to get in the bathtub.
We align on politics, but you're problematic, man.
Damn. Nice to meet you. TikTok cleanse. Oh, I want a TikTok cleanse. Give that. Why did you scroll past it?
Well, okay,
They said
calm
TikTok
down.
cleanse for cutie. And
TikTok
scroll
cleanse
past.
for
Don't say
cutie.
that.
Oh, this. Have you seen this
What is
lady?
this? No.
She's the only person in the whole world that has a 24-karat gold libido. I love her.
You see that he beats Professor's face.
Libido.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that one.
What about Cutie's reaction to herself reacting to her silly goose jokes?
Piping?
It's like frosting.
I don't need a tutorial for piping.
Oh my god. Is this really hard to be around you most of the time?
That's what she said.
That one didn't even.
Piping?
It's like frosting.
I don't need a tutorial
my
for
God.
piping.
Oh.
Don't be proud of yourself.
That was good. That was a good one. Good one, Hasan from the past. Pretty fire. Anyway, all right. I'm going to end it here, chat. We got to go and get ready. Even though we're probably going to be waiting for another hour for everybody to get here. But yeah, that'll be all for today. Tomorrow I will see you once again, yet again. Oh, is tomorrow 4th of July? I'll be doing a probably shorter stream before I go to FaZe Clan to phase the frick up. And then Saturday I got some cool stuff lined up. Probably Anime Expo, maybe. Love you all. We're gonna go shoot another banger episode of the Fear End podcast. What? Oh no! I can't believe you did that. Gross. I'm gonna get banned now.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great name. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.